in that division, and they both get hurt. And Cleveland was already supposed to be average to below average. So Pittsburgh off to the 4-1 start. 3 games up in the loss column. Division title there for the taking. Playoff berth there for the taking. Dallas Cowboys are still in it, according to owner and general manager Jerry Jones, despite the fact they are 2-3-1. Right now, there's 7 teams at 4-2 or better. So, game and a half back. Now the NFL season's turned into a 17-game monster. So there are plenty of teams after 5-6 games have been off to average to poor starts who've ended up being really good. So, sure, they could be. The problem is they're giving up just a ton of points. It's almost like their pass rush isn't good enough and they can't control quarterbacks. If only there was something they could do about that. There's only one defense in the NFL that's given up more points. Good luck with that, Dallas. Tennessee Titans interim coach Mike McCoy, the former Ute, says he will remain positive about rookie quarterback Cam Ward and use positive reinforcement to help the top overall pick from this past draft continue to develop. It's going to be our number one focus. How can we get Cam to be more efficient and have more success? Is there really any logic to the Titans, who we had zero expectations for, making a change now, unless it's about the development of Cam Ward? Quarterbacks mean so much. You got the number one pick. You're invested in him. Was he going anywhere under the previous administration? Now you got a former quarterback and a former NFL head coach to help with the development of Cam Ward,
who just came from Jacksonville where he helped Trevor Lawrence turn into what he's been. So to your point, they felt like it was going to stagnate, if not get worse.
Got to help Cam. Got to help him get better. That offense has been just terrible. There's 2 teams in the NFL that haven't scored 100 points yet, and the Tennessee Titans are one of them. Cleveland Browns are the other one. And, of course, the Browns just going through quarterbacks left and right. We had 4. We have 3. We have 2. Start the rookie. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Nebraska Cornhuskers quarterback Dylan Rolla was adamant that his head coach, Matt Rule, quote, ain't going nowhere. And you throw the double negative in there, that really hammers it. That just seals the point. You can't argue with the double negative. Overpowers you. Ain't going nowhere. Amidst rumors the Rule would be a top candidate to take over the Penn State job. You know, in theory, Penn State might be able to pay more, and he went there and met his wife there and has roots there. And, well, Penn State's been closer to the top than Nebraska. But the quarterback ain't going nowhere. Big Ten's proposed deal to accept more than $2 billion in private capital is facing headwinds. USC and Michigan school leaders expressed concerns about the deal and skepticism. One sticking point for USC and Michigan, per reports, was that the deal does not address the root issue, soaring costs, that has made the need for cash so imperative for athletic departments. Short-term money does not solve that issue, they point out. They also note there's pending federal legislation that makes predicting the future of college athletics difficult, as well as a general apprehension at selling equity in a university asset, which would be the conference media rights in this case. So we'll see if USC and Michigan can wreck the deal. A lot more money. Good point about soaring costs, but if everybody really wants to win, if everybody is emotionally committed, and if billionaires have the money, it's going to stop that or slow that down. I mean, I get it. They're right. The costs are soaring, but and when billionaires want to spend the money, how are you going to stop them? And that's what we've got here. Kansas, $300 million gift. They look at Texas Tech and think, come on, up the ante, guys. Better keep up. We're coming. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Dallas Mavericks have signed head coach Jason Kidd to a multi-year contract extension, rewarding him for leading the franchise through turbulent waters with the Luka Doncic trade and then the drafting of Cooper Flagg. I mean, there's a lot going on in Dallas. I'm not sure how much of that has to do with coaching one way or another. So give him the multi-year contract extension. Stay committed to him. Is it the right move? Could be. They had some success with him. I mean, he is a bit of a lightning rod. Not everybody loves him and thinks he's a great coach. Might be able to get David Locke on here to say a word or two. But just rolling through people left and right. Man, you got enough changes with the trades we're waking up to. Bucks starter Giannis Antetokounmpo says he would like to end his playing career in Greece after he's finished playing in the NBA. He's got 2 years on his current contract as he enters his 13th season in the NBA. He's openly questioned what his future holds with Milwaukee. Not surprising, somebody from Greece would want to go back to Greece. The pull of home is great. And he's here because this is the best league, and you can make a ton of money, and you can build your rep here, and he certainly has. MVP, NBA champion, good career, no doubt about that. If he wants to go home at the end, sure. Is that the kind of thing he holds out for some kind of leverage? No, Giannis, stay one more year. When he gets to the end of his career, he doesn't need that right now. He's still good enough. He also gets the right to change his mind. At this point, he's a star, so when he just mulls, well, I could, whether he does or not, who knows? Well, I could. It's a story. We're waiting. It's preseason. We're waiting for the season to start. It's a story. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
The Dodgers do it again. Another great night, a fantastic starting pitching. They ride it to a 5-1 win over the Brewers. They lead the National League Championship Series 2-0. Yamamoto was fantastic. Complete game, 1 run, 3 hits, 7 strikeouts, only 1 walk. Gives a home run up right out of the gate. That pitch wasn't so great. But after that, he was awesome. Lights out. And the bullpen that's been dicey, they never went to it. They let him throw 111 pitches, which back in the day wouldn't really be a number we'd talk about. It's not, it's over 100 pitches. It's not nothing. It's not like he flew right through the game, but he's not up at 120, 130, 140 where it would turn heads. First complete game in 8 years in the postseason. That was different. It also worked for the Dodgers. And it's 2 fantastic nights of starting pitching, and they are halfway to the World Series. Then a lot of people thought they would be headed for it when we saw who they collected in the offseason. Mariners are up 2-0 over in the ALCS. They've got Game 3 tonight. Seattle, man. You check tickets, Jock? Think about flying up there? See your Mariners? You're a Utah boy. You had to adopt an out-of-town team.
Yeah. Have I considered it? Yes, but we'll see.
It's got to be a fortune. There's a lot of money in Seattle. This got to be a hot ticket. I haven't looked it up, but it's got to be big money.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Pretty prohibitive for a sports radio producer, it looks like at this point.
For a team that's never been to the World Series, now, halfway through the ALCS.
If they get to the series, oh, man.
Yeah, right? That's one more mortgage on the house. It's no big deal. FS1, 6 o'clock. Major League Baseball postseason ratings are seeing a resurgence with viewership averaging 4.33 million through the division series. That's a 30% increase over last year, the best rating since 2010. They have changed the methodology. They are doing a better job of capturing people watching out of home. It has never been easier to watch out of home with your phone, with your laptop, maybe desktop at work, because through the division series, they had a lot of daytime baseball games. Whatever, it's never been easier. They're finally capturing it. And it turns out sports is super popular. Who knew?
Yes.
And also, it's like, the viewers are much younger now. Well, okay, the game's faster. We know the rules changes they made. But the out-of-home viewers are also more likely to be the younger viewers who weren't getting counted.
Correct. And
so it's a double win for baseball as they think, when can we negotiate another round of TV deals? Let's do it.
They're currently doing a bunch of that right now.
Oh, lucky us.
I know. But the other thing they pointed to is that 15-inning marathon between the Mariners it wasn't Cleveland.
It's the Tigers.
Tigers. They said that one actually drew a lot of eyeballs because social media started reacting to it, so more and more people started tuning into it as it progressed.
It all makes sense. All our viewing habits work in favor of live sports. And pretty much every league, the NBA just tripled their TV rights. The NFL and college football are both just crushing it this year with ratings through the roof. And sports is having another moment.
And we've got guys like Cody Campbell in the college football realm who wants to take all of the rights and collectively bargain them. And he thinks he could get $7 billion plus. So
if they don't compete against each other.
Correct. But
put it in there and then hold everybody hostage. When you have a monopoly, you can make more money.
It's shocking.
You just have to have the government say, we're done with capitalism. Feel free to have a monopoly.
We want
no more competition. Go make your cash.
Antitrust exemption. Here you go. Yeah, no, you're a good point.
Boston Red Sox third baseman Alex Bregman opting out of a deal with the team after one season and will re-enter the free agent market. He is open to re-upping with Boston after opting out of his 3-year, $120 million deal. All these TV ratings, all this cash floating around, Alex will get back in line again. Hey, if the owners are going to get back in line with the TV networks, the players might as well get back in line with the owners. More cash, please. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Utah Mammoth, after 3 straight on the road, open the home portion of their schedule tonight. The Calgary Flames are here. The Mammoth, 1 win, 2 losses through the first 3. Calgary's off to a 1-3 start. A couple of teams looking to pick up a win, get back to 500, or in the case of the Flames, at least get close to it. They're at the Delta Center tonight. Puck drops at 7:30. Coverage starts on the Zone with Hockey Night in Utah at 6:30. And Ottawa Senators and Team USA star Brady Tkachuk will miss at least a month with an injury to his right hand, according to Ottawa's head coach Travis Green. He was injured Monday when he was cross-checked against Nashville. Surgery is an option, but he's going to miss at least 4 weeks rehabbing. And that is what is trending, brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, we're talking rivalry today. 8 o'clock, Riley Jensen will be here for his weekly visit. We'll get an Aggie view of the rivalry. Then the former Cougar Brian Keel at 9 o'clock. The former Ute Jake Murphy at 9:30. Also, to win tickets Wednesday. Later in the show, you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Eric Church's Free the Machine tour at the Delta Center on October 23rd. DJ and PK, stay with us. The question of the day, hot takes or toast, coming up next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Going to crash I-15 northbound approaching the I-80 East exit in South Salt Lake. It's blocking the 2 center lanes. Traffic's quickly backing all the way into Murray. Traffic is also getting very busy on the other major roads across the Wasatch Front, so add some extra time to your commute this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving and actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA and see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage, Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
High school football is back for another exciting season, and Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness. Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for Utah. Kalani Sitake asked to evaluate Ute quarterback Devin Dampier.
Super talented, and he's tough, man. He has great vision in the passing game and in the running game. He's an efficient player. He knows where to go with the ball, and he's well coached. I think Jason Beck's done a great job tutoring him, mentoring him. He looks really comfortable out there, and whatever you need him to do, he's willing to do it. I think a lot of attention will go to his legs because he can run, but he can throw too.
Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn the quiet up, turn the noise down. Let this old world just spin around. I wanna feel it sway.
Stop by the Pickler in Lehigh Friday for the Social Health Games 2025. That event is free for families, bounce houses, axe throwing, food trucks, and more. Plus, Jake and Ben will be broadcasting live from 10 to noon. We'll see you at the Pickler in Lehigh Friday.
Well, I'd like you to be there on that axe throwing.
Nice.
Let me see if I can hit that.
Probably could. Question of the morning. Hot takes or toast? When do you want the game played? Kevin, we get to choose? Question mark? Scary face?
No.
You really don't, Kevin. Just for the purposes of a radio show for one segment you get to, but no.
Sports radio is about opinion.
You will be assigned to game time, Kevin, and you'll have to enjoy the game at said date and time. But we can dream. And that's what we'll do for the next few minutes. Samuel wants it on the rivalry week, same as the other big rival games. Jared's right there with him. Rivalry week. Joshua, if we play the last week of the year, the game's going to get buried at 8:15 behind all the Big Ten and SEC rivalry games. Week after Red River, 6 p.m. on Big Fox. It's the biggest existing rivalry in the conference. Put it on a week where they can get a good TV window. Plus, it's not as cold, and the quality of football is higher. Quality of football can be plenty high enough last week of the season, can it? Why is it higher now?
I think you're just playing the odds on injuries. The more you play, the more you have an opportunity to have injuries.
I don't think they're doomed to 8:15 on rivalry weekend. Fox has some windows they got to put Big 12 football in. And we do have people, and Christopher points this out, Friday or Saturday after Thanksgiving. And we had Mark Harlan on who offered up there talking about what about a game on Wednesday night? Kick off the whole weekend. Be the only game on.
Well, they would play Thursdays, so why not Tuesday of Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Randy just wants it to be the last game of the season, and Alex wants it when it matters the most.
Okay, if you want it when it matters the most, it might be earlier, though, because right now, and I think it'll hold, but we don't know for sure, obviously, that both teams are in the thick of things. Well, if you go out and lose a couple of games later, then you're not in the thick of things. The more games you play, the more opportunity you have to lose. So right now, we've played a third of the conference season, right? And these teams schedule these cream puff non-conference games. So
the odds are you're going to have a pretty good record.
Yeah. And if you would have tougher games in November, you may lose them and then be out of it. Well, right now, they're both in it. We don't know in a month that both are still going to be in it. And BYU's got to go play at Iowa State and Texas Tech.
That could knock them out of it.
Yeah.
And we have seen that. If you go back to in the Mountain West days, there were times that the teams were out of it.
I don't want to go back. I want to stay in the present.
The stadium was half empty and people didn't love it and it didn't carry the same weight. It needs to have – somebody's got to be playing for a berth in the title game for it to really have juice.
I disagree on that.
Okay. Well, it didn't have juice before the place.
Well, I mean, that's your definition of juice. Yeah. And I guess attendance is the – I thought it was TV ratings. Now it's attendance. I look for passion. I mean, they played when nobody was there, and was their passion. Then that's the most important thing. Because if I can have a stadium full, jam-packed, and if the participants don't have passion, a la the NBA All-Star Game, who cares what the attendance is?
Yeah, that doesn't usually happen in college football. Usually the passion on the field follows the packed stadium. I mean, they don't usually have a packed stadium.
Man, I would be destroyed as a coach if I couldn't get my guys up and I had to worry about what was in the stands. I remember talking to Elaine Elliott about that, and women's basketball wasn't drawing 500, 1,000 people, and they said they had to create and initiate and sustain their own passion for the game and not worry about that. So that's something that I would be very nervous as a coach, that my players had passion because somebody bought a ticket or got a free ticket. I want them to, the idea of competition, to win, to give your best effort. And if it has to be because somebody says, oh, I'm going to go to this game, that's what determines it, man, I
Football's
think you
just
failed.
such a big deal. They go hand in hand. I mean, theoretically, I get your point, and I agree with it. And there are sports where you're right. It's not going to fill a 15,000-seat arena, and you do have to create the passion. But football's such a big deal. I was thinking about that Utah, I think it was Utah game. Yeah, it was Utah, Colorado, and you went over to cover it, and there was nobody there. And now the Utes did create the passion for themselves to win the game.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
But
Thank you.
But it doesn't have the juice of a rivalry game. It's why we mocked it as a rivalry. And Colorado didn't have the passion, and the fans knew it, and it was empty.
Right, and thankfully Utah didn't care. That's exactly the point I'm making.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. That's precisely what I'm saying.
But we want the rivalry game. We just think rivalry games come with full stadiums and lots of passion and people going crazy. That's what we get in this rivalry. And it's why Utah and Colorado never was a rivalry.
And that's what's great about this rivalry is you don't need great records to have all this stuff going on. Yeah, that's what's great about it. And I don't remember what the attendance was in some game you're citing, so I can't speak to it. And then I don't look at the stands when I watch the games in the press box. I look at the players and what they're doing and how they're looking to play. And certainly they want a full stadium. I don't think that the administrators want a full stadium for passion. They want a full stadium for dollars.
Now you're talking. Show me the money.
Yes, and that's what it always boils
Well, in that
down
case,
to.
the administrators would like Jim's response. Jim, when do you want the rivalry game to be played? Jim, it don't matter to me. Jim's going to show up whenever they play the game. Play it in September, play it in October, play it in November. We've seen it. You don't have to be here very long to see it in every month. It's in the last decade. It's been played in every month.
Yeah, it has. If you want the most stakes, and I understand that, what you then need both teams to be really good all through the season, and that might not happen. And both these teams could lose a couple of ball games. And it doesn't mean that they're bad teams by any stretch.
No,
because there's a winner and loser in every game.
Yeah.
But they can lose a couple, and the implications wouldn't be as strong.
It could be 8-3 versus 8-3, and neither one of them.
pretty good.
Yeah, they're both having pretty good seasons. But to your point, if that's going to mean at least 2 conference losses the way they schedule now, and it might mean all 3.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Kevin says, I like the traditional last game of the season, but I'm just glad they're back to playing every year. Kevin, grateful for what he does have, not worried about what he doesn't, since they didn't play 3 of the last 5 years.
Oh, man, that's a cool old Dominion song.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's real. You wouldn't know it, but
I wouldn't.
It's a really good tune. For what I have, not what I had. Yeah, it's about Gal has blown him off, but he's fine, man. He drives by her house. He still sleeps at night now. No big deal. It's a great tune. I love it. I love those types of tunes. Or I'll get you back. I'll show you. Those are my favorite. I wouldn't mind it at the end of the year, but I'm geeked about it this week. And with the opportunity of both teams being in, and we've started to create some levels of division in the conference. We're far enough along. We have 6 games of evidence, 3 within the conference. And even to that degree, it is still based on who you play halfway through. Obviously, to an extent, I was going to say, well, that evens out. But it doesn't even out completely now.
It really doesn't.
With these teams, these conferences being so massive that who you end up playing. But, I mean, that's luck or bad luck of the draw. And what are you going to do about it? You can't complain about it. I guess you can, but nothing is going to change. They're going to schedule who they schedule, and you have to win your games, irregardless if a team down the street has an easier schedule or you have an easier schedule. You just don't know. So the good thing is right now is there's opportunities here for both teams to really solidify. I think this is this game, the solidifier. Yeah.
It's a solidified Saturday, people.
Yeah, I like it. Another marketing thing that they can use. Here you go, your mark.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
It's a gift.
Because you get to this point, and little by little, teams are in, teams move out.
Got 9 teams on 2 losses now.
Yeah.
It feels like they're out. They need some upsets to move them back in.
Right. So
it could happen, and it did happen last year. But it's not going to happen every year.
Yeah, maybe one upset that obviously Kansas beating BYU comes to mind. I don't know what time the game time would be. I mean, we're going to end up seeing Colorado play both the teams, and both were late Saturday nights. Colorado is a team that had been so attractive that they were getting the prime time games. They were getting better time games than not literal prime time, but better time games in terms of not being so late. And now here they are, both of our teams play them, and it turns out they're both going to be after 8 o'clock. And you would probably bet with Colorado, oh no, that wouldn't happen because Colorado tends to draw eyeballs, so they get to play earlier. And sure enough, both BYU and Utah play them way late.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, I wouldn't have bet on that.
I wouldn't either, but Colorado's 3-4, so they don't have quite the flash they used to have.
They didn't have it. They had it. This is his 3rd season. They've only had it for 1, and it seems like most of the games have been a much better time.
So it'd be a roll of the dice for Thanksgiving weekend?
I suppose. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Maybe they could get one of those games where they're scheduled in on Friday.
Right, but I don't know what that means. You have more opportunities, more TV windows, literally, because you have 2 days versus 1, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works, and I'm not going to worry 1 second about how it works. I don't need to know how it works. It makes no difference how it works to me because I just control the TV dial that I can control.
Nice. The remote only works so much magic.
Yeah.
Arizona State ever moved their game off Thanksgiving weekend? Or has it always been there? It seems like they've been on, not every year, but it seems like they've been on a lot of Fridays.
I want to say there was a couple of times in the Pac-10 that things, for whatever reason, but I could be wrong. I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah.
I don't.
You don't keep track of that stuff.
I like to look forward in sports, not back.
Well, looking forward, I expect it's still going to bounce around the calendar. And if they do get a late game one year, I'd be surprised if it happened every year. I would expect that maybe one year, for whatever reason, it'll get plugged in there based on expectations. But I think moving around the middle of the calendar is probably more likely.
Well, how do they figure that? I think they've made a statement, we don't want that game this time. So I wouldn't expect it to be. There's no way you can anticipate in April what's going to happen in November. Not with 16 teams.
You
can't.
So maybe they just keep plugging it in. Well, it was in November last year, but it wasn't. It was still early November.
I think I don't understand how they do it. To me, there's no rhyme or reason. We'll just do it this day, and then we'll do it that day. I mean, there's one in October, one in November. They don't explain it. There's no
they do not
explanation behind. Well, this is why we're doing what we're doing. No one's. I should have asked you, your Mark. We had him on the air over there in the Dallas area
next year,
but I didn't think of it. Actually, now that I think about it,
yeah, but you only get so much time, and there's a bunch of questions. You could probably do an interview 2 or 3 times as long as you get.
Well, especially me, I have to share.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate for the listener.
Get one question out of 2 or 3.
Yeah, and so remind me.
Yuck, remind me. I'm passing the buck.
A, if I'm still alive. B, if I'm still employed. C, if I'm sent.
I also do have a long-standing request to have Brett Yormark on this very show, so maybe one day.
There's a lot of variables that going to have my gluteus maximus in the Dallas area at that time. So I don't know. I assume I'll be employed in July. I assume I'll be alive. And I assume I'll be sent. But that's 3 ASSUMEs.
You know what happens.
Yeah, that's a lot of ASSUMEs. You know what I mean? It is. Right. You start getting 4 or 5 ASS UMEs, I mean, it gets dicey.
Living on the edge.
You know what I mean? But that's a question that should be asked. How do you determine it? Okay, you've decided, I think you've made a statement that you're not going to have it in the last week of November. Okay. Well, life goes on. We can all live with it, right? I don't think it's that big of a deal. But then how do you figure, well, it's only been 2 cases, but 1 in October, 1 in November. What is going into that to figure out, well, last year we needed it in November. This year we need it in October. It's not like the Jazz and now the Mammoth. You've got dates, you've got concerts, you've got the circus, all this stuff. They got private stuff over there that nobody ever hears about. That one year we were over there and we found out Elton John was there the night before playing some corporate event.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Elton John, right?
Yeah, Elton John, fairly big name. Come on, Elton John wasn't here. Dude, it's corporate, it was private.
Right.
Wasn't for all the people.
So you don't have that in these stadiums. I mean, LaVell Edwards Stadium just has the 4th of July thing. I don't know that it has anything else. Utah has the truck show and concerts and whatnot.
Motocross.
But all that's in the
spring,
better weather.
Summer, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really affect the fall most of the time. So it doesn't appear to be building availability. No. Is it the fact that TV is telling the Big 12 offices, Yormark and his folks, okay, this is when we want it. So you do what we tell you. Does it work like that? I don't know. You would probably have a better idea than I would.
I know a little bit, but I have a lot of the same questions. I do know that they do try to figure out who's good, who the best teams are, and what's going to look best. Obviously, they miss sometimes. And that's why they want the ability to move the game times. But they do try to figure that out. Hey, we need a big game here. We need a big game there. And you talk to SIDs, and they'll tell you, yeah, we've gotten calls.
I think they're all big. I think what you're trying to say is more attractive to draw eyeballs. And it's a TV show, so I get it. Why wouldn't they? I mean, that's why it's hard for me to get into winning and losing in sports, is it's a TV show. The design is to make money. Not the design isn't to win. It's designed to make money.
There it is.
As much money as you could possibly make. Every last cent you want to scoop up. And so they're going to slant things in the manner of that's the way it is. You want any form of pure competition, you got to go to the high school level, basically. And I'm talking about competition. I'm not talking about winning region championships and so forth, because those are to just determine who has open boundaries. But, I mean, once you're in a region, everybody plays everybody. And at this level, they don't. So they can finagle the schedules to, it's like the NIT would do. Who did they want in New York? They could finagle it to see who they wanted in New York.
The Big 12 did set up the rotation 4 years in advance. Okay, these teams are going to play this many times. But still, which of those games they plug in which year?
What rotation is that?
We can find the press release out there.
It's called the schedule matrix.
Well, then what was the schedule matrix? BYU played ASU last year and they're not playing them this year. So what
but they decided
rotation is it?
There's a rotation about whether you play a team 2 times in 4 years, or you play them 3, or you play them 4. And that was all.
Who the hell pays attention to that?
That was all set out. We did when it came out. We actually did a segment on it.
Was I within the bathroom? Was my stomach upset?
No, you were here.
No, you were here.
Yeah, I didn't participate in that. I was dreaming about other stuff, beaches. That doesn't make any sense. A 3-year rotation, a 4-year rotation, a 2-year rotation. Well, what 2-year rotation? So what is it? BYU played ASU last year. That's a 1-year rotation.
I think BYU plays ASU 3 times in 4 years, but I have to look it up to remember, to know.
Nobody knows that. There's not a soul on
It's
the
out
planet.
there. I can
Go
Google
ahead.
it
Go
for you.
start looking.
Yeah.
But don't tell me, because I don't give a crap, because I ain't going to be here in 4 years anyway, so it doesn't matter. So he's going to look it up.
Yeah.
No, nobody cares.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crash on the exit ramp from I-15 southbound to 3300 south in Salt Lake. A truck is facing backwards on the exit ramp, blocking the left lane in the shoulder. Big delays on I-15 northbound from Lehigh all the way into South Salt Lake due to two different multi-vehicle crashes along that stretch of I-15. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Attention Wasatch Front business and property managers. Don't wait for bad weather to schedule your professional snow service with GoPave Utah. They are your complete parking lot safety expert. They start with GoPave Utah and GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Welcome back. How's the new Outback?
I love it.
Glad to hear.
I was wondering if I could test drive maybe another?
Of course. Which one?
How about that one?
But that's another Outback. You already have an Outback.
Yeah, but I don't have a red one.
Test drive the new 2025 Subaru Outback at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork and get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Outbacks. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing You don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah heading to Provo and Kyle Whittingham on why there's been less of Smith Snowden on offense.
The emergence of Daniel Bray, he's given us a lot of the same type of play that we would get from Smith Snowden. And so with him coming along and with us getting just a little bit of thinness in the secondary, that is what's precipitated the change. Now Smith will still play some offense, but not as heavy a load as he was earlier.
This Utah Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To this day, when I hear that song, I see you standing there on that lawn.
The artist of the day today is Eric Church. We'll be giving away tickets to see Eric Church later today here on a Win Tickets Wednesday. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. We'll give away those tickets coming up in the 8 o'clock hour.
There's nothing like a July Saturday night.
In October, that sounds pretty good right now, doesn't it?
Sounds good in July. It sounds good in all 12 months. If they had 13, it would sound good then. It's a July, and you got to say July Saturday night, not July.
2 syllables.
That's the way he sings it. A July Saturday night. Whoa, 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 whoa.
We'll get into this coming up with Riley Jensen, college football expert. He's going to join us in our next segment.
Yabba dabba do.
Kyle Whittingham wouldn't say, but what does he really think about Grizzly Bear Bachmeier?
He would love him. He was on his team. He would
wear 47, be a big physical quarterback, run the ball up the middle.
No, he'd be a linebacker.
Maybe a safety.
No, he's not fast enough.
Have you met Chase Hansen?
He'd be a
but
linebacker.
If he's not as fast, Chase Hansen's he's fast.
I'm just saying, like that. We're talking.
Yep.
Go from playing offense to playing defense.
Yeah, I don't know that he'd play quarterback because somewhere along the line, Kyle thought it was most difficult as a coordinator to defend a scrambler, and that's always been his goal.
Running quarterback, hard to defend.
I mean, he knows a trillion more than me, but I think he overstates that. You want a mobile quarterback. You don't need a running quarterback.
I'm with you on that. Extend the play. Let your receivers get open for a big play.
Yeah. And just have the feel. I mean, Rising was pretty good at that. And he was mobile enough. But he certainly wasn't a running quarterback.
No, but he was mobile enough.
Yeah.
Extend plays, take off and get your first down.
Right.
Or a touchdown.
Yeah. But I think he would love Grizzlies' toughness and the fact that he is a guy who is under control at all times. It's something that has been so impressive is that you knew they were going to come. So it's not like you wanted interceptions, but you knew they had to come. They're always going to come. There's no quarterback who doesn't throw them, right? It doesn't matter who you are. And I was so intrigued to see how he would respond, how he would literally act in the moment, and then how he'd respond. In the beginning of his NBA career, Gordon Hayward, they'd run a play for him at the end of the game. He would go throw up some junk and then just almost want to cry. His whole body would slump.
Shoulders drooping.
Yeah.
Head down.
Instead of, man, I am going to get it next time. I mean, you saw Kobe Bryant throw up air balls here. That sucks, but I'm going to go in the gym tonight and do it. And maybe Gordon just needed some more confidence and some more establishment in the league before he wasn't doing well. And then he had an opportunity, and then we went up to Boston. He was never going to be the man anyway. Even though he thought and his family thought he had the game. He didn't have the game. He had the game here, but he didn't have it over there in Boston. I realized he had the injury. With Bear, I love watching the fact that he threw the pick, didn't seem fazed, and didn't hinder him. He has the game last week against Arizona where the snap gets away from him, picks it up, and then tries to gun one in on the run 20 yards downfield. Now, it was a bad decision, but the fact that he had the confidence to do it, that's what matters more to me than somebody sliding over and making the pick and getting in front of, I think it was Ryan. I can't remember who the pass was intended for, but slides over and makes the pick. The fact that Bachmeier had the desire and the want to do that shows me he's got confidence in his game. And they can teach him, okay, don't do that, look for this and that. That's all fixable. But I want somebody who believes he can get it done, and he believes he can get it done. And he's not high, he's not low. And as soon as they scored, he scores the touchdown, he raises 2 fingers over to the bench. You can see it on television immediately. That's confidence. I think Kyle would love that.
The fact that confidence has been on full display twice now. Coming from behind, conference road wins, those can be really hard to get. And now twice they've dug out of a hole. Don't necessarily expect that with a freshman quarterback at the helm. When things go bad, sometimes they just stay bad. But they've gotten off the deck twice now. And he's made plays along the way.
Is he just a freshman in name only now?
No, I always hate that. He's a freshman. Well, he's got 6 games of experience. Okay, well, then the sophomore has 6 games of experience, so he's really a junior. The junior's really a senior and a senior.
It's not grade. The only time we use that as a grade is a first-year freshman, and the only time we use it is for quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, certainly you feel more comfortable in general, take a label, you're going to feel more comfortable about a quarterback who's had 6 starts than one who's had 0 starts.
And that's pretty much the only position.
So if you want to grade it as a learning curve, you would think / hope that, it makes sense that they'd be making the most improvement at that point.
And you're taking a whole group of people. Okay, but not everybody's going to fit that mold.
No, it isn't. No. There's people who don't break out until their 15th game.
And
you
there
never
are people
know.
who don't break out
People
ever.
who don't break out at all. Oops, turns out you're not the guy.
Yeah. So we're just using it as a general term, and I think it applies as first-year freshman. But no one was saying, man, that Austin Collie, man, he ran that bad route. He's a first-year freshman. No, it's receiver. It doesn't matter as much. But this position matters from that perspective, and you need that experience. But I'm done with the first-year freshman type thing.
Still a first rivalry game. Ton of emotion in this. Maybe it's an advantage, and maybe it's an advantage coming from outside the state. Maybe they won't feel it. I mean, all the questions about, have you explained it to them? They really need to know. If they don't know, they can't go out and play well. Maybe be oblivious to the pressure that could cripple somebody else.
You can know as much as you know without having gone through it. But once you go through it, that raises your knowledge up a level. But that's for everybody. And that's what Bronco was talking about, to be able to have that intensity. And he didn't prepare his guys to the level that they needed because he didn't understand the intensity. Well, it took him one game, and then he had it.
Riley Jensen, college football expert, former Aggie quarterback, is going to join us next. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Well, here we are, straight up the middle of October. Man, how about that? This month is half over. Is your life half over? Well, nobody knows for sure, obviously. Well, with that in mind, what we want is to make sure that we have the opportunity, however long we live, to enjoy it. And you're going to need some finances, particularly down the line when you start nearing toward retirement, right? So here's what you do. Don't go it alone. Get with some people who know what they're talking about. And those folks, Trajan Wealth. I'm going to read you a testimonial of somebody who went through it. Listen to what I've been telling them, and this is their result. I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while, but now I'm actually a client. Let me tell you, they made retirement planning simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. I feel more confident, more prepared, and honestly relieved. If you've ever wondered if your plan could be better, get a second opinion from Trajan Wealth. Why not, man? You're going to do it in other aspects of your life, right? You get estimates on your house, your car, whatever it might be. Do it for your finances. Call Trajan Wealth today, and you call them, initial consultation will be for free, so you got nothing to lose. They'll take the time to see where you're at, where you want to go, and what are some of the ways to go about getting there, right? Sounds simple. It's not simple. It's complex. That's why you need people who understand all the laws and rules and regulations that go into it. So give them a call. That phone number is 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. Places to meet with them are in Draper and in Farmington. And the website, a lot of information. TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
If you've been quoted for a new furnace or AC and it felt more like a sales pitch than a solution, you're not alone. Many home service companies in Utah have been bought out by big corporations focused on profits, not people. At Your Service Pros is different. Locally owned, family operated, 5-star rated, and trusted by Utah families for over 20 years. Let them help you with their $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. Because they know things are tight and want to help you prep your home affordably. Get a free second opinion because you deserve honest answers. If your system can be repaired, they'll fix it. If it needs replacing, they'll show you affordable options. Their goal is to earn your trust, not upsell you. Let At Your Service Pros be your pro and go-to for heating, air, plumbing, and electrical. Call 801-YOUR-PRO or online at atyourservicepros.com. At Your Service Pros, 801-YOUR-PRO. Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems. With refreshments and hospital services for the community. community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's The Zone. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Back and forth on her front porch. I put up sling and gravel in my daddy's Ford. She cried all the way to Johnson's store. I kept the motor running and parked.
Join Hans and Scotty tomorrow for the Ute Preview Show. Brought to you by Beehive Meals. DJ PK, we're joined once again by Riley Jensen, our college football expert and mental performance coach. Riley, good morning.
My guys.
Riley, we got a rivalry game right in front of us. We got a freshman quarterback playing in it. We can ask about the other first-time quarterback playing in it, but Dampierre's got a few more games under his belt. You also do the mental performance coach work. What are the odds that a freshman in his first rivalry game is going to have his play impacted by it, or do you think that's something kid from California didn't grow up obsessing about this game, presumably, year in and year out since elementary school? No big deal. Don't worry about that. Look at other stuff deciding the game.
Well, I don't know that it's not a deal, and I don't know that it's a big deal. And so I think that if this was his first start, it would be gigantic. The nerves would be really, really difficult to deal with. The pressure situations, all that kind of stuff, that might be a little bit overwhelming. I think one of the things that is going to be difficult for him in this game is Utah gives you the illusion that you can have a big game passing, and they typically don't let teams pass very well. And what I mean by that is they play a ton of man-to-man. When you play on an offensive team that can move the ball, you think to yourself, well, my guy's going to get open. You know, this team that we're watching on film wasn't able to get open in man-to-man, but our guy's going to get open because he wins his one-on-one matchups. And that typically just doesn't come to fruition against the University of Utah. It doesn't matter who they're playing against. I remember thinking with the University of Utah, when they go to the Pac-12 and they're playing against real receivers and not Mountain West Conference receivers, they're not going to be able to play that man-to-man pressure defense. And I was totally wrong. And so I think what's going to happen is he's going to go into this game feeling pretty confident, where we're going to see where he's made of as far as mental toughness goes is when his receivers aren't getting open as easily and when it's not so easy to just throw the ball downfield. Is he going to be able to make plays with his feet? Is he going to be able to keep his eyes downfield as he's scrambling and then be able to hit somebody? And I think that's going to be more the measure of how he plays. But this is going to be a game that's as much pressure and as much difficulty that he's ever played in, whether he knows it or not.
What's the fine line between having confidence and recklessness in terms of, I think I can get the ball in there and then it gets picked?
That's a hard one to learn, right? I mean, I think you look at Zach Wilson and Jackson Dart, and they went through their preseasons in their rookie year, and they have to figure out with their arm strength what they can do in the pros and what they can't. Well, the same thing happens in college, right? Like, can I fit this in there? Can I not fit this in there? But I think a smart quarterback is not so worried about whether he can fit it in there. I think a smart quarterback is, can I throw this away from the defender where my receiver gets it or nobody else gets it? For example, on a post route, if there's a one high safety or two high safety, where's the safety located? And if the safety is located deep, you can't throw that ball. You just cannot throw it. You have to check down. You have to take what the defense gives you. And that's what great quarterbacking is knowing when to put it in there and when not to put it in there. But I'll say this, Bear has been way better than I thought he was going to be. He's still going to make mistakes. He might make a mistake on Saturday. I don't think he's going to make as many mistakes as most freshmen make. I see too many confidence throws. I see too much in his ability to be able to read defenses and make plays with his feet, that he's not going to make a ton of mistakes. Now, just like against Colorado and just like last week, he's going to make some mistakes. And some of them are head scratchers. But what I love about Bear Bachmeier is his ability to make a mistake and not let that event ruin, the rest of the day. It used to be, it's like my mom used to say when I was young, did you really have a bad day or did you have a bad 5 minutes and you milked it for the rest of the day? Did you really have a bad game or did you have a bad play and you milked it the rest of the game? Bear doesn't milk it. He's not a powder. He's like, okay, what's next? How can I get better? What happened? Why did that happen? And I think that bodes well for BYU this weekend.
Riley, I've had a bad life.
Have you had a bad life or did you have a bad day and you milked it for the rest of your life?
You're getting closer to the truth there. You've known Jay Hill a long time. You've watched his defenses a long time. How is he going to attack a Utah offense that clearly can run the ball and clearly doesn't have a deep passing game and doesn't seem to care, and they maul most people, Texas Tech accepted? What's Jay going to do? How's he going to attack that?
So the longer that Kalani has been a coach and the longer that Jay Hill's at BYU, the more I feel like this is the Spider-Man meme, right? Where, like, Spider-Man's dressed up and he's pointing at the other Spider-Man like, hey, wait a minute. Like, who's Spider-Man here? Because they play so much alike, right? And Jay Hill, I've said this before, he's better at adjustments than any coach that I've ever seen on the defensive side of the ball. And he has this confidence and this ability to confuse quarterbacks, to make it difficult. But I think you're going to see a lot from this BYU defense that's similar to what Texas Tech did. I think the safeties are going to be up in the box. I don't think they're as worried about the deep threats as maybe some teams would be. And I think they're going to do the exact same thing that University of Utah has done forever with their formula. They're going to take away the run game, and they're going to force you to throw. And once you become one-dimensional, there will be all kinds of schemes and all kinds of fun things that Jay Hill draws up. And I think that's true with Morgan Scalley, too. I mean, this is going to be a really, really – I think it's going to be a difficult game for both offense coordinators. I don't see this being a game that's in the 30s. I see it being more like the game last year where maybe you sneak into the 20s, but this is going to be a difficult game for both offensive coordinators.
So the theory is if you're one-dimensional, that is a negative. But how about you're one-dimensional and you're really good at that dimension?
Well, that doesn't really matter because, like when I've had really good teams and we're one-dimensional, Mostly, and let me back up a little bit. Mostly, if you're one-dimensional and you can only throw, it's difficult. Because look, if you're a passing team, you're going to get some big plays. Now, if you can manage those big plays and hold them to a 21-yard gain instead of a 90-yard pass play, then that's great. But what happens when you become one-dimensional in the passing game is, number one, there's all kinds of different disguises that you can put in, and your defensive linemen now know that you're passing the ball, and the linebackers know that you're passing the ball, and you can draw up some blitzes and some clever ways to put pressure on the quarterback before he's comfortable letting go of the ball. Now, if you can run the ball, that keeps you off balance. You can't just pin your ears back and come after the quarterback. Now, if you're one-dimensional and all you can do is run the ball, typically that's a formula for a pretty good team. I mean, look at Navy, look at Air Force, look at Army over the years. Like, they're never, like, fantastic, but they usually have a winning record.
Right.
Because they can run the ball.
Yeah.
Right? But when you force a team to just pass the ball, I'll tell you the difficulty as an offense coordinator. If all I can do is pass the ball and you get me in 3rd and 4 and 3rd and 5 every time, it's really hard to be creative and find different ways to just get a first down and keep the chains moving. And so what happens is you can get a lot of 3 and outs, then your offense is on the field, your defense is resting, and then they're coming back and they're like, they can't run the ball. We're coming after them. And so to me, if you're one-dimensional and you can only throw the ball, you're in a lot of trouble. Now, I went through that whole diatribe of why it's important not to be one-dimensional, but both of these teams can run the ball. I mean, you got the running back, Big 12 Player of the Week from BYU, and you got Dampier and this offensive line for the University of Utah that can run the ball. To me, the Texas Tech game is now an anomaly. They've shown that they can run the ball in every other game that they've played in, and BYU has shown that they can run the ball in every game that they play in, and that is going to be, I think, the question mark of the game. Who establishes the run early and who starts winning that game early in the game, and whoever can establish the run will probably win the football game.
You mentioned the service academies. It's not like they're running the triple option here, but there's so many, the youth run so many fly sweeps, fake the handoff on the fly sweep, guy in motion, and sometimes you see a guy running away from the ball because he's trailing the guy. It looks like defenses are playing assignment football like we always used to hear when Air Force was coming to town. And they've still got the running back run game and the quarterback run game, so in a weird way, are those 3 options giving them enough diversity that even though it's almost all running all the time, there's enough diversity the defense still doesn't know what the heck's going on?
Yes, no question. I mean, look, the spread option is basically the wishbone run out of shotgun. I mean, you can make some arguments against me on that, but for the most part, in the 1960s and 70s, wishbone was just king, right? And then there was a little shift in the 80s to not getting your quarterback killed because he was so important to the team. And then we got back to 2004, 2007, and all of a sudden all these quarterbacks are running again. It's basically wishbone principles that are run out of shotgun. So when you watch the University of Utah, this spread option, and these guys faking one way and going another, I mean, these are all like original, like triple option principles just run out of shotgun. And it's fascinating because you still can't stop it. The question is, how many times do you run your quarterback? And I know that both of these programs have pitch counts for their quarterback on how many times they run the ball, with the exception of rivalry games. And so don't be surprised if Dampier runs the ball a ton this game. Don't be surprised if Bear Bachmeier runs the ball. I would not be surprised if both quarterbacks run the ball 20 times in this game in different looks and different ways, because rivalry games and then conference championship games, the whole quarterback pitch count goes out the window.
How about Kyle not even wanting to comment on Bear Bachmeier? What message is he sending to his team?
I don't know. I mean, I just love all this stuff. I'm just going to focus on our team and what we can do. I mean, I do think he's trying to send a message of like, hey, guys, this isn't about BYU. This is about us. This is about us executing and, like you said, DJ, playing assignment football and doing our jobs. But I don't know. I mean,
so you don't know?
I don't. I don't know that that's a big message. Other than Kyle just doesn't really want to talk about it.
But he freely talks about other quarterbacks and so forth, the other opponents' players.
So maybe it is rivalry week. Maybe it's his way to just kind of irk people or troll people a little bit. But
yeah, I didn't appreciate it.
I know you. Well, you're a huge BYU fan.
Always have been.
I know, and we've always known that. And
I loved him when he was a player at BYU. I hate him as a coach at Utah.
Right. Since you got here, I mean, it's just been
here being Earth, of course.
Right. Yeah. Right. Anti-Utah ever since you got here. It's been really, really pathetic.
You should have seen me before I got here.
Well, I heard that you were a handsome devil before you got here, so no pun intended.
That's gone.
You know.
Pun intended. Punfully intended. You meant to do that. Come on.
I actually didn't, and then I realized that I did.
Yeah, you took a bow.
Yep.
Assuming this is another close game, last year was 1 point, last second field goal, special teams, all the special teams, not just the place kicking, all the special teams. You got either team with an advantage. Might make the one play that they always say, make one more play than the other guy.
I just feel like my gut feeling tells me BYU has the better special teams, which is odd to me because I feel like University of Utah has been so good at special teams over the years. But I have no numbers to back that up. I have nothing other than my gut feeling tells me that, you know, with the kicker BYU has, their punt game is solid. I feel like they do a really good job on special teams this year at BYU.
Riley, why do the ex-jocks and their commentating say the receiver sits down in the zone? He doesn't sit. He stands there. Why do they say he sits down in the zone? Drives me nuts. You can count on it. Oh, he just sits down in the zone. No, he's not.
What's a better phrase besides you ex-jocks that would make me not feel offended when you started this whole comment? And then secondly, what's a better phrase for sit down in the zone?
He finds an open area. Describe what happens.
Gosh.
Don't describe what doesn't happen.
That's like verbal vomit. He finds an open area.
Right. Well, then I can understand it. If I'm just tuning on football, suppose I grew up like DJ, hardcore soccer. That's all I cared about my whole life. But then I watched the other football, the second football, and I mean, he sits down in the zone. Well,
can we just...
Man, that makes himself a small target. He can be 6'5", but he sits down. Now he's 2.5 feet.
Listen, can we just go ahead and get all the phrases out that you hate so that we don't have to do this every week? I mean, hat on hat, sits in the zone. You
hat on hat.
Like
that is targeting. You're ejected.
See what I mean? No, it's not. That's not what it is.
Yes, it is.
No, that's not what
words change over time. Their meanings can change over time. I can list several words that used to mean something else, but now when we say it, it means entirely something different. And hat on hat was cool back in the day for the ex-jocks to say, but that literally is targeting now. You can't argue with that.
Gosh.
You cannot argue with that.
What would you prefer that I say when I'm broadcasting Weaver State games on ESPN? That he ran to green grass? Like, is that better?
He found an open area. The quarterback saw him open, but sit down in the zone?
I can say sit in the zone.
Yeah, but I want an accurate description of what is being displayed in front of me. Not sit down in the zone.
Here's why we do it, PK.
Because it's dumb. And it sounds cool. It looks like, I know football. Look at me.
It's a private club for members only. You're
right.
not in.
Right.
Not
exactly. And the listener is not in, and the viewer is not in either. I don't want to be in. I want to be over here with the listener who isn't in.
If they acknowledge our jockness, we will let them in. But you refuse. You refuse. You don't want to be in the club.
I don't.
Quit getting mad about it. Quit getting mad about it. You're not in the club.
I want accurate descriptions. You don't have to impress me with your football knowledge. Like I've said before, it's like, oh, I'm a girl dad. Oh, look at me. I'm so special. I treat everybody the same. You're trying to make a political statement. I hate political statements.
Yeah. Well, we're just making jock statements. That's all we're doing.
Right. That's a political statement. Exactly.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Riley, if he doesn't sit down in the zone, he's going to keep running, and either the quarterback is going to get his guy blown up by a linebacker waiting for him in that zone, or the linebacker's going to pick it off.
Right. So if he gets blown up by the linebacker, that's targeting right there, and that guy's ejected. You can't blow up anybody anymore.
Well, you can.
No, you can't. They call it every time.
It's true. It's a lot easier to throw down the middle than when I was playing.
If you make a big hit, it doesn't even matter. As long as if the crowd goes, ooh, they got to throw the flag. That's what the game is turned into.
Can I just ask a question?
No.
So I was peeking at the BYU game while I was broadcasting the Weber State game. Which probably, I shouldn't admit that, right? But
You wouldn't be the first person to watch a different game while you broadcast
DJ was watching
the game.
BYU. He was watching football when he was calling soccer.
Was Kalani super mad about Glasker's hit because they called helmet to helmet, and then they said no, it's not helmet to helmet, but they still enforced the penalty? Is that what he was mad about?
Probably, yeah. I think he was mad about everything. It was a crazy call. A quarterback has the ball, and it's a late hit. Well, no, it was. Then it was targeting. Then it wasn't because he blew him up. Targeting.
Right. No, that's what.
And then they go, it's not targeting, but we'll call a late hit, and the quarterback literally has the ball. How could it be a late hit if the quarterback has the ball? Doesn't make any sense. It's a joke.
How can it be a penalty if it's not targeting? Is what the question.
Freaking Big 12 refs. I hate them.
Ever since I was born.
Well, and you hate the University of Utah, and so. It's. I hope you bounce it out this week, DJ, because he's such a BYU homer.
And I hate you too.
That's because I'm a jock, though. I mean, if it came down to it, you would really like me. It's just that you have a hard time with jocks.
I do. That's why I never wore one.
You better go now, Riley. It's just going to get worse from here.
I know. I feel like this is going down somewhere where I'm not going to be able to get out of.
Yep. Thank you, Riley. Riley Jensen, college football expert, mental performance coach, talking rivalry. Football fans celebrate fall break this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh. Free community fun from noon to 5. Pickleball, 9 square, RC racing, drift carts, axe throwing, golf simulator, bounce house. Don't miss it.
What's RC racing?
Radio cars. Little tiny, like, foot-long cars.
Remote control.
I used to love that. My father would take me back in Jersey. Absolutely loved it. There was this place.
Buzzing around, and they usually on a dirt
Pine
track
Brook
and
auction.
hills.
We would go. When he say we're going to Pine Brook auction, I was like a dog who's being told you're going to go for a walk.
You start wagging your tail.
Big time. We would do it in the winter when you couldn't be outside.
Right.
I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
DJ PK, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Crash we've had a northbound I-15 in Sandy is in final cleanup stages. Speeds are improving through there slightly from Lehigh as you head towards downtown Salt Lake City. I-80 eastbound is very slow in Tooele County just as you pass Lake Point to the 201 freeway turnoff. This update is brought to you by Enbridge Gas, reminding you to prepare for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now, it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready to host Utah. 6 o'clock Saturday night, LaVell Edwards Stadium. LJ Martin on what he's learned about the rivalry.
I didn't really know a lot about it until I got here, so I kind of just saw it on social media. That's like my first impression. And actually being out here, I didn't think the game was going to be as intense because I'd never really heard about the rivalry growing up, just being from where I'm from. You know, I never really heard about it. But then once I got out here, I realized, like, it's a pretty big deal and it's a lot of fun, you know, just like last year, the fans, it was crazy. It was a lot of fun.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Put a drink in my hand?
Win tickets Wednesday, College 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE wins a pair of tickets to see Eric Church's Free the Machine tour at the Delta Center on October 23rd. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-9663. Caller 12. Good luck.
You know, I think for me, all you got to do is put a remote in my hand.
That's it?
Yeah. Want to make me happy? Just give me the remote.
The TV will start smoking.
When there's sports on.
Bounce from one game to another.
Yes. Yeah. It's so weird because as time goes on, I care less and less about the outcomes, but I want to watch them more than ever. It's like it doesn't jive. There's not a consistency there.
What is your deal?
Yeah. I mean, there's almost no outcome that I care about, but yet I want to watch them.
I find that to care about outcomes, I have to find somebody who's a fan of that team, and I have to watch them go wild over the game. Because for myself, I don't care anymore.
When's that ever happen?
It was easy working weekends.
Right, but that's
for
gone
years.
now.
I'm only a couple weeks into that, PK, so we'll see.
That's gone forever.
Yeah. I mean, I still text with people during games and stuff, so maybe that'll do it. Yeah. But just sit there and watch people living and dying, yeah, that was fun.
But that's you.
Yes, that is me. You're right. What's your point?
I know, but I don't live and die by the result of a sporting event.
No, you don't. But you do find it interesting talking to people in your neighborhood, and you know Utes, and you know Cougars, and it's fun to hear them talk about the game.
I pretend that I give a crap what they're talking about to try to be nice because she's always after me to be nice. But I don't care, but yet I want to watch.
Yeah.
And I want to participate, and I want to talk about it. And so give me a remote where I can have multiple options, and give me a computer, and I can have that game on and do all this stuff. But yet, when I go to the Scotty Scheffler line of thinking, there's like 5 or 10 minutes of, okay, great. But
then you're on to the next one.
If that's the biggest thing in your life, something's wrong.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm not talking about the participants. That's a different story. I'm talking about
they're the ones who've been
fans.
they're the ones who've been lifting weights and running and doing whatever they've been doing to get where they are. They've invested a lot of time and money and emotion, and in some of these cases, now in a lot of these cases, the way college sports has gone, their job's on the line, the money's on the line.
Right.
Yeah.
So I get that.
Right.
But Saturday night, there'll be one fan base will be ecstatic, and the other one will be so sad.
Right. But aren't you already anticipating what some of your friends and neighbors might say when you bump into them Sunday, Monday, whenever, Tuesday, whatever it is, as they live and die over the game? I mean, doesn't that entertain you?
Well, I feel compassion towards them.
Yeah.
For the ones who are
For the ones who've lost the game, and yeah.
And for the ones who win, I think, why do you make such a big deal about this? You didn't play. You didn't do anything. But and I've had people tell me, I've had a friend of mine and his brother on separate occasions say to me, and they're older now, why do I get so worked up over this? And I want to get out, but I can't. And And then his brother, man, I wish I could be like you.
You can be. Just do it.
But they can't. That's the thing, is he can't. I know. They can't. Now, I tell them, I think, well, if you've gone through the business like we have, you would. But you're not in. This is not what you do every day. You sell insurance. You teach. You work at a bank. Whatever it is that you do. Or if you're BYU, you're trying to come up with the next big money, quick fix scheme to make you rich.
Ooh.
Yeah. And then if you hit it out, then you can, we know what happens. So you got that going on there. But they can't get out. I mean, why would somebody want to pay millions to have a coach removed?
No idea.
But they do.
I know they do.
And why is this Cody Campbell financing Texas Tech to where Kyle Whittingham on Monday, when I ask him, are you seeing the correlation in the Big 12? Yeah.
Who's on
top?
Yeah, who's in first place, man?
Guy always bites my head off. And so you can see it, and it was a little bit of annoyance. I don't know if it was anger, what the right emotion would be. But that's what this guy's doing, and he takes such tremendous satisfaction out of it. It's crazy, but that's where we are. And I think it's only going to get, I don't know, not worse isn't the phrase, but more intense. Like, look at BYU. These guys, you're not going to outbid us. And basketball is right around the corner now. 1 month from today, the basketball team will be in the Boston Garden playing UConn. 1 month from today. When did we ever think that would happen?
That is a big-time program. You can make an argument, last 25 years, UConn's the best program in the country. I know there's a lot of brand names out there, but out of what UConn's
give or
done.
take, but you're right there.
Right. And Boston Garden, okay, it's not the original Garden, but it's still a pretty legendary place.
It's the city of Boston.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So, I mean, Madison Square Garden, okay. I mean, so to play that opponent in that venue, when did we see that coming? And think that the game, I don't know, toss-up? I mean, what happens?
And you're going to have a potential number one pick, an African-American who has zero connection to the Latter-day Saint Church, realizing that that's where he's from.
Brockton,
so that's part of the reason to go there. In the way
he's
that
a
they
Massachusetts
went.
kid, so
Jimmer
get him
went
back
to upstate New York. We know all that. But Jimmer is the Jimmy Chitwood of BYU. I mean, that's a story. I mean, he had, Siena and BYU. Well, he has a Latter-day Saint connection. I think his sister was out here, was a public school teacher or something, so there was some connection. Obviously, he knows of the faith. So he comes out here, and nobody makes a big deal, and little by little, he blows up. And then he blows up to a level that was unimaginable, and it was unbelievable, right? But that's the BYU story. Not getting the guy that everybody wants, and he comes out here, and he's not a Latter-day Saint, and he has no connection. Now he ends up in the Utah Prep down there, was here, and then moves down to Hurricane. But he'd already committed by then. And now, a month from today, and a lot of it, whether you want to hear it or not, is money-driven.
So is there the money there to keep football at the top, right next to Texas Tech?
The top. They're at the top. They're
Well,
17-2 in their last two seasons. That's at the top.
And to keep them there as this accelerates. Because Kansas has just gone all in. Now, it may take a little time to see this, but you got a billionaire at Kansas making a $300 million donation.
I mean, it didn't take a lot of time for Texas Tech.
Maybe it won't. Maybe Kansas will be there faster than we know.
Well, in today's world, it didn't take a lot of time. Go look at Texas Tech's softball.
Yeah.
And go look at their record.
Boom.
I mean, they were about 5-6 years ago, they're losing. Then they're going like 29-22, decent. And then they go like 55-5 last year.
Dominant.
What do?
Right,
They go buy the pitcher from Stanford.
You get a pitcher nobody can hit. That'll do it. Yeah.
And they bring her over, and she's just awesome.
So are they going to be, and I don't know how many of these other schools are going to have billionaires start writing checks for them, right? But are there going to be 2, 3, 4 teams, 5 tops, but 2, 3, 4 teams that are always going to be at the top? And injuries can get you in football. You know, you can have a great team and you have 3 quarterback injuries. Your 4th stringer probably is not going to get it done.
Yeah, but that's only psych. That's like
I know
season.
it is. So that's why I'm saying, is it going to keep them at or near the top?
And the reason why I brought this up, because I was participating in a discussion from some folks down in Arizona, right? And they're talking about, well, the idea is the $20.5 million is supposed to be what you're using to employ or to give these kids money, right? And so, but the discussion was, so like Texas, it was centered on Texas Tech. Clearly the class of the league. I was afraid that this was going to happen.
It's
and
the
it's
worst
happening.
fear coming true.
Right. But then they're saying, well, okay, but that's just now because Texas Tech was able to do all this stuff before the rules were put in place, which was just recently here.
Right.
So you can give them whatever you want.
Right. The date was in the middle of summer. Right.
Yeah. And there was no.
So in the 2 months before, you pay everybody.
Right. And they did with these transfers. They get the Bailey kid to come in from Stanford as a defensive lineman. He's a stud, blah, blah, blah.
Essentially, the salary cap kicked in like July 1.
Yeah.
So they beat the cap by paying everyone in front.
And so basically what the $20 million and $20.5, they're talking about the way it's been, I want to use the word.
Divided up?
Yeah, but I was going to say traditionally, but it's only been a few months. But the idea being is that you'd have $15 million for football.
Three quarters to football, one quarter to everything else.
Right.
Right.
And so that, and I can recall within the last 2 years of having big-time discussions with BYU coaches about this very thing. Oh, man, when they're going 7-6, and they're going to just hang on, because we're going to be all in. The administration says we're going to raise that money, and then we can really take off, right? And so they're doing well. The idea being, and then the discussion I'm having yesterday was, okay, now they got this clearinghouse deal where you have to show that the player is doing the work and blah, blah, blah to get the money.
The NIL money.
And so, but
the devil is in the details is the phrase you're looking for now.
And that's where I'm not sure that this $20.5 million and the $15 million distributed is going to level the playing field. It is there, but I'm still going to have the booster type that is going to figure out ways, whatever rule there is, the goal is then to figure out a loophole to the rule.
100%.
Yeah.
So there's a couple things that can happen. One, the clearinghouse could become a sham, and then it's the wild, wild west again. Or two, the clearinghouse rules hold up, but there's a legal challenge from some parent or booster or whoever, and the rules get crushed in a court case.
I don't see how the rules can be held up because then you're going to be overrun, and then you're going to have, what are they going to have, 1,000 people in that clearinghouse office doing this stuff nonstop? I just don't see it. So I see these kids still getting more money in the manner of a coach gets a salary, and then he gets the shoe contract, and he gets the media deal, and then on top of it, he gets cars. I know a coach was furious about the COVID because they didn't get the trip to the 5-star hotel that they get on an oceanfront property in the spring that they always get every year, which they can afford 5 times over, but they want it for free. So they're getting all these other bennies besides the salary and, the tickets and everything that goes into it. You have to look at the contracts. Is that they're going to be able to police that? I have extreme doubt about their ability to be able to police that.
And you are not alone. There's a long line of people.
So as Texas Tech, this is get used to it, boys and girls, because it is the Red Raiders.
Nobody else can have that kind of money? Nobody else can have that kind of money and compete with them?
Yeah, they can, but do you want? There's somebody who's passionate about it. It's got to be like it is in basketball with BYU. There's clearly guys. You will not outbid us. That quote will live on forever. They can ask. Santiago said it was a misquote. I don't think it was. I don't think you misquote that. I don't think the writer misquotes. You will not outbid us. That's not a long, winding, confusing quote. That's basic. That's black and white. No, I think it's the guy who said that. This is exactly what he meant.
That's what he meant. That's what he meant. It's the checks he's going to write.
Right.
And for all the energy around BYU basketball, there's always been a lot of energy around BYU football. The money's not going to flow freely there.
Right, but it's easier to be a superpower in basketball than it is football.
Well, you got to pay fewer guys.
On numbers.
Yeah. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Speeds are improving on all the major roads out there along the Wasatch Front. Slowing remains northbound I-15 from Bluffdale and to Sandy, and again from Murray all the way into downtown Salt Lake City at this moment. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jay Catcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Let's be honest. Shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
The peak of Utah cuisine isn't just about the sky-high city views. It's about food that makes you feel like you're home.
Join us 10 floors up at the Roof for unforgettable views and a culinary experience that's uniquely Utah. The Roof Restaurant, located on the 10th floor of the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building, will be reopening to the public on Friday, November 14th. The all-new restaurant design and an a la carte menu promise to deliver familiar Utah flavors with unforgettable flair. Whether it's Utah classics or historic remixes, these dishes are a tribute to the Beehive State. Indulge in the house-made Utah peach flatbread, reimagined funeral potatoes, perfectly cooked steaks, and local honey-drizzled desserts. But we don't stop there. The new menu features delicious entrees like birria beef, pork ossobuco, peach glazed chicken, fish and chips, specialty mac and cheese. The list goes on. You'll want to come back to try each item. Take your dining experience to the next level, literally. Preview the new menu and make your reservation today at theroofslc.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah and BYU Saturday night, 6 p.m. Colton Swan on his message to his players about playing at BYU.
The biggest thing probably with my guys and telling them what to do is just make sure that they know and understand their assignments. Don't go outside of your job description, right? If you try to do too much, then that's where you're going to hurt yourself. Just be in the moment, play how you're supposed to play, do what you're supposed to do, take a deep breath and play ball, and things will come your way.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah County, the Mr. Mac, Utah County High School Player of the Week, Lehigh High School wide receiver, Legend Glasker. Glasker had a 94-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, added a 20-yard rushing TD to go with 3 receptions for 55 yards in the Pioneers' 34-6 win over Lone Peak. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night live game of the week this week as the Skyridge Falcons take on the American Fork Cavemen. Catch the action tonight on KSLSports.com. the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah County Player of the Week Award, proudly presented by Mr. Mac. No one buys, no one sells, no one cares the way they do. Absolutely no one. Wednesday Night Football.
We don't have a lot of time in this seggy. Well, I got to give a little bit of a shout-out to a guy named Brent Jones.
The former 49er tight end.
Although he did play tight end in high school.
Oh.
He had a hole-in-one yesterday in our men's league.
Yeah?
And it was the second time he's had a hole-in-one at that hole.
Really?
Yes.
Did it again?
Yes.
Which hole? Which course?
I play at River Oaks.
Uh-huh.
And back 9, 10, 11, 12.
12th hole.
Yeah.
The group erupt?
Well, we're all a bunch of old guys now, so trying to see that far.
Did it go in? Maybe. I'm not sure.
They're pretty sure it went in. And so we pull up. I got out of the cart, and I sprinted over. And then I remained emotionless. But I saw it in there. So, yeah, hole-in-one on the same hole. How about that?
How many does he have in his life?
4.
Okay.
And what's really odd is all the holes in one have had the name River in the course title.
Oh, really? River Bend?
Or course name. River Bend would be one.
2 at River Oaks?
Yes.
That's 3. And the other one?
You know it. You've driven by it.
Sun River.
Not bad. Riverside.
Oh, Riverside.
Yes. Have you driven by? No, you've literally driven by Riverside. You've been on the property at Riverside.
I have been on the property at Riverside many times. We've done multiple remotes there.
Have you ever played there?
I have not.
Well, we got to get you there.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I've played it.
Let's do it.
A few times.
DJ and PK, we got Brian Keel, former BYU linebacker, joining us next. Jake Murphy, former Ute tight end, at 9:30. It's all rivalry all the time in the next 2 segments, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KCNS FM Colville, 1280 KCNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Heading with a kid in your high-top shoes, sitting in the back of the class, I was just
Join the KSL Sports Zone at Beehive Meals at our rivalry pregame bash live from UCCU. Enjoy Beehive Meals, soup, games, prizes, and tickets to the rivalry game. Don't miss it this Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. Beehive Meals. DJ, PK, and we're joined now by Brian Keel, former BYU linebacker. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How you doing?
It's rivalry week. We are doing well. I assume you are calling all your former teammates, texting with them, and trash talking any Ute you come across.
I hope there's some Utes listening right now because I'm gonna trash talk those guys. I hope there's lots tuned in. It's that time of year, boys. Let's go.
We had Austin Colley on, and I told him, I said, hey, we talked to Brian Keel, and he talked about how he's so jealous, wish he could be like 16, 17 years old, go through the whole experience again. I said, do you think about that every day?
Well, these kids, they don't know how lucky they are, man. They're so. Austin would have got paid. That's why he wish he was 17. He'd be getting paid at 16. Yeah, no, we're old and jealous, 100%.
I'm sure you would have gotten paid, too, as a premier linebacker who played in the NFL. What is your thought as you analyze the game? Because I know you have emotion, but I think you can also be rational in terms of trying to figure out who has advantages where.
Oh, it's going to be a ball game. It always is. And it's going to be an epic one. I saw somewhere the last time both teams were ranked, is that 2009? Is that did I see that correct? I mean,
was it you were you on the team then?
No, that was 2 years after me. I was there at the game though. We had a bye that week, and so I was there at the game and ran into the end zone right after Andrew George did. So yeah, I mean that was I remember that well. No, it's going to be a great game. Utah's defense they're just always freaking good. It's kind of annoying. Morgan Scalley's awesome. He's a stud. I know him well. Good dude, great football coach. He'll have those boys ready. And now the offense, is a little bit different. They got one of our guys calling the shots there. So, and they got an absolute phenom athlete at quarterback. So, I mean, they're dangerous on offense, which has been different. They've been hit or miss on offense over the last 15 years. Defense is always good, of course, but the offense is hit or miss, and now they're dangerous on offense. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a dogfight.
Wouldn't you love to play that? I mean, they're going to run 40, 45, 50 times. How many times they run? I don't know. How many snaps are they going to get in the game? They would just be coming at you.
Oh, man, I again, old and jealous. Jay Hill, I've sung his praises. I would do crazy things to play in his defense. It's so awesome. Just the schemes and the way he dials up pressure and mixes it up and gets those incredible linebackers going. I mean, I'm old and jealous. I'd love to play in this scheme and against a potent offense like Utah has. I mean, I remember the first time I really played in the game was 05 at the Velvet Stadium. Utah ended up winning in overtime. I remember there was a point right at the end of regulation, and we're standing there. Utah was getting ready to kick a field goal that would have won it. And I said to Cameron Jensen, right before the play, I was just looking at the crowd and just the atmosphere and just everything. And I said, I just a comment like, dude, where would you rather be? And in the Holy War, in the critical moment at the end of the game, and we ended up blocking that field goal, and then they ended up winning in overtime. But there's so many epic just showdowns that go down to the last play to overtime. It's just such a great rivalry, and I'm jealous. I would love to play it again. I miss it. It's honestly, those are my favorite games of my whole career.
Well, we make you Jay Hill. How would you defend the Utah's offense?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously Dampier is just a threat, and his legs are deadly. And I would say, hey, we're going to take that away and scheme that up and make him beat you with his arm, which he can do. I mean, he obviously can do that. I think his legs are better than his arm, but it's not like he can't throw it. But I would that's what I would try to do is like, hey, you're not going to beat us this way. We're going to make you beat us through the air. That's what I would try to do. I don't know what Jay Hill's going to do, but easier said than done.
Do you have to get him near the line of scrimmage just because he's so hard to tackle? You got to bring him down when you got guys around you because in space, you're at his mercy.
Yeah, exactly. Like a guy like that, you can't let him get go. You can't let him get ahead of steam. And it's everything. There's the designed runs, which, you defend those a certain way. And then on pass plays, you have to balance the rush. You can't go in there crazy. I mean, I remember, I played against Michael Vick, and our coaches, they were just anal all week about how you rush. Because a guy like that, you have to. And today it's Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, these guys, and you have to rush them different than other quarterbacks. And you can't be coming in there crazy out of control and create rush lanes, escape lanes, and then he's gone, he's off. And so you defend it differently. You come under control, you balance the rush, control the pocket, you try to collapse the pocket on him, keep him in the pocket, and like I said, make him beat you with his arm. And then if he does, then you tip your hat to him. But it's a challenge.
There was a great shot from the end zone looking onto the field in the Colorado-BYU game. And it was right at the end. I believe it was the one where Glasgow gets the pick to seal the win. And you could see Jack Kelly just standing there right behind the lineman. And the quarterback, Salter, would go left a few feet. And Kelly it would be his he'd mirror it. He'd be going right, obviously, because he's looking at him. And then he'd go to the left, and Kelly would do that. And then Kelly sees an opening because he's got the sideline as an extra defender, and that's when he's pressuring the Colorado quarterback, and then he throws the pick, and the game is over. Do you think it's the same type of deal where they just have literally somebody, whether it's Kelly or whomever, Glasgow or whoever they decide, just wherever Dampier goes, that's where you go?
Yeah, so that's typically what defenses will do against a guy like him. But it's tough because it's trade-offs because you do that, and now you're one less in the pass coverage. And then if he just sits in the pocket, then your pass coverage is compromised, and then you're not rushing as many, and so he's in theory he's going to have more time. And so that's why these dual threat quarterbacks, that's why they're so dangerous, because they stress the defense, and you kind of have to pick your poison. And so I would anticipate that they'll do something like that because you just can't let him get going that way. But again, it's easier said than done. It's tricky. Those linebackers are fast. If there's a couple guys that I would like to have, chasing him down, it's those kind of guys. So that does bode well for us, but it's going to be a tall order.
People have been worried about the freshman quarterback. He's got 6 games under his belt, and this will be his first rivalry game. He grew up in California, so it's not like he was obsessing about this in the 2nd grade with extended family and a house erupting at every play. You think he'll be able to handle the emotion of the moment? Forget the X's and O's, just the emotion of it.
Yeah, so I've been singing his praises, and obviously as a true freshman, he's playing phenomenal. And the things that I've praised him the most, 2 things. Control the football. It wasn't till this last game that he had any interceptions. And I mean, he's just been phenomenal with the football and taking care of the football. So, this game, this rivalry game, that's usually the determiner of the victor is who wins the turnover battle. I mean, that's every football game, but when it's such a closely contested game like these always are, that is just even more important than it already is. So that's what Bear's got to do, is continue to take care of the football. And then I have been impressed with his poise. So going, back to the turnovers, this last game against Arizona, they hit us right in the mouth, and we had a couple of bad turnovers. And the thing that impressed me the most was the whole time, because a lot of quarterbacks, when they would have that adversity, they would just wilt and crumble and get in their head or get whatever, right? And I just was so impressed with Bear because he just was totally unfazed and just went out there and did what we needed to do to mount the 10-point comeback and win the game. And that he'll need those 2 traits in this game, and this is going to be by far, obviously, his biggest test of the year. So he's going to need those traits.
We hear for guys who have not been in it, and Dampier and Bachmeier topped the list, obviously. And Dampier the other night after the game where they beat ASU, yeah, I know, I'm aware, all that stuff. Can you be aware of the intensity through word of mouth, or do you have to experience it?
No, there's no, it's like parenthood. Like, you don't know what you don't know until you become a parent, and there's no manual or word of mouth that can prepare you for it. This game is unlike any other. It's just different, and the emotions are different. The fan, the engagement of the crowd is different. The coaches go about it different. It's just different. And anybody who tries to tell you contrary to that, they're full of it. Sorry, because it is just a different. So, and some people do. Some people, it's just another. No, it is not just another game. It is different. It means more. There's more on the line. The win tastes sweeter, and the loss just stings deeper. It goes both ways, and so there is no preparing for it. Right. Those 2 quarterbacks, they will be experiencing it for the first time.
I mean, we saw that.
Preparing for it.
We saw that with Kyle Whittingham, who last week was talking about the ASU quarterback, and I'm not playing, but that's not the point. And he went through 3 or 4 guys on their offense, and then somebody asked him a question about Bachmeier this week. Oh, we're only going to talk about our own guys. I mean, that's a drastic difference between last Monday press conference and this Monday press conference. He would not acknowledge anybody on BYU's team. He shut it down instantly. Well, that ought to tell you that there's something different going on.
Yeah, I saw that clip. It made me laugh. You mentioned like some text threads with buddies. So that clip came up in a former player buddy text thread. We were talking about how salty Kyle is, and it's just so funny because that's who he is. And he absolutely treats this game differently. And to his credit, if you look at his whole resume, which is just star-studded, you could argue that maybe the thing he's done best is prepare his team to go play and beat BYU. He's performed in that game. I would argue that's one of the greatest, feathers in his cap. Going back to when I played, there were games that we were just way better than them. I don't care what anybody says, and we needed miracles to beat them. My last 2 years, we were way better football team than they were, and we needed last-second miracles to beat them because Kyle got the team ready. And then you fast forward, and when Utah was not just inferior, but either equal or the better team, which they were a lot of the years, then they won the game, 9 years in a row. So Kyle, he obviously has done a phenomenal job preparing his team, and I'm sure he will again this year. I did see that clip. It did make me smile because that's the rivalry, man. That's why I love it.
We always talk about how crazy the fans get, and every time something happens, there's a roar and a groan. It doesn't matter which team makes a great play or a terrible play, right? Did you ever interact with individual fans during games, and did you do more or less of it during the rivalry game, as far as someone shouting down at you from the stands or anything, or that's a bridge too far?
Yeah, so everybody's different. I mean, going back to what we said about experience it for the first time, like my first rivalry game was 2002. And obviously, my perspective is different. I grew up here. I grew up in Salt Lake, surrounded by Utah fans, a diehard BYU fan, season tickets, went to every game. I mean, I went to virtually every Holy War in the 90s, my coming of age years. So I experienced it as a fan. And then I'll never forget that first actual time experience as a player in 2002, and it was at Rice Eccles. I remember just getting off the bus and just getting bombarded by all the Utes, and just from the moment we got off the bus, and then I'm out there on warm-ups, and guys are heckling me like, "Oh, you should have come here," blah blah, just everything, and I absolutely loved it. Some guys don't like that or want to engage with the fans, and I gave it back to them. I'm standing there on the sideline, turning around, talking to the fans. I live for that, and that is part of it. A big part of what I miss is that engagement is just fun. That's what makes it fun to me.
How will you watch the game?
Oh, I'll be there. My whole family, my whole crew, we'll be there. We'll be there, loud and proud. Can't wait.
There you go. Well, Brian, thanks for a few minutes. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you again.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, fellas. Utes, stay salty. Go Cougs.
Brian Keel, former BYU linebacker, joining us. Jake Murphy, former Utah tight end, is next. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Traffic's back to normal freeway speeds across the Wasatch Front. Just a couple areas of slowing on northbound I-15 approaching downtown Salt Lake City. I-80 eastbound has your typical delays in the right lane between Kimball and Silver Creek Junctions if you're up in the Park City area at this current time. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products, offering Graver window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at LaVell Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
You're stubborn. Okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them. But you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems. With refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Keno Tanavasa played for the Utes. Now he plays for the Cougars. What has he learned from his recent personal foul penalties?
They're bumps in the road, and they're learning experiences to go and be even better this week. It's just staying disciplined to my technique, my fundamentals, and just staying consistent. I think that happens to everybody. Unfortunately, it was a little undisciplined on my behalf, but I recognize that I can bounce back and learn from those lessons.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn the quiet up.
Slacker Radio Headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Robbery talk getting you fired up? You feeling the game coming on?
I'm already fired up. It's fun to talk to these guys that we knew and covered and all that stuff and hear them talk about it. But no, I've been...
Brian Keel getting off the
day
bus.
One. I've been ready to go. Well, and I would prefer both these teams to be undefeated. But if I can't, then I'll just take one loss because obviously you're not over with one loss. And losing to Texas Tech, that's the best loss because that team's going to be in. So you're not really competing with Texas Tech right now to get in. You will if you get in Texas.
DJ, PK, and we're joined now by Jake Murphy, former Utah tight end. Jake, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's it going?
It's going well. Your best rivalry game memory. I say rivalry game. What do you think of?
Oh, let's see here. I think it's tearing my MCL on Lavelle Edwards Stadium.
Well, that's a great one.
Definitely the 54-10 game. I mean, that was a core memory of not just the Holy War, but my whole playing career, even down to when I was a kid. So a special moment. Went into that game not really even expecting to play and somehow came out of that scoring a touchdown and being a part of a massive win on the Utah side. So that was an awesome thing to be a part of. And of course, I'd be remiss to say just being a part of a team that never lost to BYU while I was there was a core memory and a key and one of my favorite memories. So I know they got the best of us these past few years, but I got to say something like that at this point.
Do you think that a large portion of that was during that time? Obviously, they were independent, and you guys were in the Pac-12, which is a massive difference, clearly. And maybe that, as far as the last couple of wins anyway, that it's maybe evened out a little bit because they've known, even though they've only been in, BYU's been in it for 3 years, but they knew 2 years ahead. So basically, everybody who was recruited and is on BYU's team has been a Big 12 member, whether they were even still in high school. And I'm just wondering, was part of that the reason for your dominance during that time? Because you guys, won, was it 9 in a row?
Yeah, it was something crazy. I can't remember. All I know is it's good for us. That's all I remember.
For sure.
But no, I mean, that's a good question. I think yes and no, right? I think rivalry games like this, there's just anything can happen, right? I think you saw it, when Michigan beat Ohio State last year, and it was a down year for Michigan, and then they win. Like these crazy college rivalries have so many weird things that can happen that honestly, and you can clip this or soundbite it, but sometimes it just takes a little luck going your way to win one of these. And I think we were on the we were luckily, benefiting from that. If you remember, there was a time where, BYU missed a few field goals, our fans rushed the field. Just really weird things can happen. I wouldn't say, as far as the talent goes, like back then when I played, very, very evenly matched talent-wise, and I think you see that today. I think Utah and BYU are in a unique spot where they really are recruiting from a very similar talent pool, and then you throw in NIL, and I believe BYU has the advantage there on the NIL side. So that'll be interesting to watch play out over the next few years. But as far as the talent goes, I think even back then, right, I like to think that I was, some superior athlete because my team was in the Pac-12 versus independent. But I guess you could say I'm older and more wise now. And I see that really probably wasn't the case, right? Very evenly matched talent-wise, which is what makes this game so fun. Both have ties to Utah, so they're recruiting heavily in state, and then also trying to pull in recruits who are LDS from out of state, and then trying to see where they can get other talent. So overall, very, very evenly matched, and I think it's what's going to make this weekend fun.
DJ PK, and we're joined by Jake Murphy, former Utah tight end, talking Rivalry Week. Our Rivalry Week coverage and interviews are brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank. So you watch your Utes now. What encourages you the most about this game? What scares you the most? Give us a little self-scout here.
Yeah, the Texas Tech game is really what scares me, right? I think this is really this group's not every one of them, but as a team, when you have a new team leader in Devin Dampier, the quarterback, you're always wondering, and as a fan now, you're always wondering how that kind of new leader, whether it be a brand new team as a whole or a new player at the quarterback position, you always wonder how they're going to perform in these huge situations, right? Of course he's talented. We see what he does week in and week out and what he did last year. The talent is there. But then in the Texas Tech game, you watch and you're like, all right, these nerves, you kind of start thinking about all the other outside things that could possibly play into a performance. And I think this will be a lot of the players on Utah's trying to figure out if they can handle that outside pressure of the Holy War. And I'm really interested to see how Dampier handles that. It's interesting, like kind of seeing, and I'm just thinking back to when I played, the players who grew up out of state or who weren't really familiar with the Holy War, it was almost like one of two things happened. It was like they didn't really care about the Holy War, so they performed better, or they didn't really know about the Holy War, and then when they got in that moment, it kind of took them by surprise on just how intense the situation can be. So I'm excited. I think Utah has a ton of key pieces, but really it's going to come down to Devin Dampier, and I think if you're BYU and Jay Hill, you're going to make him make throws to receivers that maybe he hasn't made this season, and you're going to kind of pressure him and challenge him. I think both defensive game plans will probably be pretty similar, and that's also what's fascinating considering all the crossover in the coaching side.
Kyle Whittingham likes to say we do the same thing every day, every week, and blah, 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 and we don't change anything. And then he usually, in his opening statement on Mondays, talks about the opposing team that they're playing as recently as the prior game. He did that, and then Monday he gets asked about Bachmeier. Now we're not talking about that. You did have to ask them. We're talking about just our own guys. So it's clear there are some things different. Did you notice things different when it was BYU week?
Yeah, a little bit. I think there's different ways to motivate during that week, I guess you could say. But I watched Coach Witt say that. I listened to him say that. I think what I'm realizing, and in hindsight, I'm noticing that they would do this when I was at Utah. With a lot of these kids, you're just trying to create a simple, repeatable process throughout the week and not have the players think about too much. And you're trying to not have the players read into too much, and especially with social media nowadays. If Coach Witt, like there's kind of two approaches to that question, is he could go on and on about how amazing Bear Bachmeier is and what they think they need to do to limit him. But obviously it's not only giving away possible strategy, but from a player standpoint, you might start overthinking things a little bit. So I think the coaching staff is coming from that point of view. So it makes sense. I see why he's doing that. The only key difference that I noticed during BYU week was the additional ways to motivate the players. And I'm curious, I don't know if Kalani does that at BYU, but he was a part of the staff who was helping us get motivated to go take down BYU. So it's kind of funny to see or know if he's implementing that at BYU now on the flip side. So, yeah, that was always fun, walking through the halls of the facility and seeing highlight films on repeat dating back to older games and, sound bites of Max Hall or Austin Collie talking about how they hate BYU or hate Utah. It was fun. Like it was awesome. And as a player, I loved it. I loved getting into the weeds and all that type of stuff. So it was fun.
Now, when the game started, were you totally locked in, or all those crazy fans? Did you have some interaction with them in the stands?
Yeah, the BYU fans were just terrible to me. No, I'm kidding. If any of my friends or family are listening, they'll know that one was for them. No, I think both sides, right? I think that 90% of them are great, 10% of them, just like any fandom, but 10% of them are a little off on both sides, Utah and BYU. So, no, I never came across that. I mean, at the time, for a little history lesson, now that it's been, over 10 years ago, I would hear comments about, because, I transferred or didn't end up going to BYU. I signed with BYU, ended up at Utah. So you'd hear stuff like that. In today's space with NIL and transfer portal, like people are moving around so often that I probably wouldn't have heard anything like that now. But overall, as a whole, when you get in the stadium and when you get like on the field, you're really not thinking or hearing too much. And it kind of just depends on the person and the players. Sometimes they hear certain things from fans and it affects them in the game. Some people feed off of it. But I always remember, at least from what I remember, that whole experience of walking in and out of the field and hearing fans boo or cheer, it was something that was amazing. And I think this is one of the best games in college football for that reason.
Now it's always been a little bit incestual in a sense, but now we've really upped the game in terms of look at Utah hires the coaches on the offense during this offseason, and they all played at BYU, right? And so you also have the head coach and the tight ends coach. So you got, 4 guys on the offensive side who played at BYU and the head coach, right? And then you look at BYU's staff, and you can speak to this because you already mentioned Kalani was on the staff. I think Jay Hill, at least a year or two, was on the staff when you were there before he went to Weber. And then Aaron Roderick, I think, was on the staff when you were at Utah. Not sure about a couple other guys. I think Puha was still playing NFL football at that point. But anyway, he coached at Utah, and now he's down in Provo. So you got all these guys going back and forth. And as I've gotten older in this business, the idea of rooting for teams has left me. But I root for individuals, right? Because I get to know them, and then I like them, and I want to have them see success. It's only natural. I'm wondering, from your standpoint, since there's all these interconnections, how do you handle this? Because I would think you'd like to see some of these guys that you knew personally have success. It's just that they're at BYU.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's kind of interesting. I was talking to a few friends who are BYU fans, and, they're like, why are you following our team so much? And admittedly, each weekend, I try to watch the BYU game and I try to watch the Utah game. Like, that's just kind of how I operate. And my kids are probably confused because they're cheering for both teams. And then, now that we live in Georgia, they're cheering also for their bandwagon SEC fans. So they don't know what's going on. But yeah, I was going to, spoiler alert, I was going to put out a tweet of like my prediction. And of course I'm predicting and wanting Utah to win. But in that process, like I'm hoping all the coaches get their recognition for the good things that they did. There's not a coach on either staff that I've had a bad experience with. And there's also not a coach on either staff who hasn't had a great impact on my life. So it is fun to watch, but ultimately when it comes to winning and losing, and all the coaches that I know at BYU would back me up on this. Of course, I'm going to pull for Utah to win, right? So yeah, I don't get too emotional anymore. I think maybe that's just part of getting old and part of having kids, but I don't get too emotionally attached specifically to like the coaches. Like I'm not going to feel bad for Kalani or Jay if they lose or Coach Rod. I they're going to be fine. I hope they do well. I hope their position groups and their sides of the ball do well. But at the end of the day, of course, still pulling for Utah. But it does make for some fun conversations because I'm pretty intertwined in both worlds. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So now that you're living in Georgia, how does a 10:15 kickoff land? And do you really stay up till 2 a.m.? Because I'm thinking that Sun Devil game, you had to go to bed at midnight.
Yeah, it's brutal. No, it is brutal. I never really took that into account when we moved out here. Was the entire sports viewing experience goes kind of downhill, and if with 4 kids, if I do stay up for a game, that next day is just going to be brutal because I don't sleep very much. But no, I'll be up for the whole time. This one, I'll be drinking some caffeinated beverages to keep me up all night. That's for sure.
Oh, you're good. It's 8 o'clock this time because it's 6 o'clock our time, so it's a little more reasonable as far as that goes. Do either of these programs get much run from where you live?
That's a great question. And if I'm answering it honestly, no, not really. I think both programs are actually kind of looped into one. It's kind of interesting when, we go watch Georgia games every Saturday at some of our friends' houses and not members of the LDS church or LDS community. So their kind of assumption is that Utah and BYU are sometimes just one and the same. Yeah. It's like, oh, you played at Utah? Is that Mormon school? Right, that's what they'll say. So like the inner workings of the dynamics, but every time I bring up that I did play at Utah, they will bring up Utah. We will talk about Utah and BYU, and there is an understanding, right, that both teams are solid. I think on a national level, it's not quite there yet, but there is the understanding that, that's a top 25 team, right? Like when just a side story, I help with some of my son's sports, and I come across other coaches who either played at Georgia or other schools. And when I say I played at Utah, like there's definitely like a mutual respect. Yeah. Like, oh, they're top 25 school. So it's kind of high level, but it's not like, and it's kind of just that SEC arrogance, I guess you could say, of people in the South. It's everything else is kind of an afterthought, right? So, but as a side note, without going too far into the details, we randomly moved to this town, and the local high school ended up being the home of Cole Bishop. So the Utah Stars. So so in this little community that I'm in, weirdly, there is a pocket of people who are pulling for Utah and now pulling for the Bills since that's where he's at. So because of Cole, which is a fascinating recruiting story too, if you ever look into that sometime. But it's not quite as massive as I thought it was. If I asked anyone here what the Holy War was, probably most of them wouldn't know. But then when I would tell them, oh, it's the BYU Utah game, they'd be, we're going to be watching that.
They probably just want to talk about your father anyway.
Exactly. I mean, that's the problem. That's the real problem is they hear my last name and they want to talk about the Braves, and I'm like, no, guys, we need to be talking about Utah BYU. That's what we need to talk about.
Well, if you ever come across Cole, tell him we say hi. We got to interview him a couple of times in a long-form setting. He was a great interview, and he did have a chance to lay that out. And there's an assistant coach he owes a lot for getting him pointed in that direction because he wasn't looking this far west, that's for sure. Not initially. Obviously, he ended up here.
Right. Yeah, he's I don't come across him much now. Obviously, he's playing in the NFL, Buffalo, but I hear about his family and all the good stuff that he's doing around this area. So it's awesome what he's doing, and it's pretty cool that there's the Utah crossover.
Does the Earth, Wind, and Fire September song have any special meaning for you?
Yeah, it does. Actually, it does.
Explain why.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna have to Google this shows you where I'm at on my lyrics. But if I remember correctly, the reason, this is like a way too long of an answer that you wanted, but my birthday is on the 21st of September. So it always stuck with me. But then, of course, the BYU Utah games that I played in were right around those dates. So, yeah, I play that on repeat throughout this week just so I can feel good about myself.
Nice. Well, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us, Jake. And 8 o'clock, this thing ought to wrap up by 11:30. So, it should finish on Saturday for you. You got that going for you.
Yeah, I got that going for me. But with 4 kids, I'll be about 600 milligrams of caffeine deep, so we'll be good.
All right, thanks, Jake. Jake Murphy,
Okay.
former Utah tight end, joining us right here on the Zone. Our rivalry week coverage, easy for me to say. And the interviews are brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank. All right, if you're looking for free family fun this Friday, head to the Pickler in Lehigh. Enjoy pickleball, golf simulator, axe throwing, bounce house, 9 square, and more. Plus, free skateboard raffles every 15 minutes. That's Friday, the Pickler in Lehigh. Your feedback next.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides. Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion. Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Richfield October 16th, Salt Lake Drilling and Utilities October 21st, and Far West October 23rd. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
The $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey.
What's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Let's be honest. Shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes getting ready to play BYU. A lot of players familiar with each other because, well, players are transferring back and forth between the schools. John Henry Daly on the players who play for both BYU and Utah.
I mean, there's always going to be some aspect of that, right? Like it's a heated rivalry. You got guys switching teams, right? You got certain feelings towards the other team, and so there's always going to be some of that friction there, and that's why it's one of the greatest rivalries in all of college football.
Does it add to it for you?
I mean, no comment on that one.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Woo! Oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To this day, when I hear that song, I see you standing there on that lawn.
So Kalani Sitake will talk about Dampier, but Kyle Whittingham won't talk about Bear. Is Kyle Whittingham scared of Bear? Ooh, Kyle Whittingham's scared of Bear.
There's Adam, spicing up his commute with a little grizzly bear talk.
I wouldn't say scared. I'd say petrified.
Join the KSL Sports Zone for a rivalry pregame bash live from UCCU. Enjoy food from Beehive Meals, games, prizes, cash, and tickets to the rivalry game. Don't miss it Saturday from 4 to 6 at UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. UCCU, love where you bank.
And bank where you love.
Bank where you love. Hey, Kenny Dillingham and I have something in common. He was asked about getting out coached, and he said, to me, every time we lose, we get out coached. We don't have a GM, so every loss that we have, I'm responsible for every single person in this organization. That's how I view it. The extreme ownership I have brought in every single person into this organization.
Well, then hire a GM and pass the buck.
He dropped a Broughton. Past tense of brought, or not actually a word.
I think if you say it enough, it's like ain't.
Ain't? You can make Broughton a word? Yeah. I've brought everyone into this program.
Irregardless.
Irregardless is a word. That's
now,
been proven.
Like ain't. Yeah.
No, it always was a word. And it's sort of ironical that people didn't understand that.
Ironical, another word that you will make happen. Ironical. All right, time for your feedback. What do you have to say about today's Wang. Today's show? When do you want the game played? Last week of the season, Dallin says, ideally, but it's played in another week. At least give both teams a bye the week after the game to recover.
No.
The only downside to being played on the last week of the year is if BYU ends up in Arlington the next week and as a post-rivalry letdown.
Then that's weak. I don't accept that answer. So the Arizonas, if they should get that, well, then they have to just go ASU, have the rivalry game, and then had to go right in next week. Come on.
Yep.
Why should you be any different? Why should I give you something special? Play
Maybe
the
it'll
game.
pay off. Maybe it'll get you amped up and you'll ride the momentum. Because SMU lost to Clemson. SMU doesn't really have a rivalry game at the end of the year. Clemson does. They play South Carolina. Clemson beat SMU last year.
Yeah,
it could cut either way.
That's a
and
cliche.
You'll just decide based on what the result is.
Yeah. You had a bad 5 minutes. Don't milk it.
Nice. Riley. That's a good one right there. Riley Jensen on earlier said his mom used to say that. Did you have a bad day or did you have a bad 5 minutes and you milked it?
In other words, suck it up, son.
Suck it up, Buttercup. Let's go.
The world is full of excuse makers.
Jimmy, there's only one answer to this, and it's plainly obvious. Anyone who suggests otherwise has football IQ of 0. Middle of the season is always a stupid spot for this game. Jimmy wants it at the end of the year. Period. End of story.
See, I think that if you had teams, BYU, Utah, we're talking about obviously, if they have 2 or fewer losses between them in that game, that's a national game. I don't care what else is going on that weekend.
Dustin wants it as a Big 10, Big 12 out-of-conference game, second game of the season.
No.
2 at RES,
no, you
1
don't.
2 at RES, 1 in Vegas,
no,
once
don't.
every 10 seasons.
You think you do, but you don't. Don't try to minimize them because they're not going away.
DJ and PK, that's it for us. Jake and Ben are up next.
Show's over.
Okay, show's over.
Now just get out, all of you.
Neither one of us has anywhere else to go.
Please leave.
Go, buddy.
Oh, that was fun. I think it went really well, really well.
Well, I see by the clock on the wall that it's time to bid you one and all goodbye. Goodbye. So long. So long. Goodbye till when we meet again.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
I have to admit, it drives me nuts when we start talking about Christmas so early in the year, but it is a good time right now for you to make your reservations for the family gathering, for the company party, all kinds of special events during the holidays. Make your reservations right now. It's not too early at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. What a great way to welcome out-of-town guests, to thank your employees for a great year at your business. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse during the holidays, too, is just magical. The 2 locations, Hotel Park City, right up there in that beautiful mountain environment, and of course where all the hustle and bustle of the city is happening, 275 Southwest Temple in Salt Lake City. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for the holidays, and you will get that perfectly prepared steak and so much more at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at kslsports.com/contests.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Myself, I'm a man of wealth and taste. I've been around for a long, long year. Stole many a man's soul of faith. I was around when Jesus Christ had his moment of doubt and pain.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your Wednesday? Yes, Wednesday.
Yep.
How's it going over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. Excited that we've got Curtis Brown on the show.
Okay.
At the top of the 11 o'clock hour. Super excited about that.
What you got Wednesday?
Oh, yeah, we gotta do something rivalry related.
Yeah, I text Christian a theme, but I haven't really thought about it much since. So.
Best red or blue things.
Wow. Is exactly what I
Wow. Is it?
Exactly what I text him.
Apples.
That's why you two do a show together.
It's like Saturday. Was it Sunday night I text you?
Yeah. Was that too broad, though?
I think broad can be fun.
All right. Well, anyway, We'll see if that's what we do.
Yeah.
At 11:30.
Yeah.
Of course,
it's not apples. Apples not getting my pick.
You don't like apples? What did you have?
Worst fruit.
Worst fruit?
Apple,
Apples?
worst fruit. Yeah.
Oh, that's a crazy take. We're off to an interesting start. That might be your wildest take since Mark Hardlin should have had that meltdown in the press conference.
Ben, you're such a freaking bozo.
Bad texture, very little flavor usually.
Oh, wild
Not super
take.
convenient.
Christian, are you on board with this?
No.
Yeah, me either. I don't know what the worst fruit is, I guess, but apples are pretty delicious.
I think there's a reason they're like the most purchased fruit in America.
I think they're plentiful. I think that's why they're and bananas. And bananas are good. I prefer a banana, raspberry, blackberry, blueberry, peach, pear.
Worst is pretty harsh though.
Give me 1,000 pears over an apple. Yeah, I'm talking about at the produce section. I'm talking about what's available when you go grocery shopping. You will never find me buying an apple unless it's lathered in caramel.
Oh, I'm constantly buying apples. That's crazy. And the variety of apples from like a Golden Delicious.
Yeah, it's amazing. They all taste the same and bad.
A Granny Smith tastes nothing like a Fuji apple, for example.
Cosmic Crisp.
Yeah. The Pink Lady is a fine apple. You are a...
trash. They're all trash.
You are a crazy person. That is out there. I've said some
I
crazy
like a
stuff
baked
on
apple. I like an apple pie. Yeah, I like it as a flavor concept. I'll drink hot apple cider. But no, not going straight apple.
Wow. Yeah, I've said some wild stuff on this show, but I don't think I've even come in the same universe as that.
It's bad fruit.
Oh, I like a good pear too.
Oh yeah, pears. Give me a pear all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, flush all the apples. I'm with you.
Wild
Take
stuff.
them all to the world's biggest toilet. Flush all the apples down. Start poisoning apple trees.
Well,
that Johnny Appleseed was a real pain.
You know what? That's a good transition. Poisoning trees to the tree poisoner in the Auburn, Alabama.
Uh-huh.
And actually, this is kind of where...
Do you know that story, Christian?
That wasn't that long ago.
There's a famous tree in Auburn.
At Auburn.
At Auburn. It's just kind of it's on campus, yeah?
Yeah, it's been there forever.
It's just one of the hallmarks of the school.
It's like a symbol. It's kind of like a mascot.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And some fan from Alabama poisoned it, right? Just poured...
And then called into the...
Tree poison all along the outside of it.
And then called into the guy who's running for Senate in Alabama, called into his show and talked about it, right?
Is that the story?
Yeah.
I didn't know he'd called.
Oh, you can pull the clip.
I think I'd listened to like a crime podcast about it.
It's super infamous. Yeah. I should know the guy's name off the top of my head. He definitely had his 15 minutes.
Harvey Updike.
Harvey Updike, and then he went to jail.
Congrats.
Did the tree live?
2010 at the Iron Bowl. The trees were removed in 2013. Which, you know what? Pro-apple, or pro-tree, anti-apple. I even like an apple tree. But, don't kill trees. What are we doing?
So, we don't need to get into here's what the theme of...
$800,000 it cost him. Well, you showed them.
Good job, bozo.
You're the biggest fan
and did
of
go
your
to jail,
team.
right?
Yeah. Yep.
So, I want... Okay, so here's the theme of where I want to start today, Ben, and wherever it goes is wherever it goes. And there is kind of a very serious reason for bringing this up. But
Harvey Updike's dead, by the way. He's since died. He was old. I didn't realize he was a grown person.
Yeah,
So he was an
old man.
Yeah, all right.
Pull up that call to the Senate guy's show.
The senator.
Well, he's not there yet.
He's pretty sure he is.
Well, he thinks
he thought he's been there for a while.
He thinks he's the answer to all the world's problems.
Yeah.
He certainly wasn't for Harvey Updike.
Didn't solve that.
So the point is, I think with the rivalry, we, meaning the sane people, need to keep a lid on the idiots.
Okay.
Because every fan base, I feel like, has some idiots. And this ties into what we were talking about yesterday with the religious component to the rivalry being a good thing. And there are some one-off behavior from some idiots, I'm sure, and I'm sure there's going to be. Have I ever told you the story? My wife has some friends who went to Provo to go to a BYU Utah game, and they're Utah fans, and they We're probably pretty loud and obnoxious because it's just kind of the personalities that these two gals are. They were called angry lesbians by the people sitting next to them, which I thought was pretty funny, but not appropriate, right? Not great behavior. We all have or I guess every fan base has its people that make bad decisions.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's up to us sane people to keep a lid on the idiots. And that's going to be my message.
Okay.
I think 99% of the rivalry are normal people that have fun with it. The 1% are just morons that have bad behavior.
Yeah, I just think that's...
Like if you see somebody about to pour beer on Max Hall's family,
tell them to stop.
Just say, hey, that's probably not a great idea.
Yeah.
We were talking with, and actually, I want to get to Brian Keel in a second because I think he made a good point this morning with DJ and PK. But PK was telling a story. He was at a Tigers game when BYU was playing Michigan State, and there were some BYU fans getting razzed in the stands.
Mm-hmm.
And so they sent Brian Keel to go sit behind the fans doing the razzing. And guess what happened? The razzing kind of stopped.
Yeah, it stopped.
They put a lid on the idiots, you know?
Yeah.
Don't we all owe that responsibility to our fellow fan? If you see fans acting like idiots, just let's put a lid on the idiots. Because the idiots have kind of taken, or at least one idiot, has kind of taken center stage on the Snap Talk.
Today, yeah.
And that's serious stuff.
Yeah,
like, there's really serious, awful stuff. And I'm not saying that particular idiot represents even the other idiots out there.
No, that's not the type of person who fans put a lid on.
But this stuff gets headlines, and that's not reality. And it'll be interesting to see the fallout from all of that, but that's obviously so terrible.
Yeah.
It goes beyond what I'm talking about.
It does, yeah.
But, God, if you see somebody acting like a moron, it's not hard to be like, hey.
Correct. And you know what the nice
knock
thing
it
is?
off.
Even the biggest moron you know will probably respond positively to your interaction, to you getting in the way and being like, maybe let's hold off till later. Maybe we'll see if that's not the best idea for you. I'm with you. And that's really all of society. That's not just a football game or a rivalry game or whatever.
Let's not call the Ute fans angry lesbians, and let's not pour beer on Max Hall's family, and let's all have a good time.
Right. Not every member of every political party is evil. No, you know what I mean? Yes, this applies everywhere in society.
Let's have a good time.
There's a couple of lunatics out there who can't control themselves and take things way too far. And yes, this one this morning, and you will see the story if you don't know what we're talking about. I don't even care to talk about it that much, but you will see it today.
Somebody was making threats online.
Violent threats.
That
they were
online.
going to shoot Utah fans.
It's awful, and like I said, goes beyond what I'm talking about.
Correct.
But as long as idiots are in the headlines, let's remind people that we're humans.
Yeah.
And like I said, the vast majority of people that will be participating in the rivalry are going to be good-spirited and have fun with it.
And you can correct behavior of those around you.
And that doesn't mean that you can't talk a little trash or
have
yell
fun.
like. And maybe we pull the Brian Keel clip, but he was talking toward the end of his interview with DJ and PK about growing up in the rivalry and how he was a Salt Lake kid who was a BYU fan in a red part of town. He had season tickets to LaVell Edwards Stadium, all growing up, and then he described his experience when he first went to Rice-Eccles Stadium with the BYU uniform on, because he's been to many games at Rice-Eccles before. And he talked about how they were razzing him, and it was fun, and it was something that was memorable, and they were saying, you should have come here, bozo, you know. And Brian talked about, he even signed off his interview by saying, stay salty, Ute fans, go Cougs.
Mm-hmm.
Hilarious. Like, Brian is the embodiment, in my opinion, of what the rivalry is all about. I told you when he was a player, he went to a Ute game because Utah was playing on Thursday.
Yeah.
You know, that's just he's a big fan, obviously, a big football fan. I mean, he embodies what it's all about, and it's not about the idiots. Even though the idiots are going to get the headlines, and this particular idiot probably deserves what's coming to him.
Yep, of course.
In my opinion. But I do think that it doesn't mean you have to be a jerk, but let's just remind people to be normal.
Yeah.
It's not hard. It's not hard to yell, to to not say terrible things to people. It's really not very difficult.
It's harder to say terrible things than to not.
I go out through most of my day, Ben, without saying terrible things to anybody but you and Christian.
Correct.
Thanks for emphasizing most.
Yeah.
I treat people with love and respect
for the most part.
24 hours a day outside of the hours from 10 to noon.
It's fair game at that point.
Whatever, dude. I'm a radio bozo. I got to make it happen. Do we have that clip from Kiel? I'd love to play it. Let's play that clip from Brian. Good job, Christian.
Obviously, my perspective is different. I grew up here. I grew up in Salt Lake, surrounded by Utah fans, a diehard BYU fan, season tickets, went to every game. I mean, I went to virtually every Holy War in the 90s, my coming of age years. So I experienced it as a fan. And then I'll never forget that first actual time experience as a player in 2002, and it was at Rice-Eccles. I remember just getting off the bus and just getting bombarded by all the Utes, and just from the moment we got off the bus, and then I'm out there on warm-ups, and guys are heckling me like, "Oh, you should have come here," blah blah, just everything, and I absolutely loved it. Some guys don't like that or want to engage with the fans, and I gave it back to them. I'm standing there on the sideline, turning around, talking to the fans. I live for that, and that is part of it. A big part of what I miss is that engagement is just fun. That's what makes it fun to me.
Absolutely, we all know that there's a line to not making it fun anymore, and let's just try not to cross it. That's all.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying.
Make a point. Make a point of it.
And that's Brian, who's playing, who can go back and forth with Ute fans and have some fun with it. Bronco Mendenhall came out to do the post-game interview, even though he was not the head coach in 2004. And Ute fans kicked snow on him.
Yeah.
We don't need to do that.
Correct.
That's not necessary. I mean, we brought this up in 2010, the Andrew George play. There was some sort of fan interaction with Witt's family. It's not hard to leave Witt's family alone. It's not difficult.
Yep.
But it's also not just the rivalry. I want to point that out, too. Idiot fans act like idiots all the time. I watched the Ute fan get beat up on the concourse at Oregon in 2009. Like, Utah lost a heartbreaker at Oregon. Some Ute fan was mouthing off and got beat up.
And, for the most part,
Duck fans.
These things are fun. Yeah, don't throw water bottles. You know what I mean? Just the stupid stuff. But I'm expecting a fun game. I'm expecting a good game. I'm expecting this to be another good chapter.
I just don't want the idiots to have the headlines for the game.
Sure.
Let it be.
Well, hopefully you weed them out on Wednesday, and then by Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it's a fun build-up.
Let it be what happens on the field. Let it be a meltdown by the athletic director. Let it be a meltdown from the quarterback. I don't care. Somebody involved. I just don't want to talk about idiot fans. I don't want that behavior to be the story of the rivalry, because then people start having goofy thoughts like we saw when BYU was independent and Utah was in the Pac-12, like maybe we shouldn't play this game anymore because it's not healthy and all this crap that is totally untrue.
Yep. I'm with you. It's not too toxic.
It's
are there
not.
a couple of wackos that get involved in situations? Of course there are, but that doesn't mean the rivalry itself is toxic.
Agreed. And I worry the messaging gets lost in
the headlines.
Yep. So anyway, that's where I kind of wanted to start the show. And I heard Brian this morning. I thought Brian was great. Give that whole thing a listen. Man, that guy was good on the field too. You remember Brian?
Of course.
A dang missile.
Talk to Brian a bunch. Yeah, I really like Brian. See him at Jazz games every once in a while.
Christian, Brian Kiel was a BYU linebacker. As you said, heard there, 02, probably to somewhere around 06, and played for the Giants. Who else did he play for?
Washington? Or was it just the Giants? I know he played with Deshaun Jackson, or was it just against him? Maybe it was just against him, because I remember talking to him specifically about how good Deshaun Jackson was. All right.
We got top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, it's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a trip to Hawaii, Bronco Mendenhall has a short week to get ready for a Friday night showdown in Logan against San Jose State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday at 6 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now, it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's AdvancedWindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougs at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Kalani Sitake on the differences between BYU and Utah's defenses.
The one thing I do know about Morgan Scally and Kyle Whittingham is that they basically pattern the defense off the skill that they have on their team. And that's what we try to do too. So the differences you're going to see is who we have and what we're trying to highlight. And same thing goes for them, where they can take chances and take some risks. We all cut our teeth the same way. It's just a matter of seeing what our differences will be and if that actually becomes a competitive advantage for each one of us.
This update is brought to you by our friends at Kenny J's Barbecue. They want to cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order with Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at KSLSports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Benson Boone is all done. He's wrapped up. That means the Mammoth get to have their home opener tonight.
Should be a fun one tonight, 7:30 for a kickoff or tip-off or puck drop. A little later than, whatever.
You got there.
First pitch. And, yeah, it should be exciting tonight. Calgary Flames in town. Rough start to the year, and not terrible. 1-2, you're on the road. I understand people are a little bummed about the loss to Chicago because Chicago's not expected to be a very good team. I think starting 3 games on the road when you were kind of had bodies in and out of the lineup during the preseason is difficult. So you come back home, you build up a little bit of momentum, and certainly not time to hit the panic button quite yet.
Well, and Calgary's not great either, right? So
it's early.
Yeah, you never know.
You know what I mean? Like, and not that I think there's a lot of NHL teams that jump up out of nowhere. I think you can. It's a little bit like the NBA where you can predict who the better teams are going to be and who the worst teams are going to be. But it's early. Teams are still trying hard. Remember the Jazz started a season 12-3 at one point. That wasn't a particularly great team, but you're early. You're trying to figure things out.
Everybody was surprised by that.
Everybody was, yeah.
There's supposed to be a big surprise tonight. Speaking of surprises.
All right.
Okay. Well, it is the first home game, and it's first the arena, and I thought the arena looked great for the Jazz game.
Yeah, aren't all Jazz and Mammoth fans super excited about seeing the arena? I know I am.
No, they should be. I haven't seen it for the hockey games yet, so I will be curious to see how it compares now to the Jazz game that I went to, and certainly the steepness behind the nets is supposed to be very impressive.
After hearing you talk about the Johns yesterday, I can't wait to get over. I cannot wait to get over there.
Coffee and water on the way in,
and
get stuck in traffic.
Yeah, awesome.
You have to go in door 9, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, that is good to know.
Yeah,
the media entrance is still off limits.
It's all blocked off because they're building the.
The parking thing.
Parking garage, yeah.
Oh, well, that's fine.
So we'll
I
see.
I like Door 9.
We'll see tonight, and we'll see what the surprise is.
The security staff at Door 9 is usually top-notch. Get people in and out.
Yeah, they are.
That's what they do.
If that's what you mean by top notch, you're right. They're getting people in and out.
What else would I mean by top-notch?
Well, we don't need to get into it. I don't need to get in trouble.
Well, we know that
Shout out to the fine people at Door 9.
We know you really don't like security people.
Historically.
Not necessarily over at the arena, but Ben has fought a security person before.
Correct.
At a concert.
Sometimes you got to throw down.
Just didn't like the cut of his jib or
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. Looked at me wrong.
Were you on the phone or something?
Yeah, I went to a concert. I walked out of the front door and I said, "Hey, can I use my phone here?" And she said, "No, you got to go to where the smokers are standing." So I went and used my phone over where the smokers were standing, and the lady over there said, "You can't be over here." I said, "Well, talk to your coworker who's running the door."
The security person was a lady?
No, different lady.
Oh.
This was two ladies that I dealt with at first. And I said, "Go talk to her." And she called the other security to come over and grab me, and I said, "Fine, I'll just walk back in." As I started walking back in, as I got in the door, this guy put me in a chokehold from behind and dragged me out.
And that's when Ben stabbed him.
That's when I yelled at him. And then the rest of the security staff came and apologized to me. And then I saw the guy after and I yelled at him again. Number 2.
I would not think that Ben has been in the most fights out of the three of us.
The problem was I found him again after and I yelled at him, which I'm not proud of.
I haven't been in very many fights in
I don't yell at people.
In my life.
But
sounds like Ben's been in
not
more.
like getting put in a headlock. It was very surprising. And it was like a real chokehold, a real like, oh, you lose power quickly here. So,
who knew Ben was likes the fight guy? I would have predicted that would have been Christian myself, but
at least he's not a soft body.
Yeah, like that guy at the commies game.
Not
yeah,
fighting uphill.
All right, next.
Number 2, Walker Kessler returns to jazz practice.
I have to say, Walker has suddenly the strangest narrative around him, I feel like, of any jazz player. There's like a real group of people who seem down on Walker, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's because the Jazz didn't give him a big contract extension this summer, which they never were going to. I kind of think I felt like I was reporting that all summer long, that you shouldn't expect that to happen, and the Jazz are just going to wait till next year unless he agrees to take a huge discount. But there seems to be this like pushback. I was on Locke's podcast, and he said, "Give me a bold take." And I said, I think Walker Kessler can be a top 5 center in the NBA. Now, I'm not talking about Anthony Davis. I'm not talking about all these 4s that play 5. I'm talking about 5s. Like
you're talking about amongst the stiffs.
The centers in the NBA. Nikola Jokic obviously won. I don't know if Joel Embiid's going to play basketball anymore. You know, the 5s. Karl Anthony Towns is probably a bit of a 5, but no, more Rudy Gobert.
He stinks anyway.
And they had to go and get a 5 to play next to him because he didn't want to play 5. So I'm talking about these guys that are kind of in this group. Like, could Walker elevate his game to be in that Rudy Gobert conversation? And I said, I think, like, and he asked for a bold take. This isn't what I'm expecting to happen.
I don't even think that's that bold, honestly.
But I said 5, and Locke kind of tried to backtrack for me and said, well, if he can get to top 10, what does that mean? I'm like, I think Walker's like already knocking on the door of top 10. And again, I'm not including Alper and Şengün. I'm not including some of these 4 or 5s out there. I'm talking about centers in the NBA. Guys who only play that one position.
Yeah, we got you.
Man, he led the league at offensive rebounding. He was leading the league in field goal percentage. He's the second best shot blocker in the NBA. He's got a lot to learn, certainly. Don't get me wrong. He's got to figure out how to be a better offensive player all the way around. You see all the things that Yusuf Nurkic can do and Kevin Love can do just by knowing the tricks of being in the NBA for so long. It seems like people are weirdly down on Walker, who was maybe the Jazz's best player last year.
Yeah, maybe. I think that's crazy. I think rebounding alone basically puts him there. He was the best rebounder in the league at points last year for a long stretch of the season. I don't see why you would get any pushback on that.
He's got to shoot free throws better. You've said that. I don't want to see 3-point shots anymore. There's no reason for him to do that. He's got to become a little bit more of a creative passer. He's got to play like his hair's on fire.
The free throw thing is really important. All that other stuff is just window dressing. Can he eat elbows? Can he rebound? And let me ask you this, Ben. Well, let me use an example for you. Enes Kanter was actually a great rebounder.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody ever called Enes top 5 center in the league at any point, but he was a great rebounder. Now, I'd argue Walker is a better one, but for the sake of argument, Enes lacked such the want to and lateral movement and athleticism that he was a negative on defense.
Yeah.
So great rebounder, negative on defense. Walker Kessler is very athletic.
Mm-hmm.
He moves laterally extraordinarily well. He is not a target in the pick and roll like other centers are. He is a rim protector. He is a net positive on offense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Best rebound, or on defense. I said offense.
Yeah.
Sorry, I meant defense.
I think offense as well.
On offense, maybe a little bit trickier situation, but not. He's not like when Rudy was on the Jazz had to build an offense around Rudy, or they weren't going to be able to play him. Walker Kessler isn't that.
You're not playing 4-on-5 when Walker's on the court offensively at all.
The free throw's got to get better. Absolutely, 1,000%. If he doesn't get that up above at least 65.
At least 60, yeah. At least 60, and 65 or better is going to keep him on the court.
Then that might be where this all goes wrong. But I don't know, Ben. How many centers, quote-unquote centers, and again, not to confuse are better at rebounding and defense than Walker Kessler? Joel Embiid.
Rudy's a much better defensive player. I mean, Rudy's a real dominant defensive player.
Evan Turner?
I don't think so. It's like he's a good shot blocker. He's
Zubats?
not a great defensive player. Probably Zubats. Yeah. And he might not be a better
He
rebounder.
might not be a better defender than Walker, and he might not be a better rebounder. Now, he's a mile ahead offensively.
Yeah, he is. He also is playing with James Harden. Like, I also don't want to forget that Walker Kessler's point guard has been Keontae George. And that's not a knock on Keontae, but remember Walker was so good his first year because he had Mike Conley, who knows all the tricks. He has not played with a good guard since Mike Conley got traded.
Who exactly is down on Walker? The snap talkers?
Yeah, I just think
And what's their argument? I don't understand.
I just think you're kind of getting this opinion or a feeling that's growing that, like, maybe there should be a major question if Walker's a part of the team going forward or not. And look, I think that's still a question for everybody on the roster, but it seems like that movement is pointed towards Walker specifically.
If he's worth the next contract.
If he's worth the next contract, it's certainly a big one. Is he worth paying $30 million a year?
Well, it depends on what the next contract is.
Yeah.
But they'd be crazy to let him go.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'd be absolutely crazy. The only way he's not a part of the long-term build of the Jazz or whatever is if he's too good. Is if the Lakers give up 6 first-round picks because they don't have a center or whatever. And
someone overpays.
Yeah. That's how he doesn't end up with the team long-term, my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think he's asking for a max contract, so there definitely is some minutia in how much money you give him.
And it didn't make sense for the Jazz to pay him this summer anyways.
But for people to be down on, I don't get that.
So anyways.
He showed so much promise last year. And just his mentality should show you that he's got a future in the NBA. So I don't get that.
Yeah, I think there's a real chance he's averaging 15, 12, and 3 this year. Those are really good numbers for a starting center, and he's in his 4th year.
And 15 rebounds, not 12.
Yeah, 15 rebounds,
12 being
points.
the point.
Yeah. Honestly, it's possible.
Honestly, that's more likely.
It absolutely is.
Next.
Number 3, light the beam. Russell Westbrook, proving the Kangs are going to be the Kangs.
Russell Westbrook is signing with the Sacramento Kings. Almost made it to opening night without a roster spot. And remember, this had kind of been the rumor all summer, was they were going to trade Malik Monk, who's a pretty good player, to clear room to sign Russell Westbrook, and they found a way to get it done anyways. But we've reached the very sad part of Russell Westbrook's career where he's on a new team every year who says, but it might work for us. And it's not going to. And also, it's just a reminder that, Sacramento can't even make every other step a good decision. They might make one good step, and then they follow it immediately with 3 bad decisions.
Bad franchises are bad franchises.
It's pretty crazy.
It is crazy. Bad owners and bad owners. You know, that's why that Ishbia character in Phoenix is going nowhere fast.
Yeah. Right. I thought they had a good summer. I don't trust him to make 2 good decisions in a row.
Nope. And we can get to the other NBA news today that Jason Kidd signs a multi-year extension with the Dallas Mavericks. I know they've got Cooper Flagg, but that Nico Bozo is going to screw this up somehow.
Yeah.
You know, Dallas with new ownership, are they headed down the bad franchise rabbit hole again?
That would be interesting. That'd be really interesting because Mark Cuban, as weird as he was and kind of a, boisterous bozo, maybe not a brain bozo, turned that team into very respectable. Very respectable. And, the new ownership group could undo a lot of that. And if you keep the wrong people in jobs out of loyalty or whatever, or feeling like you're afraid to fire them, yeah, you could find yourself in trouble.
They should have fired Nico as soon as and I don't love Luka Doncic, but as soon as that trade was finalized, they should have been like, yeah, I don't think you're it.
Since 2019, his last year in Oklahoma City, Russell Westbrook has gone OKC, Houston, Washington, the Lakers, the Clippers, Denver, and now Sacramento. It's a new team every year, which is
turned into Jeff Green.
It's a really bad sign. It's the team that won't bring you back.
Yeah, we saw what you brought to the table, Rusty, and and you know what? He's not a bad locker room guy either. So it's not like it's his behavior that is making him bounce around. It's the way he plays.
The way he plays is hard. Players like him. I think the coaches don't like him.
All right, stay tuned. More Jake and Ben coming up next on a rivalry week. Don't miss Curtis Brown at 11, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC Fat Loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC Fat Loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC Fat Loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey. Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update. Jake and Ben. Here is John Henry Daly on why he transferred from BYU to Utah.
Man, honestly, that'd be a long conversation. Let's just suffice it to say that I just knew that BYU was no longer the place for me, and I needed a change of scenery.
This update is brought to you by our friends at Kenny J's Barbecue. They want to cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Kenny J's Barbecue.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
It's big, for sure. My brother was a BYU fan growing up, and the rest of the family was Utah. Every time we'd beat him, I'd just rub it in his face, and he'd cry. So there's a lot of emotion, a lot of emotion.
It's a heated rivalry. You got guys switching teams, right? You got certain feelings towards, the other team, and so there's always going to be some of that friction there, and that's why it's one of the greatest rivalries in all of college football.
Does it add to it for you?
I mean, no comment on that one.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
To this day, when I hear that song, I see you standing there on that lawn. Discount shades, store-bought tan, flip-flops and cut-off jeans. Somewhere between that setting sun, I'm on fire, I'm born to run. You looked at me and I was done, but we were just getting started. I was singing to you, you were singing to me. I was so alive, never been more free. Fired up my daddy's lighter.
Jake and Ben, it is a Wednesday. That means it's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller number 12-801-575-ZONE. We're hooking you up a pair of tickets to go see Eric Church. He's got his concert October 23rd at the Delta Center. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Are we back to being able to say the Delta Center again, or what is it still Delta Center?
I heard it referred to in an official capacity as the Delta Center. I don't want to say an official capacity, but in some of the in-game operations at the Jazz game on Monday, and it kind of caught everyone being like, oh, it's not the Delta Center anymore. I know you were just reading what.
Maybe it's just the new PA guy.
I suspect next game he will not be saying that anymore.
Want to remind you to stop by the Pickler in Lehigh coming up on Friday for the Social Health Games 2025 event. Free for families. They've got bounce houses, axe throwing, food trucks, and more. Plus, we, Jake and Ben, this show will be broadcasting from 10 to noon. We will see you there. Oh, dude, I'm I'm getting after that bounce house.
The Pickler. Sounds like a Batman bad guy.
I'm excited.
Super villain. Yeah, absolutely. You ever do a backflip?
On
like
a bounce
trampolines?
house? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Yeah, at some point you do your last backflip.
Yeah, that is the thing.
You don't know it when you do it, unless you get hurt. Then you know it.
And by the way, the catching on of food trucks as a genre is maybe the best thing that ever happened to society.
Let's bring every restaurant to me.
Yeah,
good idea.
Great idea. Or a sick event. You know what I mean? Like, genius. All right. Christian told us he did find the Harvey Updike phone call, and it is pretty classic if memory serves. We were talking about bozo fan behavior, and this Harvey Updike guy, Alabama fan, poisoned a famous tree at Auburn, got arrested, and served some jail time. How much did you say his fine was, or what do you have to pay?
$800,000.
So part of the reason they found this bozo, in fact, because it took the tree months to die, because it was an old, sturdy tree. You can't just kill it in one night with some poison, right? He called in the day after he did it to the Senate guy's radio extravaganza. And let's play that famous phone call. Christian, go ahead.
Well, okay. This year I was at the Iron Bowl.
Okay.
And I saw where they put a Scam Newton jersey on Bear Bryant's statue.
Okay, I mean, again, that's 28 years later.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what I did. The weekend after the Iron Bowl, I went to Auburn, Alabama, because I live 30 miles away, and I poisoned the 2 tumors trees.
Okay, well, that's fair.
I put Spike 80 DF in them.
Did they die?
Do what?
Did they die?
They're not dead yet, but they
will be?
They definitely will die.
Is that against the law to poison a tree?
Well, do you think I care?
No.
Okay, I really don't. Hey, and you can tell Tammy, I hope, never mind.
Okay.
Roll damn Tide.
I'm going to say right now, you're never supposed to say there's no way, never, I've done it before. There is no way that story is true. There is no possibility.
Oh, it sure is.
That any human being, upon hearing of another person's death, would have rolled Toomer's Corner. Alex, do you believe that story to be true?
Well, you should.
I'll come back to you.
All right, that's enough. Roll damn Tide, man. Can you imagine selling yourself out on the radio?
Guy's going to go down with the ship that he created. Yeah.
I mean, the cops called Feinbaum's producer, I'm sure. They're
what
like,
was his number?
What was that guy's name?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we'll go
pick
check
him up.
the trees, and then we'll go pick him up. He was convicted of felony criminal damage of an agricultural facility, served more than 70 days in jail, and was ordered to pay $800,000 in restitution.
That's rough.
Sounds like he only paid about $7,000, but I imagine Harvey didn't have very much money.
But then you have
$6,900 is probably a lot.
Yeah, but then you have to live broke the rest of your life.
Yeah, correct. And having gone to jail, and everyone's embarrassed by you being their father or brother or
whatever,
grandfather,
neighbor.
Yeah,
or even your fellow Alabama fans, which I think what's his name is, right?
His dad was a retired Texas state trooper. Bear Updike. More bears coming into the world.
Harvey's father.
No, Bear Harvey's son.
Oh, okay.
Told ESPN that his father was a
sheriff,
Texas trooper.
Oh, well, he was certainly familiar with the law.
That's why he didn't care about it. Real cowboy.
You think I care?
You think I care?
Oh, you should.
You're going to.
Yeah,
you're going to jail.
You're going to care a lot.
So, anyways, back to our original story to open the show. Don't be that guy.
Yeah, don't be an idiot.
Yeah.
And if you see idiot behavior, just say, "Hey, Harvey,
what are you doing with that poison in those trees?
Poison that tree, dude.
Yeah.
Knock it off.
Yeah. It's not too late.
Turn around, go home.
It's not too late to stop.
You could really do a lot with that $7,000.
You'll have more fun. There's 70 days you'll have of your life at home that you'll enjoy.
Stay tuned. The great Curtis Brown joins us next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, have you given serious consideration to what kind of lifestyle that you want to live when you retire? What do you want to do? And feel free, by the way, to dream big. What do you want to do? How do you want to live? Do you want to play a lot of golf? Do you want to travel? Do you want to drive across the country in an RV? Well, Trajan wants to help you set those goals. Get your priorities in order, and then show you exactly what they can do for you to help you get there, help you make the right decisions. Give them a call, 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. That number again, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Take a moment to listen, really listen. You can hear the world around you, but can you hear clearly? If not, turn a new page in your life. Turn to My Hearing Centers. Research shows good hearing stimulates your brain, which reduces memory loss and helps maintain a higher quality of life. If you're dealing with hearing loss, you owe it to yourself to call My Hearing Centers and schedule a free consultation. 801-438-7058. 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, My Hearing Centers, changing lives through better hearing.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems. With refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
I understand the significance of this game. We'll be dialed into it for sure.
Have your teammates tried to, your local teammates tried to tell you what it's all about?
Yep, I'm aware. I'm aware.
I mean, a one-loss team and an undefeated team, and like you said, I would assume we'll be ranked. We don't pay a whole lot of attention to that right now, but I would say it's shaping up to be the biggest event in the state of Utah, sporting event like it is most years.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Ben, it's time to talk rivalry. Let's get out to the Zone phone. All of our guests this week, of course, brought to you by UCCU. Our next guest was a running back at BYU from 02 to 06, Ben. He totaled 3,241 rushing yards, 36 total touchdowns leaving school as BYU's all-time leading rusher. We welcome him back to the Jake and Ben Show. He is Curtis Brown. What's going on, Curtis?
Not much. How are you guys doing?
We're doing terrific. Hey, Curtis, is it more fun to do these interviews when BYU currently holds the crown?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, I spent the first 4 years of my time at BYU, kind of getting all of it from the Utah fans. It literally erased the past 4 years of just humiliation.
Any moments stand out to you, Curtis? You played in a lot of these games. Do you have a favorite time or a favorite game?
I mean, ultimately, my senior year at University of Utah, I mean, it was an intense rivalry. There's a lot of – I guess I shouldn't say there's a lot of trash talk. I did some trash talk, and I was confident in our team. And we had worked hard that year, and we were performing well, and the game ended up being a lot closer than I expected it to be. But at the end of the day, we were able to come out on top.
Curtis, I don't know if you've seen it, but Kyle Whittingham was asked about Bear Bachmeier at his Monday press conference, and he said, I'm just going to focus on us this week. I'm not going to talk about it. Seemingly, in a sense, to not give out any bulletin board material. Do you believe in bulletin board material, and do you think that helped?
To be honest with you, I'm actually a fan of it. At the end of the day, it's a rivalry. It's excitement. You want people to show up for the game. You want people to be excited for the game. We could try to play it down as much as you want, but at the end of the day, we know what's said in those locker rooms. And the reality is that I think there needs to be a little bit more transparency. I think we need to hype up these games because at the end of the day, that's what the fans want. They want to know that their coaches are confident, that their players are confident, that they're excited for this game. And so, I feel like we have to be people's champions and give them what they want. And it's fun.
This game stands out to me because it was really early in my career. I was a very young man, but and I don't think you played in this game, if memory serves. But was the 03 Utah BYU game the most miserable from a weather standpoint game of your career?
Oh, I sat in the stands and watched it.
Brutal, right? Awful.
The 0-3 loss. To me, it was the most disappointing game ever. It was. I actually literally watched that game from the stands as a fan, and it was almost as disappointing as my freshman year when we got our butts kicked, and I didn't even realize it was a rivalry just because it wasn't even close. But no, it's I think definitely over the last 20 years now since I've been done, we've seen some exciting games, and some of them have been lopsided at times. But I feel like you look back and we've found ways to keep it interesting on both sides. And so I'm looking forward to this one, and it's setting up perfectly, and can't wait.
LJ Martin's a real weapon. Bear Bachmeier's maybe best weapon right now is still, when push comes to shove, his legs. Did you like the idea of having a quarterback who could kind of be the lightning and the thunder with you in the backfield?
John was he was a pocket guy. He had a bullet of an arm. My thought is this, and I've said this time and time again, because I remember watching Riley Nelson after I got done playing, and I love quarterbacks that can do things when it's not planned and it's not intended. We look at quarterback scramble. You look at Michael Vick, and when he made plays because nothing was open downfield, and he decided to run the ball. I'm not a huge fan of the planned runs because there's different keys and indicators that the defense is looking at, and if you have a disciplined defense, they see a guard pulling or they see their O-line blocking, regardless of how long the quarterback has the ball in his hands, they're going to know whether it's pass or run. And so for me, I like a quarterback that can draw back, and once he's gone through all of his progressions, can scramble and run around and make something happen. But I'm not a fan of just intentionally calling a play where you're showing run from the get-go. The quarterback barely shows that he's even passing, just because if you look at those plays, they don't tend to do as well as the plays where they draw back, they're sitting in the pocket for 4 seconds, and all of a sudden they take off and run for 30 or 40 yards.
Sorry, I keep taking down memory lane, Curtis, but you played in some just fascinating rivalry games. And back in 2005, you guys were the favorite, and Utah actually pulled off the upset. And the last play of the game, Gary Anderson called the circus defense, where he dropped everybody, and they ended up getting the stop. And then in 2006, your senior year going out on top, we have, of course, the Becta Harleen play, that famous play, but Utah ran the exact same defense basically in the exact same moment. They ran that circus thing again. Did you guys know what was coming? Or take us into the huddle before the Becta Harleen play and what you guys were thinking?
Well, I'm thinking this is going to be a crazy, fun experience post-interview when I have to eat my words. I know I got quoted that week talking some trash. And to be honest with you, we had no idea how it was going to turn out. We had a play plan, and the goal was whatever route you run, get it in the end zone. Don't assume that you're going to be able to catch it and make something happen. And so I can't even remember the play that was called. All I know is John was in my line of sight. I was asking him for the ball, even though I had probably two or three guys behind me crowding me. And then I lost sight of him. And I just remember seeing the ball in the air, but I didn't see who it went to or what happened. And I just remember timing up the, kind of where the ball hit and the roar. And I honestly thought Utah had won because of how loud the cheers were. And then I remember seeing Brett Cooper run onto the field and chuck his helmet super high in the air. And I was like, we don't usually celebrate like that when we lose. And that's how I knew that we had won.
That's funny.
Harvey Young has done a good job with LJ Martin and really turned him into a weapon like we were talking about. What makes a good running backs coach in your experience?
Number one, I think it starts with the mental aspect of the game, understanding the bigger picture. As far as running backs are concerned, we're kind of spoiled in the fact that we're hoping or guaranteed at least 5 to 10, at least 10 to 15 carries a game, whereas receivers, they might be lucky if they get 5 or 6 receptions. And so for us, it's understanding that we have an opportunity more frequently to make a play and focus on just the fundamentals of, hey, putting your shoulders down, running hard, the average, trying to average 4 yards a carry. And for us, I think that's the biggest thing, is having a mentor that says, hey, we don't need you to be anything more than just a solid running back that just knows how to run the ball hard. And then also understanding just the philosophy behind pass protection and what we need to do in order to create space and room for the quarterback to throw, and also when you're a receiver out of the backfield, being able to understand your role. And a running back should always be a safety valve in any pass protection or any passing play. And so I think helping the running back understand both pass pro, running the ball, and also where they fit in the passing game, that's critical.
So we have the former Ute Christian Cox on our show from time to time, and I asked him the other day what he thought about Bill Belichick's career arc, because he played for Bill in New England, and who knew he'd be dating a 24-year-old and a terrible coach at North Carolina. My question for you is about Bronco. Bronco ended up at Utah State, goes to UVA, ends up in New Mexico, and then up in Logan as somebody who played for him. What do you think about Bronco's career arc?
I'm just happy he's back coaching. That man is a great man, and he's very influential. Let's be honest. When he first came to BYU as a defensive coordinator, if you've heard the stories, he was intense. He brought some fire. He was relentless. It was the year of the walk-on, because we had guys that were all heart, all effort, and those guys were the ones taking over starting spots. And you could either jump on the bus or you could, get off at the next stop. And from our starter scholarship guys to walk-ons, everybody bought into him. And his biggest goal was obviously to build men. And he put that first. He put the church first. And we were doing firesides, and people were like, don't mix church with football and different things like that. But at the end of the day, he was a leader for change. And I think what he's doing is phenomenal. He's had success wherever he's gone, and he does things his way. And regardless of what people say on the outside, those that play for him and are coached by him and led by him have nothing but positive to say about his example.
Curtis, do you have a game day tradition, especially the rivalry game? Is there one specific way you do it or place you go to watch the games?
You know what? I have 5 kids now. My youngest is now 15 months, and so I can pop on wherever I have to. Usually I'm watching the game on my phone because I'm out at a sporting event. I'm coaching football right now in youth, and so whenever I can try to get home and watch it in my living room. But no, it's been fun to watch. I love that they have the night games. I don't know if that's strategically planned, but it's convenient for my schedule. And no, it's just knowing that you're going into a game. I go into these games confident. Even against Arizona last weekend, it was like, we're going to pull this off. And as a BYU fan, there were years where we never felt that way. As much as you lied in the mirror and told yourself that we were going to win, it was like, I hope. Now we go in there with intention to no, we're going to find a way.
What's harder, running 100 yards in a college football game or raising a 15-month-old?
Raising a 15-month-old by far. There's a 10-year gap between him and the next 4. So
wow.
Yeah, I got 12-year-old triplets, an 11-year-old, and then a 15-month-old. So I don't recommend it, but I don't recommend the age gap. I recommend 5 kids. Bring in as many as you can love and handle, but it definitely makes you feel old.
With a 15-month-old, I would understand if the question to this is no. But have you not watched the Utes much this year?
I watched their game against Texas Tech, which it was unfortunate. Here's the deal. It's University of Utah is the BYU of the North, right? With now that we got some BYU alumni in some coordinating positions, we got Jason Beck, who was my backup quarterback, Whittingham, and Mark Yatawaya as a running backs coach. At the end of the day, there's BYU blood there. And so we support them. Yeah, there was a lot of turnovers that game. But also Texas Tech is rising to the occasion. I think they're the team to beat this year. I wish I could say it was BYU, but Texas Tech has the seniority. They have the tenure. And so I think regardless of what the rankings say, people are going to favor Texas Tech over us. And so it's good to see Utah still being successful. They're 6-1 right now.
Yep.
And so aside from that loss to a very strong team, or I think they're in the top, Texas Tech is 7 or something like that. So it's Utah's doing well. And I think that's what's great is when when the conference is doing well, it speaks volumes for BYU, because then it's like, in the Mountain West, very disappointing, because no matter how perfect your schedule was, there was always shade that was thrown our way. So, ultimately the Big 12, there's a lot of competition week in and week out, and I'll support Utah as long as they're not playing BYU.
I remember teething. That was rough. Teething was really. I have a 4-year-old and an 8-year-old, Curtis, and hearing you say 15-month-old gave me PTSD.
Yeah.
I just started thinking diapers and teething again.
Oh no, it's crazy, and I don't even those are the things that I'm not even have left my brain, and so I'm like, why are you so fussy? And then my wife brings it to my attention. I'm like, oh, is that what that is? But Hayes, his name is Hayes. He's beautiful. He's awesome. He's fun. But you definitely forget how much energy is required in order to raise a little.
Man, being a dad's the best, though, for sure. And Curtis, we really appreciate your time. Thank you for coming back on the show. All the best, and enjoy the game over the weekend.
Thanks, Curtis.
All right, thank you guys.
The great Curtis Brown, BYU running back, joining us here on the Jake and Ben Show. That was fun.
12-year-old, triplets at 11, and a 15-month-old is as wild an assortment as you could get.
Man, the end of the 05 and 06 rivalry game, those two endings, it's so appropriate for the rivalry. The circus defense, it works. And Gary goes, let's do it again.
Yeah.
Worked last year, let's do it again in the exact same scenario. And then we get Ralph screaming in Greg's ear and Johnny Harleen catching a touchdown.
We're going to see a lot of quarterback running in this game. This game is going to be...
A-Rod said they're not going to run the Bear 22 times this week.
Probably. That was a lot.
He said it was because of the rain.
Yeah, the rain. You certainly have to. But look, if you can't move the ball, if Utah's corners up their game and are able to slow down, which I don't expect to happen, Parker Kingston and Chase Roberts, then maybe.
Not? Why not? I was thinking of our conversation the other day, and you asked me, and it was a very relevant question: is it possible to take one of those guys out of the game if you're Smith Snowden? And it stuck with me. It was a good question. And my question would be, why not? If Smith Snowden is another one of the great Ute corners, which I don't know if...
Yeah, that's a big if.
Sure. Yeah. But if you believe that, which I think he's capable of it. I mean, I remember the bowl game when Eric Weddle took Calvin Johnson out of the game.
Yeah.
Calvin Johnson.
Yep.
I can't remember which corner it was, but Utah played Larry Fitzgerald in a bowl game, and they took him out of the game.
Did it with Julio Jones.
Great. Yes. Yeah. I didn't even think of Julio. You're totally right. Sean Smith took Julio Jones absolutely out of the Sugar Bowl. What was Julio the next year in the draft? Wasn't he top 5?
Had to be, yeah. First rounder.
And then at some point was the best receiver in
as
the
was
NFL.
Megatron, yeah.
And they took those receivers out of the game. So, yeah, I think Smith can prove so. I think he's going to be asked to do something similar that those corners were asked. Now, like you say, saying and doing is one thing. You know what I mean? But if we believe, or if you believe, or if people out there believe that Smith is the next great corner at Utah, then why not? Why not be able to take Chase Roberts out of the game? That's why they recruited you.
Trying to be nice, but the person most likely to take Chase Roberts out of the game is Bear Bachmeier. And he hasn't yet.
Yeah, I mean, Chase didn't have a great game against Arizona, but
he did.
Yeah,
Again,
but
he didn't throw the ball. Yeah, right. That's the exact storyline, is that the only reason Chase Roberts doesn't produce is if he doesn't get the ball. Now, he actually had a drop. He had a very bad drop in this game, and it didn't end up hurting them, but he had a very bad drop against Arizona that is really uncharacteristic of him. I also think if you gear up to take away one of those guys, you're probably going to leave the other open.
Well, that's the point of the defense, though. The point of the defense is you don't have to take away another guy to take Chase Roberts out of the game. That's the
conceptually.
If
you have a guy you can put on an island, yes.
And he doesn't get open, then the Bear doesn't throw him the ball, and they have other people to guard Parker Kingston.
Yeah.
Or take L.J. Martin out, or whatever. That's the point. And if it works, then Utah's chances of winning go through the roof. If it doesn't, well, then we see him take evasive action. But they hammered Georgia Tech in that bowl game because Calvin Johnson was a non-factor. They hammered Alabama in the bowl game because Julio Jones was a non-factor.
But I'm more prone to look back at what happened against Texas Tech and see that Utah gave up 300 yards to the air.
Yeah.
I just don't think the secondary does that.
Smith isn't that.
I don't think this secondary is that. Because in addition to as much as it was nice to have Sean Smith,
Yeah, but that's the point. I don't care about the rest of the secondary. I care about one player and his ability to play.
But that's the thing. It is more than one player. It is not just those one guys. Now, those one guys specifically, you put on an island against those superstars,
right?
And they held their own.
That's the point.
I totally get it. The problem I do think is if you put one of these guys over there, because I don't think the rest of the talent is there either, that Parker Kingston will go off. I think those guys, I think the best way to slow them down is Utah's pass rush. I don't think it's the corners. In all honesty, I think it's the ability for Utah's defensive line to put BYU in bad situations over and over and over. More so than I think it's Utah's secondary that's going to stop anything. Because I haven't seen that from Utah's secondary a whole lot this year.
All right, what you got Wednesday? Coming up next, Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
Fall is here, and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Utah State returns home for a Friday night battle against San Jose State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake Scott rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben with the
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about Kenny J's Barbecue. They will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order with Kenny J's. Also, big thanks to Curtis Brown for jumping on the show in the last segment. All of our Rivalry Week interviews brought to you by UCCU Bank. Join the KSL Sports Zone for a Rivalry pregame bash live from UCCU. Enjoy food, games, prizes, cash, and tickets to the rivalry game. Don't miss it. This Saturday, 4 to 6 at UCCU's Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. UCCU, love where you bank. All right, it's time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, every Wednesday, Ben and I go head-to-head in 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not, and then we put it out to you, the Jake and Ben listeners, for a vote. What happened last week, Christian?
Last week, another sweep. We've had a lot of sweeps. That's, I think, 3 straight weeks.
Wow.
Biggest waste of time in sports, Ben won 59-41. And best Steven Spielberg movies, Ben won 62-38.
It's because you drafted Hook. Hook stinks.
You're crazy. Hook is great. All right, what is our sports-related draft today?
It's rivalry week. So let's go with best Utah and BYU players of all time.
You know what? We should have mixed this up, which we could, adding strategy to it, which is you can only draft one player at one position.
Yeah, but it's a little late for that.
It is a little late for
That's
that.
easier to do in basketball than it is in football.
I was thinking is if I drafted a quarterback, you couldn't take a quarterback, which would add real strategy into how you approach this. Anyways, maybe next time.
Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
Kind of. But no, I don't think there is. I really don't.
I don't think there's an auto number 1 pick. I'm going to take Ty Detmer because there's only one Heisman Trophy winner at either school, and his name is Tyrone Detmer, BYU quarterback.
All right. I will go with Steve Young, who I think is the other obvious pick.
Yeah, I think you could make an argument actually for 2 or 3 players, but
Agreed. I wish it wasn't that boring, but I think it belongs in that conversation.
I'll take Alex Smith.
Yeah, My list is chalk right now.
Is he the only number 1 pick?
He is.
We've had a number 2 pick, obviously.
We have.
But I think he's the only number 1 pick. Alex Smith.
I will go with... obviously, before my time, but was kind of the legend for a really long time at Utah. Witt talks about him as the best player he's probably ever seen. And I'm going to go with Luther Ellis.
Yeah, good pick.
Yeah.
He's
First
on the
round
list.
draft pick.
Well,
Still associated with the team.
That was Ronnie Mack's best team by far,
Yep.
the 94 team. And they were really good, and it was basically because of him.
Yeah.
He single-handedly tore up the entire league that year, which was still the WAC, if memory serves.
Yeah.
Man, I've got several that I want to take.
There are. This is not easy.
No, this is a good draft. You know what? It seems low-hanging fruit, and I'm all quarterbacks, I guess, but I'm going to go Jimmy Mack.
Okay. I'm going to write Jimmy Mack because I don't want to pretend I know how to spell McMahon. I think it's just M. Is it M-A-C or M-C?
I think it's MC. Hang on. MC.
M-A-H-O-N.
Yeah.
Still going Jimmy Mack. Yeah, I mean, top 5 pick, right?
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah, won a Super Bowl and probably was not a great NFL quarterback, but won a Super Bowl and was a very good quarterback.
And I got to tell you, I love the story arc of him mending his relationship with BYU. Had a lot to do with Tom Homo and that they were teammates, and because that was a big story for a long time that Jimmy Mack wanted nothing to do with BYU. And you want to have your legends under the umbrella, right?
And he's a character, and characters make the world more fun.
Absolutely. Jimmy Mack.
All right, give me Eric Weddle. Talking purely, I mean, he's a borderline Hall of Famer as an NFL player, but purely college football player, he's as good as I've ever seen, in all honesty.
Yeah, he's
both sides of the ball, whatever you need him to do, Weddle was truly incredible.
And he was a personality at Utah and was a leader, certainly one of Witt's favorite players, there's no doubt. Man, all right, where am I going to go here? You know what? There's only one Doak Walker Award winner at these two schools,
That's where
too.
I was going to go next.
Luke Staley.
Has not quite mended his relationship.
No, his relationship has become complicated with BYU, but he was incredible. You
talked to Luke before?
Yeah, many times.
He's really insightful. He's really, as much as he doesn't have that bond that Jimmy Mack has rebuilt, he's worth listening to.
Oh, he's great.
It's really fascinating.
Yeah. And he was as dominant as any of these players during his time at BYU or Utah. I mean, he was as unstoppable as it gets. So Luke Staley.
All right, I will go with, speaking of unstoppable, and you were talking about Luther Ellis' ability to dominate games. I've never seen a player in my time dominate games the same way I saw Kyle Van Noy. It didn't matter. BYU was not particularly talented around him at times, and they had a chance because Kyle Van Noy was on the field. And has also had a truly absurdly good NFL career. 2 Super Bowls, still hanging around, has reinvented himself as a player. Kind of not an early bust, but maybe not what people had hoped, and then certainly turned into that.
Man,
There's a lot of names.
There is a lot of names, and I'm really up in the air on it. So, you know what? I'm going to go Ute because I've got 3 Cougs already. And I'm going to take our guy, Stephon Smith Sr.
Yeah.
Who was not on a particularly good Ute teams. I think he was there for 2 years. He was a JC guy. But he was like a one-man wrecking crew. I mean, and he was known as a special teams guy. I know he was a dominant receiver at Carolina. That's not really who he was at Utah. He was just somebody who you tried to give him the ball in any way you could, as often as you could. Stephon Smith Sr.
Looking at my list, we've just been spoiled by great players because there are great players who are not getting drafted. Truly great players.
Truly great players.
And I'm going to go... I think this legend is only going to grow because of what he's doing right now in the NFL, and I'm going to go Devin Lloyd. Devin Lloyd was the best player on some of the best Utah teams of all time. That Utah team that beat Oregon in the Pac-12 title game was run by him. He was absurdly good. So I'm going to go Devin Lloyd.
There are so many players that we list. You know what? I don't even think we picked. You picked Luther Ellis.
Uh-huh.
I don't think we picked the best defensive lineman to play at either of these schools. And this was where I was conflicted at 5. But Jason Buck was the best defensive lineman in the country when he played at BYU.
Make a real argument. So was Starlo Tulele.
I think he could, but Star didn't get the award. Jason did. What's the award called?
But yeah, I mean the names we didn't bring up. I mean we didn't draft Puka Nacua, who again his injuries, he didn't start his career at BYU. Fred Warner is a true superstar in the NFL.
Jason Buck won the Outland Trophy Award, which is for the best defensive lineman in the country.
Nate Orchard was an incredible football player. I mean, yeah, the list goes on. We didn't draft Kevin Dyson.
Kevin or Andre or his brother.
Yeah, we didn't draft Jamal Anderson.
Or we didn't take any one of those great corners that we talked about.
Right. So
no, that list is really long.
It's impossible. You could do 20. We could honestly do a 20-person draft, and that's when we'd have to get into the late teens before it started getting difficult to find names.
So people out there mad that we left off people. We're sorry.
We know we did.
We left off a lot of people.
Yeah, we know we did.
Yeah. You had to draft the quarterbacks though. Like I don't think you could make an argument maybe Max Hall, maybe Brian Johnson, maybe John Beck, but I think the line we drew at quarterbacks was appropriate.
Yeah. I don't have any problem with who we left off. Sorry, Lee Gross Cup.
All right. That was a good one.
That was fun.
Okay.
Recap. Jake had the number 1 pick. He went Ty Detmer, Alex Smith, Jimmy Mack, Luke Staley, and Stevan Smith Sr. Ben went Steve Young, Luther Ellis, Eric Weddle, Kyle Van Noy, and Devin Lloyd.
I went heavy defense. I didn't realize how all 4 of my guys, my last 4 picks were all defense, depending on how you want to use Weddle.
It'll be interesting. All right,
you're probably going to win.
Our not sports topic is?
Let's go with best red and blue things.
Or blue things.
Or
red,
blue, sorry.
Red or blue.
Or blue things. Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
There is.
Well, there's no way we're thinking the same thing.
Jake could do the funniest thing ever with this pick.
Oh, I could? Now I feel like there's...
Okay.
Wow. Oh, yeah, take like what we talked about in the first... No, I'm not going to do that. Obviously, I can get that at any time. Obvious number 1 pick in my mind. The Cookie Monster.
Okay. I'm a big Cookie Monster guy.
I love Jim Henson and everything he ever did, especially the Dark Crystal.
Legit genius.
And who does not love the Cookie Monster?
Okay. It's a good pick. I'm going to go a slightly different direction. Give me Old Glory herself, the American flag. Kind of gets the red and the blue in there. So, a little different, but we'll take it.
Both icons in their own way.
Well, I kind of assumed Ben was going to go the hammer and sickle route, but I'm going to go with the ocean.
Yeah, good pick. Heavy blue. Know who you rooting for this weekend?
I'm just a guy who likes the ocean, Ben.
I'm going to go local. I'm going to go in-state. I'm going to go with the Red Rocks. Not the gymnastics team, but I mean Southern Utah Red Rocks.
Oh, like Red Rock. Moab Red Rocks.
It's like, who was I listening to? Someone was talking about it was Kevin Love was talking about it. It's like you go to Southern Utah, it's like you step onto Mars. It's like, yeah, it really is. It's unlike, and there is a line when you're driving into some of these parks. It's like, what happened here? Red Rocks.
I'm going to go, help me with this one. I'm going to go with blue or red berries. Like strawberries.
You gotta pick.
Strawberries are great. Raspberries are great.
You can't have them all. You can't have every berry that's ever existed. So which one's your favorite?
Yeah, let's get some clarification.
Yeah. Why not just say the color red? Yeah, I don't know.
But either blue or red berries are amazing.
You understand that's where colors come from, right? Like the original dyes are from fruits. Colors come from the nature, and the nature is the fruit that we eat.
What point are you trying to make? No,
so
you don't.
Can't just say the organic matter that created life.
I just want to put berries. Just put berries.
Hell no.
Why?
Veto. 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 You got to pick a fruit.
I'm picking fruit. They're called berries.
Which
it's
one?
It's a subset of fruit.
Blueberry, strawberry,
there are
raspberry.
Far too many berries to leave
all the
it
berries.
That vague.
I'm going to swear at you on the air. Pick a berry.
Berries, please.
You got to clarify.
You got to clarify.
Oh, that's lame.
Strawberries, blueberries.
When have you ever ruled in my favor, Christian, on this show?
But
never.
I've been vetoed
We
1,000
all know you
times.
love-
I've never taken a firm stance on this draft because I like it to be wide open.
We all know that you love Ben. I got it. God, it puts me in a horrible disadvantage.
Having to make a decision puts you at a disadvantage?
I picked berries. I
That's
made a
not
decision.
a thing. What berry do you want?
I'm very frustrated by all of this. I'm gonna take Bluey.
So you're not taking berries at all. You're taking the cartoon Bluey. All right, I'll take raspberry. Love a good raspberry. And we also have them in the state. Redder the better.
Happy for you, Ben. Extremely, extremely happy for you.
Thank you.
God, I can't think of anything red that I want to go. Having a tough time on this one. I thought I was going to be able to save Bluey to the end. You know what? You're right, Christian. Just despite Ben, I'm going to go apples.
Good pick. Garbage fruit. Good choice. You should just take red colored garbage.
I would take an apple over berries.
Raspberry?
Yeah, personally.
No. There's a whole thing called raspberry days in our state. Raspberry shake. No one makes apple shakes because apple's garbage. I will go with the greatest animal on the planet, the blue whale. Great in size and appearance. The blue whale.
Great point, Adam, on the Snap Talk, who just said, why can Ben get the American flag, but you can't get berries? Terrific point. Terrific point.
Because mine is very specific.
I'm going to go with my final pick. I'm going to say Red Ryder. The BB gun.
It's not that berries encompasses blue
Whatever,
and red.
Yeah, if there was a berry that was blue and red,
you
could get a blue and red berry.
You and Ben didn't take flags.
Yeah, I didn't say every flag that's ever existed ever. Fabric,
listen,
in general, clothing.
You and Ben can make out after the show all you want. What's your fifth pick?
Textiles. Yeah, the entire economy of textiles throughout the history of humanity. That's my pick. Yeah, that's moronic. I will go with... I'm going to keep it local. I'll go red iguana. I enjoy red iguana. Recap?
Jake had the number one pick. He went the Cookie Monster, the Ocean, Bluey, Apples, and Red Ryder. Ben went the American flag, Red Rocks, Raspberries, Blue Whales, and Red Iguana. Anything we left off?
I really thought about taking crab number one overall. I love crab. But you know what? There's blue crab and there's red crab. Maryland blue and traditional red. Alaskan king.
Christian will get that up later today.
Red Riding Hood. Thought about Red Riding Hood.
We'll have more next. Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring. Do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at kennyjsbarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right. It's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at kslsports.com.
Join Jake and Ben this Thursday 10 to 2 at Comet Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley in West Jordan for open house robotic demonstrations. Meet the docs and robots used in hip and knee surgeries.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Utes at 50 update, here's Devin Dampier on what he knows about the rivalry with BYU.
There's a point where if you make too big a deal of things, you get diminishing returns. And so you just got to go through your paces, watch your film. I mean, there's a way to prepare for the game that we believe is best, and we do it every single week. And you don't deviate from that. You just keep doing what you've been doing. The intensity takes care of itself. You don't have to worry about it being ready emotionally for this type of game. So it's just a matter of making sure you get the work done Monday through Friday.
Excuse me, that's Kyle Whittingham on preparing for the rivalry game. Use at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll cater your work parties, your luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first orders. Kenny J's Barbecue.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
It's big, for sure. My brother was a BYU fan growing up, and the rest of the family was Utah. Every time we'd beat him, I'd just rub it in his face, and he'd cry. So there's a lot of emotion, a lot of emotion.
It's a heated rivalry. You got guys switching teams, right? You got certain feelings towards, the other team, and so there's always going to be some of that friction there, and that's why it's one of the greatest rivalries in all of college football.
Does it add to it for you?
I mean, no comment on that one.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him made jokes and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
There's only one thing worse in fruit than an apple, and that's apple juice. Apples suck.
Hey guys, the question was something red or blue. The flag isn't red or blue, it's red, white, and blue. You specifically went away from something red and blue and changed it to red or blue. That disqualifies the flag.
Ben claims he wants the pole to be wide open. Why can't then berries be a category? Wide open category.
This is for Jake and Ben. You talk about bozo fan behavior. I can see the day where Ace Bailey gets his name cheered from the highest parts of Delta Center. Ace, Ace, Ace. I wonder if it'll sound like Ace or something else.
Tyler, Joe, Mark, and Kevin on the call-in. Way to go. By the way, Kevin's laugh at the end there was great.
That was great. That's worth cutting.
That was definitely worth cutting. That was amazing. And yeah, to the people who backed me up on the draft, yeah, I know. And Ben is super, like, I'm going to find a loophole in the draft until it happens to him. And
what's the loophole? Explain my loophole that I failed on here.
No, I took berries. That's my loophole.
That doesn't count.
Berries are both blue and red. I took berries. And you wanted raspberries so bad that you were so upset by it.
No, I took raspberries specifically to clown you.
The Bear Lake in you was like,
specifically to clown
you can't take raspberries, no!
You can look at my draft board. I didn't even have raspberries on the list. You know what I actually did have as my second flavor overall that I didn't draft? Well, second thing overall was blue raspberry as a flavor, because I actually do find myself trending towards blue raspberry, which also checks both blue and red off the board. I didn't take it, but I thought that would have been funny. I thought taking raspberries was funny after you got mad about wanting to take a specific berry, but you're such a coward you couldn't really figure out which berry tastes good.
No, I moved on in protest. Let's see. Colton says, I really hope someone turned on their radio and the first thing they heard was an argument over berries. This is peak Jake and Ben.
Yeah, well.
That was amazing. Shout out to Kevin. That was awesome. And I love it that on rivalry week, it's not, we're not getting call-ins about fans talking trash. It's call-ins about bickering over what you got Wednesday, which is, I suppose, the point of the segment. And apples.
The point is to win. Yeah, the point is to win. Who was our fellow apple hater?
That was Tyler.
Shout out Tyler. Right on, Tyler. We don't need him. If apples disappeared from the earth today, by Sunday, nobody would be like, oh man, I really wish I could have an apple. We'd be like, wow, look at all these other options I didn't know were available to me. It's like tasting freedom for the first time.
You know that saying, Christian, that an apple a day keeps the doctor away? You've heard that? I hope, for Ben's case, that's true. All right, Hans and Scotty are coming up next. Jake and Ben, we'll talk to you tomorrow on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet, courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote, they stuck to the quote, it was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now, it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Boy, oh boy, do we have a show for you today.
It's a good one.
Yes, Eric Weddle's going to be joining us coming up here in just a moment. Danny Ainge will join us for his weekly conversation. And then we'll kick off your Cougar preview show at 1 o'clock. And Max Hall will join us at 1:05. And then Mitch Juergens will join us at 2:30.
Jeez, it's a jam-packed show.
Holy smokes.
But that's what you get during rivalry week.
Yes.
We keep it busy.
Absolutely.
And I'm excited to catch up with Coach Weddle.
Yeah. It's not Eric, it's Coach.
He's a couple years away from being back in the state in some capacity.
He needs to be.
Yeah. So he'll get his kids raised and, get his kids through high school, and then he'll be like, all right, what's next? The problem is, I think that the league will come calling for Eric Weddle and his coaching assistants.
Oh, really?
I do. Yeah, I actually think he's a college mentality, but I think that he's an NFL level insight. When you're out of the game and a team that's on a championship run brings you back and makes you a captain.
Yes.
And you go and win a Super Bowl, it's like you're something more than a player.
Yeah.
You're a mentor. People rely on you. You give good advice and good guidance. There's no way the Rams bring him back unless they know that this guy is good vibes, a good fit, extremely intelligent, and can help us go win a Super Bowl.
And that he did.
Yeah.
And I think he led the team in tackles, too, like in the Super Bowl.
In the Super Bowl?
Yeah. I need to go look that up, but he was close.
What year was that?
3 years ago? 4 years ago? I don't know. All right. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is rivalry week, all brought to you by UCCU. Love where you bank. And joining us now, Utah legend. And we just don't call him Eric Weddle. We call him Coach Weddle. Coach, how are you?
Hey, Coach.
What's up, boys? Great to be on with y'all.
Man.
It's been a minute. I assume you guys just don't like me enough to have me on once or twice a year, so it's all good.
Honestly,
I have to catch up on, I catch the show.
Honestly, Eric, if you decided you wanted to make this a daily, Scotty and I would build a studio in your house or in a practice field or in your car, wherever you are, and we would make it the Eric Weddle Show starring or featuring Hans and Scotty. Like that's what we would do. So you just give us the thumbs up, makes him a captain and has him a part of a Super Bowl run. Like, you've got coaching instincts. Have you kind of taken to it as a duck in water? Like, this just coaching just fits you?
Oh man, I like being challenged. I like the idea of giving back and trying to help the next generation of young men be successful on and off the field. I think that's important for all of us, especially some of us that have maybe done some things that can resonate with young men. So I don't know. I think it's definitely a challenge. High school football and high school kids is not what it once was 20 years ago. But it's definitely rewarding to see the change and to see the development in the maturity process that these guys go through. But yeah, I mean, I think I was a coach on the field along with being a great football player. I think I helped others. I love the dynamics of a team and understanding that the team is what matters most. It's never about the individual, and team success will ultimately have individual success. So I always gravitated towards that. I love being a part of a team. I love the brotherhood. And, I think that's what football brings you.
There's no doubt. And, it's interesting because I remember, I think it was Magic Johnson who got into coaching for like a month and then was like, no, I can't do this anymore. And somebody asked him, what was the hardest part? He's like, well, some of the things that I was able to do came really easy to me, and I would expect the players to be able to do the same things I did, and I just was genetically gifted to be able to do some things that other people weren't, but I expected them to do the same thing, so it was really hard for me to coach people to do things that I did. How hard has that been for you at the high school level to try to get kids to do things that may be a little bit harder for them to do than it was for you?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. I think understanding, as a coach, it's a whole different mindset that you have to wrap your head around of what can I do to get the best out of the players, whether it's scheme, whether it's the physical abilities, mental capacity. From our first year to this year, I mean, there's a reason why we're successful on the field. It's what we do off the field, but it's being the third year and the offensive, defensive schemes and teaching us those techniques and fundamentals and the everything that is required for the third year, and they've been running it. So it's a process that you go through, but it's also, I've had to pull back what we've done just because a lot of the kids can't handle it, or mentally it's not, when you're doing too much at a certain level, your kids can't play fast, and that's a sign of bad coaching. So pulling stuff back, changing practice schedule, changing how hard we do things and how fun things can be. It's been a process each year trying to be better for them. But if you're not willing to adapt and change and change your coaching style to these kids to get the best out of them, then you're doing a disservice to them.
Mm-hmm. I think it's well said. So, Scotty, Eric chose the same child path that I did, 3 girls and a boy.
Yeah.
Eric, Scotty chose not to have any girls.
Yes, 3 boys.
He just did the boy thing. But I want to know. I want to know, how's Gage doing? How's his progression? How difficult is the recruitment? Like, how do you handle kind of the interest that everybody's showing in him right now?
He's been handling it like a champ. He's very centered. He's very focused on the task, right? And he understands that nothing really matters at this point when you're thinking of the big picture, unless you don't go play good and dominate. If you're not dominating on the field at the high school level each and every week, then you're not a Division I type highly prospect. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And unfortunately, a lot of these high school kids get taken back because of the portal and guys shopping him around and stuff. So the opportunities are few and far between. So he loves the game so much. He loves the team. He's been outstanding. If I'm being honest, and putting on my dad cap, I don't know how he does things. I mean, 2 weeks ago he played 115 snaps, offense and defense, didn't come out, and obviously led our team on both sides of the ball, and does things that not many people could do. So I just sit back and thankful that we have good players, because that's why you win. I could be the best coach ever, but if you don't have really good players that are bought in, you're not going to win many games.
I remember talking to Pace Mannion, who played for the Jazz, and he had a kid that was really good, and he saw him as I think a junior in high school, and he did something. He's like, oh, geez, I never was able to do that, and I played in the league. Was there a moment where he's like, oh, he may actually be ahead of me when I was his age?
Oh, he's surpassed me at this point in our high school career, and it's not even close. He has a unique ability to make special things happen. But he plays quarterback, so obviously has the ball in his hands, and he finds ways. He has a unique ability to sit in the pocket and go through it and slide this way, slide that way, and then obviously if he has to get out, he'll convert a third down, which we need, running the ball or finding a touch pass to second level throws, like things that he's doing offensively. Like he does things on defense that I see myself do, which is kind of natural. Like you kind of expect that, but he does things on offense that I sit there and just say he's pretty special. So I just trying to guide him and push him and challenge him, because he wants to be challenged and coached every single day.
I would say in the heart and light of rivalry week, and Jay Hill did not ask me to ask you this question. What would you say if Jay Hill called you and said, hey, come over here and be my DB's coach? Because I'm telling you right now, Gennaro Guilford is primed to be a defensive coordinator, get a huge pay raise. Yeah. And it feels like there's going to be some openings. Would you entertain coaching with Jay Hill at BYU?
Of course I would. Why? I mean, why? Jay is up there with probably the top 5 people that have impacted my career, and just someone that obviously I know, I love, is one of the best coaches, right? So him, Coach Scally, Sean McVay, like Harbs, like those. There's a handful of guys that if they called and things worked out, of course. I mean, and I was all in on wanting to do something like that. Like, there's no question. So now to say that he would have to get in line with, some NFL teams and some other colleges that have asked me already to coach, it would have to be a good little sparring session. Which one would be best? But no, I mean, I have nothing but love and respect for that program. They're recruiting Gage just like everyone else.
Oh, yeah.
And the men that are leading that program. I would be honored if Gage ended up choosing BYU, right? Or, obviously Utah and in any school. I mean, I'm just kind of watching it. But those men are great men of character and leaders, and along with a lot of other schools. And obviously the love I have for Utah is I'm not disregarding that. Everyone knows that. But they're great men that could be great examples for my son. And at the end of the day, that's what you want.
Yep.
You are one of the very few people that transcend the rivalry, because if you talk to BYU fans, they're like, I hate all Utah players except for Eric Weddle. He was cool.
Crazy.
You're the one. There's not a lot of guys that have shown the ability to do that. But I think you went through probably one of the most emotional losses that anybody could go through, that 06 loss at Rice Eccles. And afterwards you said, hey, look, it sucks losing this game, but if I'm going to lose a game, I want to lose a game to John Beck because of what he's been through and the issues that he's dealt with and come through on the other end. That couldn't have been an easy thing for you to say at that time, but yet you meant it. It came from the heart, and people respect the heck out of it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to respect the game and respect your opponent. And the game has brought so much to my life, and the people and the relationships that I've gained through the game of football. Like, I just look at the game differently, and I try to inspire and try to resonate that message with the kids now that the game is so much bigger than yourself, right? Like, if you really just succumb and give yourself to the team and the adversity and the highs and lows and how you can learn and grow from this game through your teammates, right? Through the coaches, through the relationships you build through the time spent in college, if you're lucky enough, or if you're lucky to play in the pros, like, that's what matters. And, you know, my mom and dad raised me to always respect your opponent. And so in that moment, I was just like, he was getting killed every year, this and that. And I just kind of wanted to salute him and say, man, you earned it. You made the play at the end of the day, and nothing but respect for you. And they earned it. I mean, at the end of the day, you earn the wins. There's no excuses. There's no this and that. You win and lose and earn your respect between those white lines, and that's why I love the game so much.
Eric, how much have you been able to watch Jason Beck, the new offensive coordinator, and his quarterback,
watched every game.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun. I like the movement, the change, the up tempo. I've been saying this because I go on Sean's show once a week, and just reiterating the progress I want to see from the quarterback position of just of on-time throws, second-level throws, getting vertical shots to soften up that defense. We know we're going to be able to run the ball. We know the QB run game, but when it comes down to it, which Texas Tech showed over the course of that game, you play elite defenses, you have to be able to attack pre-snap, understand what they're doing, and attack with your arm and your mind. And that's the only thing that I just want to continue to see progress as we go throughout the season, because I think that ultimately helps us win a championship at the end of the day, is all those great things we do offensively, but when it's 3rd and 7, the game on the line, and they're bringing some type of movement, pressure, or just guys in a coverage, you have to be able to beat it with your arm and your mind, and that's what usually the great teams do.
From a quarterback perspective, are defenses more complex and more diversified in what they show and what they can do and how they disguise things now as opposed to when you were playing back in the day?
Oh yeah, I think so, because it's more of a spread game now. So it's twofold. I think offenses have become more generic and the same with the same type of, you know, you got the inside zone, you got the RPOs, you got a little bit of perimeter runs, depending on who your coordinator is, and then you're all looking at those. You know, there's not very much of traditional 3-step, 5-step, going through the progression, working those first, second, third level throws that when I was first in the league, it's kind of morphed into because of the QBs and the athleticism and the QB run game. And gosh, I honestly, like the turnover from roster to roster, you can't have these complex offensive system games, and the same thing on defense. It's hard for these guys to learn it, and will they be there 6 months later? So kind of have to dummy it down so you can go out and execute and let the kids play fast. But it's definitely, I think, because of the spread game, you get more wide receivers. That means more DBs, and it means more looks. But on the flip side, with the up-tempo, there's only so much. Like, I feel when teams go no huddle and they're only in 2x2 or 3x1 for a coordinator, that's like, I eat those teams up, because there's only so much you could do offensively. There's no movement, and you want to go no huddle, then I'm just going to go through my Rolodex of coverages and different looks, and you're not going to know what I'm doing until after the snap, and ultimately the defense is going to win. The teams that are multi-verse, the motions, the shifts, different personnel groupings, that's what we try to do offensively, because I think it asks the defense to do more, and mentally pre-snap you have to worry about more.
Hey, Eric, how well do you know Lewis Powell, and how is it that guy – year in and year out produces national sack leaders? I mean, John Henry Daly.
Oh my gosh,
he's a menace. 11 TFLs, 8.5 sacks. This guy is unbelievable. How does Lewis do this?
Oh man, he's one of the best guys. One, recruiting, probably one of the best men I know. Just wholesome, genuine, real, passionate. And then on top of that, he's a great coach. He's been coaching for a long time. The proof is in the pudding of the development and coaching ability that he does on that staff. And so, man, it's just insane. It's insane to see that productivity every year and to see what's his name again? I always forget his name.
John Henry?
The defensive end.
Yeah.
What a great name, first of all. John Henry. And he's such a baller. Like, I love watching him play, the energy and just coming off the edge. And he's being for a white guy, he has way more athleticism and explosiveness than you would expect, so it's, I could say that being a white guy, being told that you're just a lunch pail, keys to the weight room type your whole career. When, in all honesty, I was probably more athletic than 99% of everybody out there.
Hey, when you look at this game, you've watched Utah every game. You've watched BYU, I'm sure, a little bit.
I've watched BYU, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not asking you. If you want to make a prediction, you can. But this looks as close of a matchup as we've seen between these two teams in a long time.
Yeah. Han said it perfect on his tweet. I'm sure he noticed that I liked it, but it's very evenly across the board, offense, defense, which is pretty wild when you think about it. I think it's going to be a tight game. I really do. I think it's really good on good. If there's only some type of drawback that I would pull to is just a true freshman quarterback going against our defense. I think that's a huge advantage for us. Now you can negate that advantage with running the football, controlling the ball, playing great defense, and not ask him to go throw the ball 30, 40 times. If they get in a throwing game, I think we win, and I don't think it'll be close. I think they have to be run first, control the clock, and that's kind of both teams, if I'm being honest. We don't want Dan Pierre dropping back 30 times, 40 times. Like that's not sound football in general, unless you just have a superstar quarterback that you want to throw the ball 30, 40 times. So I don't know, man. I think it's going to be an electric atmosphere. The game, everything that it entails, good on good. They're both ranked. This is what you want. I wish it was at the end of the season, but being right now, we're both ranked. It's probably a bigger game now than it would be at the end of the season. So, it's going to be. I think it's going to be really close. And obviously, I think Utah is going to win. But I think it's going to be a close game.
Well, Eric, when you get sick of the Charlie Murphy show, you call me, because we'll make it the Eric Weddle show featuring Hans and Scotty with Lloyd Cold in production. Man, this will be your show anytime you want it.
You guys are the best. Appreciate you guys having me on always.
Hey, since you're not a player anymore and you're knocking back the calories, do you still do the ice cream splurge after a win in high school?
Of course.
All right,
Of
good,
course.
good.
What do you mean? I don't eat all week just so I can hopefully have that Friday night after our big wins.
Nice. All right.
I want to tweet on this coming Friday. I want to see the ice cream bowl.
Yep.
Okay, you got it.
All right, brother. Thanks, Eric.
Good to see you guys.
You too.
He's the best. Eric Weddle right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. His ice cream concoctions. Legendary.
Yeah. He had Teddy Grahams. He would crumble up Teddy Grahams, and he would throw in gummy bears, and he would do a strawberry and chocolate syrup. He would do a Neapolitan mix. He'd crumble up Oreos. He'd top it with different kinds of walnuts.
Caramel, chocolates, everything.
And then he had like that hard shell. He would cover the whole thing in hard shell. It's 2,500 calories.
Hey, God bless him, man. Go get it.
Only one thing beats it. A nice piping warm beehive meal.
You walk in the door and you smell that beehive meal coming from that slow cooker, regardless of what it may be, and you know you got dinner taken care of. Riley's hanging out with us. How are you, by the way?
I'm doing so good. How are you guys?
We are great. We are great. You know what? We had a chicken enchilada soup the other day.
Yes.
And it was amazing. A little
Delicious.
cheese on the top of it, a little sour cream, and it was absolutely incredible. There's so many different meals, soups that you guys have got going on right now.
Yeah, and the best thing is all you had to provide was the cheese and sour cream,
Yeah.
right? That's so awesome. Yeah, we are right in the middle of soup season. So we have our October soup menu that's out right now. That is so delicious. I like to call it the chili soup menu because we have our home-style chili. We have the white bean chicken chili, perfect for football Saturday and Sunday, I guess. But yeah.
It's so great, and there's so many great things to choose from. And you've got subscription models. You can use the promo code TheZone. I just want people to try these out because once you get one or two of these meals and you see the convenience, you see the affordability, you're hooked.
Yes. So if you are on subscription, we will be sending you 10 new meals every single month. We have a rotating menu, so every month you're getting new meals, and you're not going to have to worry about dinner multiple times a week.
So I cooked up the brown sugar glazed pork roast that was part of this October menu, and we threw it on a couple of crusted corn tortillas. So, you put the cheese down, you lay the corn tortilla, you fry the cheese on it, and that brown sugar glazed pork roast with a little bit of chopped onion, a couple of sliced cherry tomatoes, a little bit of chipotle sauce. Oh, my.
Yeah, you're making me hungry.
Oh, it was incredible. And the pork is so tender.
Yes.
So I really want to push this to our listeners. These meals are all prepared, uncooked meats, fresh chopped vegetables, all original recipes, great sauces, great spices. All of it's prepared in a frozen package. You just cut the top off that, you put it in your slow cooker, and it slow cooks to perfection. So I really want to make the point, Riley, that it's so convenient that you can have, like Scotty pulled a meal out that he'd had in his freezer for almost a year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you can keep these in your freezer. They'll cook up. They'll taste fresh. They'll be delicious, no matter if you use them this month or next month. So please jump on. Even if you don't subscribe, you just order one menu or one meal or 1 month.
Yeah, one set.
Menu.
Yeah.
One set, which is 10 meals.
Yes.
And use promo code ZONE. Gets $10 off.
Yep.
And just try that month's meal. Like you're going to love these dishes.
Yeah, and we have some really good items on our October menu, not just soup menu. We have some good like salsa verde chicken and stuffing, which is so good. I don't know if you guys have tried that one
yet. Have not yet.
The chicken and stuffing is so good, and that one's on our October menu. So yeah,
let's go.
Great.
BeehiveMills.com. That's BeehiveMills.com. Get there now. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
I have to admit, it drives me nuts when we start talking about Christmas so early in the year, but it is a good time right now for you to make your reservations for the family gathering, for the company party, all kinds of special events during the holidays. Make your reservations right now. It's not too early at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. What a great way to welcome out-of-town guests, to thank your employees for a great year at your business. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse during the holidays, too, is just magical. The 2 locations, Hotel Park City, right up there in that beautiful mountain environment, and of course where all the hustle and bustle of the city is happening, 275 Southwest Temple in Salt Lake City. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for the holidays, and you will get that perfectly prepared steak and so much more at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Utah State returns home for a Friday night battle against San Jose State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are smack dab in the middle of rivalry week, but Utah Jazz ever so close to getting the season started. It's been great watching Ace Bailey out on the court to start preseason ball. And joining us now, Danny Ainge from the Utah Jazz, kind enough to hang out with us. Danny, how are you?
Hello, Danny.
Scott, Hans, how you doing?
It's so good to hear your voice, especially on a rivalry week. Does this week get you juiced more than other weeks?
Oh, yeah. This is, I mean, I wouldn't say just the rivalry, but the meaning of the game and the quality of the teams and the rivalry added, like that just makes it that much more fun.
How was it when you played back in the day against the University of Utah in basketball?
Oh, it was really exciting. I mean, I think that for those reasons, I mean, both teams were really good. And we're always fighting for NCAA spots and championships of the conference. And they had great players when I played, and Danny Brains and Chambers and Pace Mannion, and it was fun rivalry.
How did Frank Arnold handle it?
So when I got here, I mean, I grew up in Oregon, so I was familiar with, the Beavers and the Ducks and that rivalry. And so it didn't take me long to kind of get into it. But, Hans, I'm just not built the way some people are, where you got to hate your opponents. I mean, I was in Boston and we had to hate the Lakers, and, I didn't hate Magic. I didn't hate Byron. Like I wanted to beat them so bad because it's the NBA Finals and they're the best. And that's how I felt when I was playing Utah in those days. And I think Frank was the same way. I don't think he really built it up to be so much more important than any other game, because as a player, and as you go on in life and you spend time with sports psychologists, you realize you don't want it too bad. Everybody thinks you just got to want it more than the other person, but sometimes that can be a detriment if you want it so bad. And I think Frank was more of a calmer approach to it, although you just knew it was a big game from, all the buzz around town and how much preparation was going into it.
It's funny you bring that up, because in, talking to a lot of coaches, especially big games, playoff games or rivalry games like this, we've asked, is it possible to be too hyped up for a game? And they say all the time, yes, absolutely. You got to stay medium in terms of your emotions, because if you come out too juiced, it can be to your detriment, as you're mentioning.
No question about it. And, I grew up with two older brothers, 3 and 4 years older than me, and they beat the crap out of me, and they were better. And so, nobody I wanted to beat more than them. But, you can't want it so bad. And you learn that through life. There's so many rivalry games in your whole youth in every sport. And so I do believe that wholeheartedly, no matter what sport it is. You got to want it enough, and you can't want it too much. And that's a hard balance.
I'm sure, Danny, you saw your Cougars had a preseason ranking at number 8 in the country. High expectations. Do you like to play with high expectations, or do you like to overachieve on maybe some low expectations?
Well, I think it's easier to overachieve on low expectations. I think it's easier on coaches and players because, so many teams the expectations are way too high. And so you can never live up to expectations. You lose a game and, people are looking for something, what's wrong, and that player's not as good and the coach isn't doing his job. So I think unfair expectations are important to have. And preseason rankings actually mean 0 to me, but unfortunately we get caught up in them. You guys probably have been talking about it a lot too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's a big story.
It doesn't mean anything. 3 games in, it all changes. So you just gotta, it's hard on coaches. You gotta manage expectations because you don't want to take dreams away. But expectations, the most important expectations are what do the players really believe? Not what are they told and what do they talk about, but what do they really believe they can accomplish?
When you first caught wind of Kevin Young and his career that he was developing in the NBA, what jumped out at you and what made you feel like, hey, when BYU made that hire, okay, they nailed that one? What was it about his personality, his demeanor, his X's and O's that led you to believe he could be successful at the collegiate level?
Well, I tried to hire Kevin when he was about 28 or 29 years old in Boston. I tried to hire him to run my entire G League. I thought he was a good player. I like his temperament. I like his intelligence. But he has a really good way about him. He communicates well. He's firm. He doesn't back down from players, but he communicates really well with them. And from everything that I'd heard, even then, was how much the players liked playing for him. And again, not because he was their buddy, but because players want to get better, and they recognize coaches. You never heard a player say, the coach that was the easiest on me, that was my friend, was the coach I liked the most. It's mostly the guys that pushed me the hardest and believed in me. And I think that's who Kevin Young is.
Well, Danny, since we last talked to you, the Utah Jazz have played 3 preseason games, and, we have really been watching Ace Bailey, those first 2 preseason games where he was somewhere 35, 38 minutes on the court, putting up big-time points, shooting well from 3, hitting a nice percentage from the field, long. How much can you actually take away from what our eyes are seeing in the preseason in regards to Ace Bailey?
Well, I think Ace is a really talented kid, and Ace, he obviously has skills that we can build on and look forward to. I think that he's got a long way to go. Conditioning on the defense and rebounding. All the little things of the game that every 19-year-old in the world can get better at. But you see a lot of promise in Ace, and you see his passion for the game, and it's contagious around our organization. So we just we're fortunate we get to watch Ace develop.
I remember talking to Sam Merrill and his first year in the league, and he mentioned everybody kept talking about the speed of the game. I better be ready for the speed of the game. So I went in knowing that the game was going to be really fast, which it was. He said the one thing I wasn't prepared for was the strength of players in the league and how strong players are and the physicality. It just doesn't translate on television as it does out there on the court. How much of an adjustment is that for players like Ace Bailey that are still kind of growing into their body and trying to figure out, the nutrition and everything else that needs to go into it to building up the body to be able to handle that kind of strength?
Yeah, strength is huge. And, I remember even back in my day when I got into the league, like after a year of playing in the league, that's all you think about. I got to get stronger. I got to play against this guy and this guy and this guy. And so I think that our players are motivated. I don't know how Ace is going to get motivated, how fast he's going to get motivated on that. He's doing everything that's asked of him. But I think that when you're just really passionate and you realize I want to be great and I have to get stronger and faster and better conditioned, you see the players that really want it spend a lot of time doing that.
Danny, when I went into, college football and then into the NFL, like everything is so specific. Oh, you're an offensive guard, you're a defensive tackle. You know exactly what your role is on a football field. And I'm watching Taylor Hendricks kind of grow and develop. And I watched that first preseason opener against Houston. And he's sitting on the outside, and he takes 8 threes, and he drops 4 of them, and he hits 50%. And I remember thinking, wait, that isn't the kind of what I perceive Taylor Hendricks to be at 6'9", 225 pounds. How much do you kind of model a guy or look at a guy, or how much do you let him free flow and just be what he is as a basketball player? Does that question make sense, Danny?
Yeah, I think that sometimes you don't want to label a guy too soon. You want to let him go. That's the beauty of having young players play in the G League. Sometimes you see something that they're not going to get a chance to do in the NBA because they're playing with all-star players or veterans, and the coach is patterning his system after what he knows and not what he doesn't know in a young player. So I think that being able to have the freedom to play is really good. Playing in a summer league or a G League, you sometimes see things that you don't recognize. But Taylor's a fascinating story because of, he was really playing well, and he has a dramatic injury. And, he's worked so hard to get back. I mean, his body, he's put on 25 pounds. He's up to like 235. And, he's the one thing that's transitioned since his injury is he right now is more comfortable playing the 4 than he is the 3 because his body's gotten stronger, and he can bang inside a little bit, and he can post up and take advantage of smaller players that he wasn't able to do as he was younger. But talk about someone that's been motivated to get back, and he's put a ton of time, and it's good. And it's good to see him, getting some confidence again, and it'll be fun to see him watch him develop more.
How difficult?
These guys are still. He's still only 21.
I know, right?
Yeah,
he's crazy
Just
young.
a baby.
Yeah,
he's a junior in college right now.
Yep.
How hard is it in your position and Austin's position when you're evaluating players? It's got to break your heart a little bit when it comes to the end of camp and the end of the preseason when you've got to make hard personnel decisions because these guys are, fighting for their livelihoods, and you've got to make tough decisions as to what's best for the team. How difficult is that from, just from a human being standpoint to tell guys, hey, you know what, it's not working out here, but let's help you somewhere else down the line? I mean, it's got to be tough for you.
Yeah, it's never fun making those decisions on players because you know what they put into it to make it. Fortunately, like I said, we do have the G League, and that helps a little bit. Guys can go down and play, especially young players, but there's been players that, I've had to cut that turned out to be good players. Steven Jackson comes to mind. He was a high school kid, and, those were the days you had 12-man rosters. You didn't really have a G League, and, he wasn't quite ready for a team that had won 56 games. So, but he turned out, played a few years of professional overseas, et cetera. And, next thing you know, he's back in the league and he's a really good player. Love those stories.
Is the world of NIL helpful in terms of allowing kids to stay in college more than they probably would otherwise because they can make more money, playing another year of college than they can in the G League? So does that help, or would you rather them get to the G League sooner so they can get better coaching and just focus in on their craft?
No, I would prefer people stay in college and play as long as they can. I just believe that the longer you're in and as long as you're playing for a good coach and a good system for you, then I just think the more prepared you are. We talked about strength and we talked about conditioning. And so like the more a player is prepared when his opening day comes, that's like, I think it's the odds of him lasting longer are better. And, even though there's development in the G League, et cetera, and we have a lot of young players right now, but, it's hard for everybody to keep faith in you when you're not as strong as you need to be. And coaches, unfortunately, live in the moment sometimes. And so it can still be challenging when kids come out early, and it doesn't always work out for those young players. So I love it when players stay, want to get better, want to get stronger, just like we talked about.
Well, Danny, if you're at the rivalry game this weekend and you feel like calling a game,
I will be, bro.
I'm sure Greg Wrubell would be more than happy to rip the headset off me and put it on you and have you call the game. So feel free to come up to the booth and have your voice on a little bit of football. But I hope you enjoy the weekend, Danny.
Yeah, I do. It's a big game. Obviously, I'm rooting for BYU, but I did get to know Kyle when we were at BYU together.
Oh, that's right.
And he was really, really good friends with Greg Balloff, who was on our team. And I got to know Kyle and watch him, go from I think he was a fullback, maybe a tailback, but anyway, a running back to a linebacker. And, was the best defensive player in the conference. And it's been fun following Kyle throughout his career.
No question.
But, yeah, it's a huge game for both teams.
Hey, you obviously so well known as being the dual sport athlete in baseball and basketball, but back in the day, did you put the pads on in high school?
I played high school football. Yeah, I was an All-American wide receiver.
Not surprised.
Of course he is. All
not
right.
even. I'm just not surprised. Honestly, Danny could probably put on skates and go hit the opener tonight with the Mammoth.
Yeah.
I don't know how much time you spend with this NHL business, Danny, but holy cow, it gets my blood pressure up. Being in that stadium, being in that arena, in those games is just something special.
Yeah, it is fun. It's a great thing to watch. I love it.
Danny, we appreciate it.
You guys going to the opening hockey game tonight?
Oh, yeah. Lloyd and I are coming down. Scotty's got a coach's show.
I got to go up to Logan to do a coach's show with Bronco, but if not, I would be there for sure. So,
but Lloyd and I are coming out.
Okay. Say hi to Bronco for me.
I will.
Him too. He's fun. It's fun to root for him in the state also.
He's the best.
Hope he has success there.
For sure. I'll let him know. Thanks, Danny.
Thanks, Danny.
All right, guys. See ya.
There he is, Danny Ainge. All right. Now I feel like I should have known he was an All-American wide receiver. I feel like I screwed up on that one.
I do too, because the way he answered, it was like he let the pause and he's like, yeah.
Did you know?
I was an All-American. Yeah, I did. Everybody can. No. I knew he was really good at baseball.
I knew he was going to be great at whatever sport he played. I just didn't know if.
I know he's regarded as one of the very few crossover able athletes at the professional level.
Yes. And if he would have gone all in on baseball, there's no doubt he would have had a 15-year Major League Baseball career.
Yeah. I love that we get him every week because otherwise Scotty and we'd feel pressed to, roll out on some different preseason stuff because, I wanted to get into a couple of different areas, but we get him every single week through the Jazz season. And we have people that tweet in, ask him about playing with Larry Bird, ask him about this and that. And
Walker Kessler's contract.
We've got
lots of time.
Yep. And just put it in your calendar every Wednesday at 12:30. You get to have just a fun back and forth, a great conversation with the legend Danny Ainge.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Danny Ainge, Major League Baseball draft pick. NBA legend, and, oh, by the way, high school All-American wide receiver. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union is here to help you. They're here to help the community. You know, they're currently involved in a food drive that's stocking up the pantries, getting ready for the holiday seasons, being able to give to those that are in need of some food. America First Credit Union, they spearhead this, and they do a great job. They raise so much food, tons and tons of food, and they give it all to the local food banks. And then the good men and women and the children here of this state, they got access to that food. And it's not just that, you know, they do backpack drives and they get kids ready for school, back to school that don't have the money. They do shoe drives, and they put together a big shoe drive where they pair up with RSL, and they're able to put hundreds and hundreds of shoes on kids that need shoes. This is America First Credit Union. You see them on the buildings. You see them on America First Field, and you see them on America First out at Allegiant Stadium in Vegas, and you see them in the arenas here at the Utah Jazz. America First Credit Union loves to team up with sports because they know sports is community. And they're all about their community. Started right here in Utah, 1939. They're here to help you. That's America First Credit Union at americafirst.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Join Jake and Ben this Thursday 10 to 2 at Comet Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley in West Jordan for open house robotic demonstrations. Meet the docs and robots used in hip and knee surgeries.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hockey tonight, Hans.
Yeah.
The home opener.
The Mammoth Open against the Calgary Flame coming up tonight. Calgary just lost a pretty ugly, actually, it was a pretty ugly game.
Yeah.
Vegas came to them, so they went to Calgary. Vegas wiped them up. I think it was 4-2 or it was 4-1 last night. I can look that up really quick for people just to give you the exact score. Last night it was 4-2. So Vegas went to Calgary and beat them up. So right now, Calgary's coming into the Delta Center on a 3-game losing skid. They got their opener against the Oilers, as I mentioned.
Yep.
You know, when you beat Edmonton, especially when you're in Calgary, I'm sure that's a big game, and they beat them 4-3 in a shootout, if I remember right. But I think it was a shootout. But you're getting a Calgary team that's probably pretty ticked off, but probably exhausted too, because they just played Vegas last night.
Back end of a back-to-back. Let's go. All right, Riley's with us. Riley, we just got the text. They're coming.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm fired up.
We got the October menu coming.
Let's go.
Riley, you're legendary.
This is like Christmas in our house.
That is.
When that box shows up, we cannot be happier because the great thing is it's like, it's like the cookie place. Every week you find out what the new lineup's going to be. The same thing with Beehive Meals. Every month it's different. And then you can kind of create, okay, well, this is what's coming. This is what we're going to cook. What can we do alongside of it? We're going to do noodles. We're going to do rice. We're going to do a little cheese. We do sour cream, whatever. That's the fun part of this whole thing.
Yeah, and that's what makes it a nice, long-term solution too, right? We are making sure you have new meals. They're all feel very seasonal, right? Like we make sure the time of year that you're eating what sounds good that time of year. And it's the best.
Okay, so I need to ask you because I'm at the website like I usually am. I love just going through the menu. It's so fun. Beehive Meals, MEALS.com, beehivemeals.com. Tell me a little bit more about this Thanksgiving box. Thanksgiving dinner for 12 people delivered to your door?
Yes, so we just barely launched this. We did our first ever Thanksgiving box last year. But basically, this is making sure that you don't have to cook Thanksgiving dinner anymore. So we send you a full box that has your turkey and stuffing and cranberry sauce, mashed potatoes, sweet potato casserole, apple crisp. Everything's at rolls. We have fresh rolls, and it comes to you frozen. And then you store it in your freezer until you're ready to cook it, probably Thanksgiving Day. And then you defrost it and bake it. So it is still very much home cooked. It is delicious, but you're not spending hours prepping the whole week before. You're just putting it in your oven.
I do want to mention this because I'm just looking at the code here. And I think you can compound it with promo code ZONE, but if you order the Thanksgiving box before October 21st, you get $20 off.
Yes. Yeah, we're doing an early bird special,
No
which you
pun
want to
intended.
get in early anyway.
Early turkey special.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have a limited number of these anyways. So
okay.
You're going to want to order it soon
That
before they sell out.
sounds amazing.
BeehiveMills.com. And remember, use the promo code THEZONE. That's going to save you money, but I cannot tell you how great of an opportunity this is for you, whether it's Thanksgiving, whether it's your monthly meals, whatever the case might be, to just know when you walk in that door, you're going to hit with that smell from that slow cooker and know like, everything went wrong today, but I've got a great meal ready to go, and I don't have to worry about cooking and all the issues and dishes and everything else that goes along with it.
Look at this in the Thanksgiving.
Oh,
meal. That's
look at that.
The sweet potato casserole.
The sweet potato casserole is to die for.
Yeah, I can
It
tell.
is my favorite one.
It's got some cashew. Oh no, it's got some.
It's got
pecans.
Yes. Yep.
And some
Brown
cinnamon,
sugar.
brown sugar. Oh my
It is so
gosh, that
good.
looks good. The cranberry sauce looks incredible
Cranberry sauce,
too.
fresh cranberries. They're so delicious.
Everything's fresh. That's what people.
Everything is fresh. Yeah, so we do it all fresh. These recipes are like tried and true. We make sure we taste all of them beforehand. It's the best part of my job.
Yeah,
I've made sure they taste good.
Riley by herself makes sure that everything has that quality to it.
Yeah,
It's
awesome.
BeehiveMills.com, MEALS, in case you get confused with our Utah accent. It's BeehiveMills.com, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hans Olsen, Scott Jordan, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, your kids are going back to school. You should consider going back to school. That's right. Get your executive MBA from Utah State School of Business, the John M. Huntsman School of Business. And the great thing about this opportunity is they're going to customize it to you. They know you're busy. They know you've got a lot going on in your life, but you want to take that next jump at work. You want to make yourself more marketable and increase your earning potential. Well, when you study the foundations of business, leadership principles, all of those basic skill sets that you're going to learn with this executive MBA program, that is going to take you to the next level. And you can knock it out in a year if you want. You can spread it over multiple years. You can start whatever semester you like. You can go to whatever campus you'd like up and down the Wasatch Front, from Vernal to St. George to Kaysville and pretty much everywhere in between. Or you can do it completely online. There's no excuse. Utah State has eliminated all the excuses you could possibly come up with to not go for this executive MBA program. Invest in yourself. Invest in your future. It's the executive MBA program. They're even going to waive the application fee. It's the John M. Huntsman School of Business Executive MBA at Utah State University.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included, for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up. Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU preview show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
So it's second down and 10 for BYU. Four-man rush. Throwing it over the middle. It's caught. Andrew George. Touchdown BYU.
I don't like Utah. In fact, I hate them. I hate everything about them. I hate their program. I hate their fans. I hate everything. So it felt really good to send those guys home. They didn't deserve it. It was our time, and it was our time to win. We deserved it. We played as hard as we could tonight, and it felt really good, again, to send them home, to get them out of here. So, game will always remember. I think the whole university and their fans and then the organization is classless. They threw beer on my family and stuff last year and did a whole bunch of nasty things, and I don't respect them, and, they deserve to lose.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougar preview show.
We need to introduce this man the right way because he is the winningest quarterback in BYU history. I don't think anybody's superseded that. I think he's continues to be the winningest quarterback in BYU QB history.
He probably looks at Bear Bachmeier as a true freshman like, hey, man.
Calm it down with the 6-0 start,
you can
bud.
chill out a little bit,
Because with NIL, man, you might be able to keep Bear around for a little bit.
I know. Max Hall joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Max, how are you?
Hey, Max.
Hey, guys. I'm doing good. How are you?
Man, it's great to hear your voice. How's life, brother? How's family doing?
Life's good. Family's doing great, man. We can't complain. We can't complain. So I got two great kids. Rex is killing it as a freshman QB, and my daughter's killing it as a pickleball player. She's gotten really into that, and we got our Pilates things going on. Kenzie does, and so things are good, man.
Oh boy, let's hold up here for just a second because we just had Eric Weddle on earlier, and Eric's got a son named Gage Weddle that's just an insane athlete. Played 115 snaps last Friday, and they've started their season 6-0. They're just killing it. And now, hold on. So you got a son that's playing QB. Did you say 8th grade, Max?
He's a 9th grader. Yeah, he's a freshman.
He's a freshman. So, Scotty, do you understand the Hall legacy? Like, you understand, like, this goes back to Danny White. Like, This is quarterback, legendary quarterback status. So tell me a little bit about Rex and what he's like as a QB.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So first of all, Rex he's a great kid. He was blessed with my arm, but he also got my wife's speed. I wasn't very fast. So the kid actually, he's got good wheels on him. He's smart, but he's just been around me and playing since he was a kid. And so, I mean, we're able to do things offensively with him at the freshman level that we're doing, that you're seeing people do on Saturdays, and so his football IQ is very high. He's got a nice release. I actually had him over there with John Beck last week. He had fall break, kind of getting some work in with John Beck on his mechanics and all that. And so, but man, he's fun to watch. He's a good little player. He's throwing for about 250 a game, 4 or 5 touchdowns, and had a good game last night. They lost last night to kind of a rival team, but played well. Lost to a pretty good team out here in Queen Creek. So, but things are going really well for him. He's got a good little group of kids that he plays with, and it's like as a dad, there's only one person in the world you ever want to be better than you, and that's your son.
That's right.
So I'm hoping that he continues to progress, and I think he has potential to be a pretty good little QB.
Oh, I love it. I love hearing it. How hard is it as a dad to be a dad versus to be a former quarterback and tell him, okay, this right, but because you want to give him that insight, but you don't want to be too overbearing as a dad. Is that a hard line to walk sometimes?
Oh my gosh, it's so hard. I've actually had to call people other guys that I know. I called Joe Germain up and I was like, bro, I know you've coached your son. How do you do it? Because I get more frustrated with him than I would a normal quarterback, just because he's my son or I expect more or whatever. And so I've gotten some good advice over the years that, how to treat him like every other player, coach him hard, but don't single him out. And then when practice is over and you get in the truck, it's over. Put your dad hat back on, quit talking about football, and kind of separate the two. But oddly enough, Rex is one of those kids, because I've gotten on him a few times before. And then after the game, I'll pull him aside and be like, hey man, I know I got on you after that. And he's like, no, it's okay. Coach me. I like it. He's one of those kids that invites it. He likes the coaching. He wants to be good. So it hasn't been an issue really of us having a bad relationship on the field, just because he's just, yes, sir. And he wants the coaching. He's just that type of a kid. So like I said, he's a lot like his mom, not me, so he's just a good kid that does things the right way. So I'm proud of him.
Well, good luck on that, Max, because I just finished up my son's high school career. He's on a mission serving in the Four Corners in the Navajo Nation right now. And awesome. I don't know if there's anything more emotional than watching your son go through what you remember going through. And you're absolutely right. You want it so bad for them. You want them to be healthy. You want them to make good decisions. You want them to perform. You want them to be recruited. And it's it's such a ball of emotion, Max. I'm still trying to wind down off of Rock's senior year, because he pulled in some really great offers, and he committed to Bronco Mendenhall up at Utah State, so he's going to be playing for your old coach. But
awesome.
But it really is an emotional deal, and I hope that you can find a little bit of peace to relax and enjoy it, because I didn't. I didn't relax and enjoy it, and all I have is all these bound up emotions trying to watch your kid become greater than you. That's what you hope. So good luck on that, Max.
Exactly. No, I appreciate that, and I've had some very similar advice, and so the best thing I can do is, if you take it from perspective and you take a step back, how do you want your son to remember this experience of you coaching him? How do you want to remember the experience? Do you want it to be me always freaking ripping him all the time and screaming and yelling at him and being all intense and just overbearing? Or do I want to coach him with love and just let him know that, hey, I'm here for you, man. I'm going to work my butt off for you. I'm going to help you to be the best that you can be. I'm going to get on you when I need to. But if I can keep that perspective, that seems to just be healthy for both of us, and to not put too high expectations on anything. And I'm not the type of dad that's going to be like, bro, if you don't make it to BYU and become a quarterback, you're no longer my son. I'm not one of those guys at all.
Because they're already going to feel that expectation, Max. I mean, they're going to feel that burden and that heat for sure.
And you know what? I want him to do it if he wants to, or make his own pass somewhere, or not. So it's whether he plays football or not does not make his worth any greater to me.
Ah, that's great.
And, he's my son no matter what. So that's what I hope he knows, and we go forward with.
So does it feel? I mean, look, you've been out of the college game for quite some time, but that being said, do you still feel like a little bit of butterflies when it's Utah BYU week?
Oh, absolutely. And even though I haven't been in the college game, I've been in the college game. I watch a lot of the stuff. I watch a lot of film. You know, a lot of stuff that I do at the high school level, I get from college, from talking to the coaches or getting film from them and watching film and seeing how they're doing things, how they operate. I mean, even this summer, I sat down with A-Rod a little bit, and we talked a little bit of kind of some different concepts that they were doing, and it's great. And so I feel like I'm still involved in it, and definitely still involved when it's BYU Utah. I mean, for sure, because this game is something that obviously meant a lot to me when I played and has meant a lot to all of us over the years. And so I'm looking forward to being up there for the game this weekend, and going to be a great environment versus two good football teams that are both playing pretty good right now.
Man, I'm glad you're going to be there, Max. This wouldn't be a rivalry game without you. Give me your thoughts on the true freshman. And I want to kind of point one area out. What do you think it means to a true freshman that didn't grow up in this state? He comes from California, came from Stanford, transfer in a true freshman year. How difficult is that with a kid that doesn't have a real concept of the rivalry that's a true freshman?
I don't think it's difficult because I did the same thing. You know, I grew up in the ASU U of A rivalry. I went to ASU and then decided to transfer to BYU after my mission. And so I didn't grow up a BYU fan. So I had to learn the tradition. I had to learn more about the alumni and just the history of the school and learn about that Utah BYU rivalry a little bit. And it's not hard. You know, it's not hard to learn about and people in the building and talking to them. So Bear seems like the type of kid that he'll do that. He'll understand it. He'll be involved in it. And I think, I think he's gonna be the key in this game. Winning it is kind of how he performs and how he handles this pressure on Saturday.
How difficult is it to be how much pressure is there being a quarterback at BYU?
Oh, it's the best pressure in the world, bro. It's the best pressure in the world because it's your show. It is your show, man. You are the last line of defense. You are the quarterback. You are the captain. You are the leader, right? And it's your show. And so that's how I looked at it. And I didn't look at it as, pressure if I don't perform. No. I looked at it as this was my opportunity. Finally, I got the opportunity to showcase what I got, what we got, and to go win because I'm a winner. Like that was my mindset on it. I never thought, what if I don't perform? Like that's just that's crazy thinking to me because of course I'm going to perform. I'm going to go out there and do it. So it's all about your mindset and doing it. And I think Bear's that type of kid where he's not going to be, oh no, it's a big rivalry game. I hope I play well. No, he's looking forward to the challenge. Competitors look forward to that. We're almost addicted to it. We need the challenge. We need the competition. We need a worthy opponent to go against. And so that's what makes us, that's what drives us. That's what fuels us. So don't talk to me about, am I nervous for the game, right? It's no. Like, I'm anxious for the game to get here so I can go take part of this and go to war, go to battle. And I think that's the type of kid we have, and we kind of see how he handles it on Saturday.
Man, that was such a fun team that you had in 2007 in that 17-10 win. Austin Collie, who went on to do great things with the Colts, had 130 yards in that game. Harvey Unga, who is legendary, now the running backs coach at BYU, had 141 yards rushing. You had a 270 yards passing in that game. Nase Tonga, who was one of the assistant coaches for my son's team, and actually Max played a big role in my son going on a mission. So I owe Manasseh Tonga a lot. Absolutely love that guy. But Manasseh Tonga, 20 yards. He had a big carry, a really critical carry on a third down. Like that team, what's that like having guys that you can trust in? Austin's going to break on a route. He's going to be there. Dennis, you could force a pass into Dennis Pitta in double coverage. I don't know if I've ever seen it since, how much you relied on Dennis, and you would push it into double if you needed to. What's it like having those guys around you in these moments?
When you have guys like that around you, you feel invincible. You feel like nobody can stop you. It doesn't matter what they do, doesn't matter who they have, because when me and my guys are on point, no one can stop us. And that is fantastic feeling to have when you know that the guys around you have your back, that they're going to make plays for you. And so having those guys gave me the confidence that I needed as the BYU quarterback to go into those rivalry games or those big games versus Oklahoma or the championship games or the bowl games with 100% confidence that we were going to win. And I think BYU has that type of team now. They got enough big-time playmakers on that team, a great running back, a couple great receivers. They got a quarterback who's playing great right now, that they should have all the confidence in the world going into this game that, hey, almost the feeling of invincibility and no one can beat us if we show up and play our game.
Max Hall, kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We've talked to you a lot during rivalry weeks throughout the years, and obviously the quote is always remembered after that big overtime victory when you tossed the touchdown to Andrew George and end that game. And I know that you know the feelings have softened, but I got to imagine the emotions are still there, and you still feel that just like, I wish I was out there on the field. I mean, what's it like for you emotionally this week?
That's exactly what it is. It's when I get down there on the field or the game gets closer, the emotion is, I wish I was playing. I miss this. I miss being part of it. I miss the rush. I miss the excitement. I miss the battle. That's what comes back to me more than anything. And but at the same time, it makes me very appreciative of the role that I did play in the BYU Utah history. And in that game, and the good plays I had, the bad plays I had, all of it. I just appreciate that I was there and a part of it. Yeah, but those emotions come back, and it's just like, man, somebody give me a helmet. I would love to be out here playing right now. And so, I don't. The feelings of hate of Utah definitely have subsided. I think when you're in the rivalry as a player, and you're the one that everybody's talking about, and the bad stuff from the loss from the year before and everything, it just becomes very, very personal when you're in it like that. And so when we won that game, all those emotions came out of me and my thoughts and feelings at the time. And they were true and real thoughts and feelings. But I think as life goes on and you step back, you realize, hey man, it was a moment. And is Utah still my rival? And do I want to beat them? Absolutely. But you know, I have a ton of respect for Kyle Whittingham and what he's done as a coach over there and the program that he's built and the culture he's built. And for him to be able to do it as long as he has is just, it's special. It's elite. And so at the same time, I got a ton of respect for Utah and what they do. Still want to beat them, obviously. But, you know, I think the rivalry, there needs to be that respect for each other. And because I think both sides deserve it.
Man, Max, I couldn't agree with you more. There is a large amount of respect that goes out to an organization, a program that has played so well and had great coaches throughout. So I totally agree with that. Give me one or two bits of advice that I can give my son before he shows up at camp with Bronco Mendenhall. Like what do you do to stay on Bronco Mendenhall's good side as a player?
So number one, he better come in shape. He better be in really good shape, because that's one thing that Bronco will do right off the bat. He loves that pyramid of success, and he's going to say the first thing we're going to do is we're going to develop your will, and we're going to make you tough, and we're going to we're going to see how bad you want it. And so come in shape, be willing to buy in. That's one thing that I did as a player with Broncos. I really tried to buy in to everything he was doing, any activity, even if I thought it was silly, I still bought in. And I think he wants guys that are going to buy into his program, buy into what he does. And guess what? His program's pretty dang good.
Oh, yeah.
Bronco Mendenhall knows what he's doing. He's one of the best coaches that's ever been in the game. The guy is phenomenal about building a culture and building great football teams. So, I mean, I think if he just goes in with a great attitude, in shape, ready to buy in, man, I think that's all Bronco's going to want to ask for from him.
So I do the play-by-play for Utah State football and basketball, so I've been around Bronco a little bit. And, you know, I covered him in the media down here in Salt Lake for my day job. But being around a program led by Bronco and seeing kind of the inside, you know, behind the curtain, as much as Bronco lets me, which isn't much, but you do get a glimpse here and there about what's going on behind the scenes. And the way he runs a program is just phenomenal. I mean, it's really fascinating. Mm-hmm. And I think when I was younger covering Bronco, we kind of scoffed at some of the sayings and some of the things. We kind of laughed at it a little bit. But now that I've got older sons,
oh yeah,
and now that they're about to embark on life and they're getting into their late teens and early 20s, I'm like, oh, I want my kid to hear these things. I want my kid to be around this. Like, it totally makes sense now.
Absolutely, and like I said, there were even things at the time. I'm like, okay, wait, why are we doing this? We should be in watching film or doing something else. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't maybe realize it at the time, but the lessons that I learned from Coach Mendenhall, looking back from it, were lessons that were so much more than playing football. And I learned more about how to be a man and how to handle my business and how to act in certain situations. And so that's what you're going to get from him, is the life lessons learned are invaluable, and he's one of the best, in the business that does it.
Well, Max, I'm currently running a campaign. I'm trying to get you. I want to get you and your family back here to Utah, running a high school program as a head coach. So I'm running a campaign. Just keep an open mind. If you get a phone call from a Utah high school, keep an open mind, and we'll bring your ninth grader here to Utah, and we'll get him running at some high level Utah football. I don't know. Can we even wedge you out of Arizona?
Let me say this. I'm open. I'm open to talk. I'm open, really to talk to anybody right now. So I don't think I've closed off anything other than I don't want to go. I don't want to go to the East Coast. Obviously, I don't want to move that far away. But right now, I'm open to high school, to college, to all of it. So if someone wants to talk to me, give my number.
I will.
A lot of good pickleball courts up here too. So we got you covered.
Well, that's what matters most. So,
hey, we love you, Max.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for all you do, brother.
Absolutely. Love you guys too. Hopefully I'll see you this weekend.
Absolutely. Max Hall right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I don't know how you can't root for that guy, honestly.
Dude, I have rooted for him since day one, stepping on the field. It was 2007 that Bronco used to run an open format practice. So I would go out there because I was just getting my feet wet in the Utah media market. And so I'd go out to practice, and some of those early days, I would get right in near huddles, and I would be right near the action during practice until anybody told me, hey, you need to back up a little bit, which eventually it was either, Duff Tittle or somebody was like, dude, you can't be in their huddles.
Yeah.
But I loved being near Max Hall during practices. Yeah. There's just not a more intense, a more demanding force than Max Hall. And he would chew out Dennis, and he would chew out Austin, and he would chew out his offensive line. He didn't care.
No. And he would talk all kinds of smack to the defense.
But I'm just telling you, after that 2008 loss, which, the 2008 loss was rough. How many picks did he throw?
I want to say 3 or 4, and a couple of fumbles in there too. I think he had 4 or 5 turnovers.
Because he won the game in 2007.
Yes.
He had the big turnover game in 2008.
Yeah.
And then that 2009 season, that was the overtime pass to Andrew George.
Correct.
That dude was so intense and so committed to winning that rivalry game. But that's what you want.
Yep.
You would hope that Bear Bachmeier would be that way, or you would hope that Devin Dampier right now, not having an understanding of what the rivalry game is still kind of understanding, like, I'm seeing my coaches act different. I'm seeing some of my teammates act different. Like John Henry Daly and Logan Fano act different. Why? Okay, I'm seeing their sense of urgency. So if I'm Devin Dampier, I'm picking up on that, and I'm running with it as a leader. Like, I'm listening to John Henry Daly, or I'm listening to Logan Fano, and I'm like, now I'm going to take it another notch.
Yeah.
Those guys are intense. That's what a leader does. Like, these guys look intense, and they know. They've grown up in this thing. I'm just stepping into this from New Mexico. Like, but I want to be that next step. Take it and go there. And I'm hoping Bear Bachmeier gets the same feel from a Kiana Tanavasa or, a handful of others that have come from that Utah program. And a Carson Ryan.
Can you go there too much?
No. I don't think. As a player, no. But, Lloyd, it shows up in everything. Like I could say, during the team practice portion of practice, going crazy. No, it's like everything. Like you show up before anybody else to the weight room. You show up before anybody else to the locker room. You show up before anybody else to film study. And they're like, why is Max Hall acting different? Because it's all heightened.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Devin Dampier acting different? Well, I better get on board. I better start, if you're Wayshawn Parker, who is also going to be new to this rivalry, or Nakari Rogers, who I love. Nakari Rogers, I think, is your touchdown leader for that team, isn't he? I think.
He's up there. Yeah,
I think Nakari Rogers is leading that team. But all of a sudden, they see it, and they're like, oh, I guess I better show up early. I guess I better get intense. I guess I better realize how much this means to Utah fans. Because I'm telling you right now, Scotty, it means a lot to Utah fans. They want to get off this 2-game losing streak. They would do anything to get off this 2-game losing streak. And on the flip side, it means a lot to Kalani Sitake. It means a lot to them and those guys. So this is it is the most intense week of football in these kids' college football careers, unless they get to a CFP.
Yeah. Or maybe even more. Is this more than a Big 12 championship game? I can't imagine it is. It's close, though.
It's close, but no.
Yeah.
No, if you got there, that I don't even know what that world would be like.
You know what would be great? A Utah-BYU Big 12 championship game.
Yeah, well, there's only one path for that.
I know.
And people aren't going to be happy with what would have to happen in the rivalry game.
Yeah, BYU, you need to take an L on this one, and then you'd have to beat Texas Tech.
I was on
sacrifices.
Yeah.
Come on.
I was on a station out in Orlando with our guy Mark Daniels out there this morning. And I said, well, Mark, selfishly, I'd love to see these two. I said, no offense to UCF, but I'd love to see these two teams in a Big 12 championship. And Mark goes, well, how's that going to happen? It's like, well, we're not going to talk about that because we aren't going to see these two in a Big 12 championship.
Yeah.
This game just has so much anxiety placed on it. But a Big 12 championship, yeah, you'd probably get more high for that than you would this.
Riley's with us, Beehive Mills. Look, you're busy. You got a lot going on in your life. So what better way to make sure that you have a great home-cooked meal with your family than pulling out a Beehive meal in the morning, cutting off the top, throwing it in the slow cooker, and then when everybody comes home at night, boom, you've got a great home-cooked meal that you cook for the first time, because this isn't, cooked chicken and then flash frozen and then it's all, tough when you reheat it. No, this is being cooked by you for the first time.
Yes, we use all fresh ingredients, really high quality meat as well. So I know a lot of meal prep companies, the chicken gets kind of chewy.
Yeah.
The meat gets kind of chewy because you're reheating. And in this case, you're totally right. You're cooking for the first time. So there's no chewy chicken ever, which is the best thing. Our chicken, I've made a lot of crock pot meals. My chicken never turns out as good as the Beehive Mills chicken in the crock pot.
I agree.
It is just so
soft,
tender and so good.
Well, and what I love is it's not processed meat.
It's not processed.
Your chicken, your pork, your beefs, and you'll see it when you cook up your meal. You'll see it because everything kind of comes in a whole portion, and then you shred it into the meal, or you dice it or cut it into the meal that you like, and you'll see it's all fresh meats, and it's good quality meats, and it's not processed with preservatives and all the things that you get in these stupid microwave oven dinners. Yes. Don't do those. These are slow cooked to perfection, all fresh cut veggies, all great recipes. And I got to mention the Thanksgiving box because I'm just looking at it again. So, Scotty, this is the box. And you can get $20 off at beehivemeals.com right now just by pre-ordering before October 21st. I would say just try to use the Zone promo code at the end. See if you can get the extra $10 off. 5 pounds of a really delicious tender turkey breast, traditional stuffing mix, the sweet potato casserole, mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, cranberry sauce, 1 dozen dinner rolls, and that apple crisp dessert. It all comes in a box pre-prepared.
It all comes in a box, yes. And this turkey breast, you guys, is so tender and flavorful. So it's a sous vide turkey breast. So when you are getting it, you're not going to mess it up because you truly just have to toss it in your oven. And it was already like cooked through a sous vide process before it got to you. And so, because I know cooking a turkey is scary. Yeah. And you never know if it's going to turn out. Yeah. And it can easily get very dry. And this turkey breast, that's not going to happen for you at this one. It is so good.
It's real simple. Go to beehivemills.com. Use the promo code THEZONE. That's going to get you $10 off. You know, the other thing, too, you've got subscription models, and people are thinking, okay, well, that's great. It can save me a little bit of money, but I don't know if I want to get locked into a year contract or a 2-year contract. There's no contracts on this whatsoever.
No contracts. So you can sign up for a subscription, and you technically could cancel the next month after, but I don't think you're going to want to.
Yeah, that's even Adam, when he came in, was like, look, you know what? I dare you. I dare you to sign up and then try to cancel after a month because we're going to get you hooked.
Yes.
Go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
And what kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides. Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A lot of emotions. It's a physical, emotional game when Utah plays BYU. Keanu Tadavasa talks about how they got to channel it the right way.
And I think the emotions are so critical, and I think they can be used in such an amazing fashion to help you to perform greater, but it has to be siphoned through fundamentals and technique. It's absolutely critical for the success of the game to stick to that technique.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, all brought to you by our good friends at Kenny J Barbecue. Kenny J and the crew making it happen. Hey, look, if you've got an event coming up, and you want it catered, Kenny J can do that. Go to KennyJBBQ.com. That's KennyJBBQ.com. Download their catering menu and have them bring that bold, smoky barbecue to your event. Olson, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So I was just mentioning to you that I was on that station in Orlando.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to better understand the rivalry game.
Yeah.
And so I gave him, some of the old stories, the photo that surfaced with the sacrament tray full of shot glasses and the old baptism and the cold pool and all the things that have just built this thing into complete intensity over the years. But if people really want to understand how insane this rivalry can be, geez. Police have just arrested Christopher Justice. They've been tracking online threats that he made through an account on X called Juice is Loose. The user posted, "I will be in LaVell Edwards Stadium on Saturday. Any Ute fan I see is dead. Mark my words." Somebody said, "Geez, log off." And he said, "Nah, anyone wearing red on Saturday is getting shot." They found him, and they've arrested him. And surprise, surprise, Scotty, the guy is on probation following a second DUI that he got in the last 10 years. So these are the types of people that we have got to lock up and throw away the key. These threats are no longer like, hey, joking. Like back in the 90s, like Scotty would call a high school, be like, hey, there's a bomb.
Hey, no. Hey, look, I did some stuff. Never did that.
Well, you'd pull the fire alarm or you'd do dumb things.
Now, I may have made a bomb that we put out in the desert and lit up and let it go.
But never called in a threat. It just felt like in the 90s, kids could get away with dumb things. Or people could get. Nowadays, you just can't.
No.
You can't.
Nope.
This guy is a complete threat to society. Not only is he on his second DUI, like what kind of knucklehead do you got to be to get a second DUI? You'd think after your first one, you'd be like, boy, I shouldn't do that again. But maybe our laws aren't stiff enough.
I agree with that.
They don't hit you in the pocketbook, or they don't hit you in life hard enough to say, don't ever do it again. But this guy gets on X and starts delivering threats like that. I'm sorry, you can't see the light of day.
Nope. In this day and age, no.
And this is about the rivalry game. So people want to know how crazy, how intense, how wild, how wacky, how completely stupid and out of your mind you can be in the rivalry. Look at this idiot. Now, he might not be associated with either school. He might just be an idiot that was trying to stir up all kinds of problems. I mean, based off his picture, that's what it looks like to me.
I mean, he may be, sometimes there's, fans of a particular school that pretends to be another fan just to make the other fan base look stupid. I mean, that happens all the time on both sides.
Yeah.
But you know what? Here's the thing. You tweet out stuff like that, and guess what? When the police come knocking at your door or knocking your door down, and you say, oh, come on, man, it's just a joke. Nope.
No, it's not.
Sorry. Ain't happening anymore.
No, it's not. A very prominent gentleman was just shot in our state not too long ago, and let's just say everybody's on high alert here.
Yep.
By the way, he was booked on threats of violence and obstruction of justice in the Emery County Jail.
Good.
So I don't know how long he'll be there. Emery County?
Yeah. Down south a little bit.
Is that through Nephi?
Yeah, I think so.
Or is that down even further south into St. George?
No, it's not quite that south, but it's
I think it's that
Nephi area.
Nephi area.
Yeah. It's not that's Juab County, but it's in that vicinity, I think.
Hey, shout out to
By the way, apologies.
Yeah,
to all you Utah geography nerds.
Shout out to Utah law enforcement. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know how you track a guy. I don't know how you find him.
Yeah.
But they found him fast because these threats were like a day old, maybe 2 days. I think the first I'd heard of it was this morning, and they hadn't found him, or at least there was no reports of finding him. But I saw it this morning. I was like, holy cow. That's heavy threats.
Yeah.
Find that dude.
And by the way, if you're a teenager out there and you think, oh, you know what, I'm going to get a good laugh and do this. Nope, they will find you.
It's not going to be funny.
It's not going to be funny, and nobody's going to get a good laugh at it, and all it's going to do is wreck your future. If you think you're trying to be funny and do a little prank, nope.
That's the guy.
Yeah, he kind of fits the mold.
I just can't even imagine, man. I can't imagine being his parent and seeing his picture and being like, dude, you put shooting threats on X over a rivalry game while you're on probation for a second DUI?
What did I do wrong?
How did I get you in this predicament?
Yeah.
As a parent?
Yeah.
It's a hard deal, man.
All right, we'll take a break. Come back. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll focus in on the game. Utah, BYU. Remember, your Cougar preview show today. Then tomorrow, it'll be your Ute preview show. Frank Dolce will stop by. And then on Friday, it's Alema Harrington and Ron McBride. Complete coverage of the Holy War. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a trip to Hawaii, Bronco Mendenhall has a short week to get ready for a Friday night showdown in Logan against San Jose State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday at 6 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in at Doug Smith in American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees.
No one knows
ram like Doug.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah linebacker coach Colton Swan talking about what he's telling his players in preparation for this game.
The biggest thing probably with my guys and telling them what to do is just make sure that they know and understand their assignments. Don't go outside of your job description. Right? If you try to do too much, then that's where you're going to hurt yourself. Just be in the moment, play how you're supposed to play, do what you're supposed to do, take a deep breath and play ball, and things will come your way.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Best barbecue in the state at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Catering menu available as well. He'll bring it to you. Go to KennyJBBQ.com.
The Holy War is here.
The Holy War.
And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Watching Utah on film, really talented team with so many different weapons, and that's in all 3 phases. And when you know you're going up against Kyle Whittingham and his staff, the players are going to be well coached, they'll be tough, and they'll be physical.
What have you seen from BYU quarterback there, Bob?
You know, I'm just going to focus on us this week, our guys, our coaches, so I'm not going to give much thought on the opponent this week. And so, really, you have to ask them, what they think of Bear.
The things that A-Rod has been able to do when everybody was so concerned about a true freshman leading our team, I think everyone should give him a lot of credit for what he's been able to get done with Bear. And Bear himself deserves that too. But with all that said and done, man, I want to keep him humble. Our goal is to stay humble and stay hungry.
Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougar preview show. I love the comment there from Colt Swan, and I know that BYU saying the same thing. In these kind of games, Hans, and you've played it, you know the emotions that go into this game. Sometimes we talk about the emotional issues, and Danny Ainge, I thought, had some good thoughts on that, as well as Max Hall. But there can be an issue when you want this game so badly to do more than what you're supposed to be doing. The old Bill Belichick, just do your job. If everybody does their job, then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
And you just got to focus in on you. And sometimes I got to imagine that's tough to do in an environment like this.
Really tough, but got to find a way to do it. And there's something about wanting to, you want to cement your name. Because you know you can do it with this rivalry. And I knew that too. And I've got this old footage of me playing against Utah in that senior year. And I had that sack, which was awesome. I spun into
was it Arsenault or
I think it was Arsenault.
Okay.
I think it might have been Lance.
Yeah, because there were two I think they played two quarterbacks in that game.
They did.
Yeah.
But I think it was Arsenal tried to leave the pocket, and I was manned up. I think I was with Jordan Gross, and I spun off the block right into his gap and went helmet to helmet, just blew him up.
Jordan had to be one of the better linemen you went up against in college.
He was phenomenal. His hands were so strong. So you had to just try to fight the hand off, and you couldn't let him get any part of you because you were done. He'd lock you up. But that final play, so after Doman had gone down and we had got the lead, they had 20 seconds or so. And I remember that final play. I'm lined up and I'm thinking, if I get this sack, I'll be remembered as, one of the rivalry legends. And if you watch me on that play, I did everything I could. It was Arsenault scrambled out to the right, and I broke off the block and I chased him to the outside. And I did force the pass, but I jumped as hard as I could jump and swung at his legs with my hand to try to get his feet out from under him because he's fast. And I didn't have contain responsibilities. He beat contain. I was on pursuit responsibilities. And I'm thinking, if I could just get his legs out, if I can just sack him in this moment. Because already to that point, Scotty, I had been a part of the Kinashira doink.
Yeah.
So I remembered playing my sophomore year. I played in that game as a defensive end. And I was not on the extra point or field goal block, but I was on the sideline. I'm watching him line up, and I'm thinking, if he makes this, we're screwed. And he hit it off the upright. So what do we hear for the next 2 years is the Kinashira doink, and it's now cemented in history. Every player wants to be on the positive side of that. But as you know, you can be on the negative side.
Yeah.
So to your point that you were making coming in, I love the aggression. I love the intensity. I love wanting to play your game, make your name. But sometimes, dude, oftentimes in the game of football, your aggression will get you out of position.
Yeah.
And you will be the GOAT, but not the good GOAT, the GOAT you talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
You will be the GOAT. You will be the person sitting in film the next day, and everybody's like, Hans, the hell are you doing in an outside B gap fighting off a 4-eye? What are you doing? And you're like, I felt it, man. He put the pressure on the inside. I fought back to the pressure. I don't want to hear any of your stupid excuses. you're an idiot. You don't want to be that guy.
No.
And I will tell you, both of these offenses, both Utah and probably Utah more than BYU, both of these offenses capitalize on dumb defensive mistakes, dumb pursuit, losing gap responsibilities, forgetting assignment. They capitalize on that crap. Devin Dampierre will make you hurt and make you hate life if you pay attention to anything but your responsibility. Because he'll read your first step, he'll read your helmet positioning, he'll read your pad level, he'll read your depth at safety. He'll read it, and he'll extend a pocket, and he'll bruise you up with it. So it's like, you better be smart. Better know where you're supposed to be, and you better be there. Because I think Dampierre can really make you hurt.
Oh, there's no doubt.
And I also think that this game gets really interesting with Jason Beck. Because, we haven't talked enough about it. Jason Beck is a BYU product.
Yeah. And Jason Beck and his wife took some heat when she posted stuff about Utah, and BYU fans got after her a little bit, and then Utah fans like, oh, now you're all about Utah when you're employed here. Like, this means a lot to him.
Yeah, I really hope that entire family, because they are a precious family. They are. And Jason's such a great dad. I just hope that they can, what I would encourage all of them to do, shut it the hell down.
Yeah.
Shut it all down.
Yep.
You don't listen to the good. Don't listen to the bad. Don't listen to anything in between. Shut it all down. Because if this doesn't go Utah's way, the hate's coming. Because everybody will go back to the Texas Tech game and say, see, you go against a good defense, or, man, you go against a ranked team, or, man, when the chips are on the line, see, Jason Beck can't get the calls. And it's like, this guy is in young parts of his offensive coordinating career. And I think that he's got a brilliant career ahead of him. I absolutely love the way he calls games. It's fun to watch his games.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do want a downfield presence. I want a Merriweather to be a downfield presence. I want him. Ryan Davis has hit a couple of deep balls, but there's got to be more downfield activity. Dampierre doesn't hit downfield. And was it Eric Weddle that said putting Dampierre in the pocket with 30 attempts is not the right way to go?
Correct.
I think it was Eric said it.
Yep.
I agree with that. It's not. But here's the problem. BYU is going to force you to do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what they're trying to do.
And Utah's going to do the same thing to BYU.
Absolutely. So who breaks the mold of this is a running team? Who breaks it?
Yeah.
BYU or Utah?
Hans and Scotty Riley's with us from Beehive Mills. And there's so many great things going on at Beehive Mills. And watching you guys over the last couple of years really grow and expand, and now the delivery service and everything else you got going on, it's just incredible. But here's the thing. It all comes down to the quality. And if you've got quality food and quality service, people are going to keep coming back. And this doesn't work if the food isn't great. And the food is so good.
The food is so good. Like you've said, the quality is amazing. We really want the best for all of our customers. And we have had people that have been on subscription for years. And I feel like that really speaks to our quality as well, which is so awesome. And you also mentioned our growth over the last couple of years. I don't think we've talked about this yet, but we just opened up more states that we ship to. So we ship to about 24 states now.
Wow.
Basically anywhere west of the Mississippi we can reach. We just opened up Texas, so we can ship to Texas now. It's really awesome. We have the full list of states. Should be up on our website that you can check that out.
I'm so happy for Adam and his beautiful wife.
Yes.
And his beautiful family.
Yes.
Adam was up in the BYU box with us during the game. And so I got to give him some big hugs and got to bring his kid down and kind of check out the front part of the booth.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I'm just happy for them. I guess when you talk about great businesses that are born and raised here in the state of Utah, Beehive is that. Beehive Mills is one of those great success stories of a beautiful family here in the state that had a dream, had an idea, and they've capitalized on it.
Yes.
Now we're into 24 different states.
Yes, and they are so involved still in all the day-to-day, and I don't think people realize that. Elise still runs all recipes run past Elise. She is making sure that all of this is great. All of our operations go through her. They are really making sure that you guys are getting like the best quality, the best meals. It's really inspiring and so fun to watch.
And Adam was telling me that they were doing kind of a cost analysis, and they could save all kinds of money by going with cheaper products or cheaper proteins. Mm-hmm. And Elisa's having none of that.
Nope. We only want the best.
Yeah.
Just a couple of thoughts. Number one, you heard Riley talk about people staying in their subscription for years and years. There is no obligation. If you do subscribe, you're going to get 10% off your first order. And if you use promo code ZONE, you're going to get another $10.
You get 10% off your order every month on subscription.
Oh, okay. So 10% off every month.
Yep. And then the ZONE will stack on top of that
so
for
you
your
get
first order.
$10 off by using promo code ZONE. This would be my suggestion. Go on and subscribe. It doesn't lock you into anything. Just go on and subscribe. Take advantage of the 10% off. Use promo code ZONE. Take advantage of the $10 off. And have October's menu sent to you.
Yes.
And you will see why Scotty and I love it. And by the way, if you ask us off air, oh, do you really eat it? Yeah.
I get asked that all the time, by the way.
Yeah. I'm averaging at least 8 of these meals a month. So they are a family favorite. They are my favorite. And I want you to see why I love them at Beehive Meals, MEALS.com.
That's BeehiveMeals.com.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans,
let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum.
Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com
to connect with the team,
other fans,
and our KSL Sports insiders.
Start chatting today
in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum
on KSLSports.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. How do you know if you're good at what you do? If your company is good, how do you measure improvement? These are fundamental questions asked by every sustainable business. Shideo Shingo was one of the masterminds of Toyota's 30-year leap from low cost, low quality to very high quality. They are now the largest car company in the world, and every year their cars get better. Why? Because they always ask how they can be better. They measure improvement. The internationally known Shingo Institute and the MBA program, both at Utah State University, have teamed up with a powerful degree that teaches MBA skills, continuous improvement, and organizational excellence. Consider a Shingo MBA. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Between the two teams, there's a lot of similarities statistically, both rushing for roughly the same amount, throwing for roughly the same amount, scoring roughly the same amount. Defensively, there's a lot of similarities as well, both in the upper third of the conference in most of the key stats, and so should make for a great matchup, and away we go.
The one thing I do know about Morgan Scally and Kyle Whittingham is that they basically pattern the defense off the skill that they have on their team, and that's what we try to do too. So the differences you're gonna see is who we have and what we're trying to highlight, and same thing goes for them, where they can take chances and take some risks. We all cut our teeth the same way. It's just a matter of seeing what our differences will be, and if that actually becomes a competitive advantage for each one of us.
It's like anything, you grow and you learn, and I'm grateful for the opportunity that I have to be here to learn from this staff, and especially Coach Whittingham.
I love that term chess match. When I think of those guys, it's been a blessing to go against them for the past 3 years. I think it'll just be who can stick to their fundamentals and ultimately who can play with that passion, but keep that engagement and focus that is critical to high performance.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We tried.
He said no.
One of the fixtures of sports radio for Rivalry Week, Ryan Hatch, is actually in our studio, and we tried to give him an open mic. We tried everything to say, Ryan, the floor is yours. And he walked away.
Said, nope, don't want it.
We tried.
What year did he leave sports radio here?
06, 07, around there.
Okay, I was going to say 07.
Yeah, it was around there.
It was just before the Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
It was just before Utah's undefeated season, I'm pretty sure. So Hatcher, he was here when the Blaze came through. So I met him because he did a Blaze show.
Coach's show.
Yeah. And I actually showed up. I think that's kind of how I got introduced a little bit to sports radio here in the market.
Correct.
Because I was doing some stuff at, was it O'Donnell's? What was the old sports bar that was down there? I think it's Lloyd. What's the old sports bar that was right downtown?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I can't remember. Yeah,
it's behind Red Rock.
Yep.
Or
come on, Lloyd. It's a bar.
And it was a Utah.
I'm sorry.
It was a Utah Utes fixture. Like
that doesn't help me.
Yeah.
It was great, too. It had great food. Their burgers were insanely good. Anyways, I went down there and did some radio with him. That was kind of my introduction. And then met you probably that same month.
Yep.
At the Wing Bowl.
The Wing Bowl. Yep.
But Hatch is an institution here.
So we tried. That dude had some moments, for sure.
All right, Scotty, I want to get some predictions out of you.
Yeah.
So BYU is number 92 in the country in passing yards per game at 210. Utah's number 89 at 211. About a yard and a half separates these two teams in passing yards per game, which is insane. And I know we're going to get the Utah fans on Twitter, but we took on Texas Tech and Arizona State, and they're stomping around. It's like Arizona was a good passing defense. Arizona was a very good defense.
Yes.
So 210 to 211. Who figures out the passing game in this game? Devin Dampierre, who is 18 of 165 for 1131, or Bear Bachmeier, who's 91 of 144 for 1220. Dampierre's got 11 passing touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Bear Bachmeier has 8 passing touchdowns and 3 interceptions. Who figures this one out?
I'm going to go Dampier based on experience. Bear Bachmeier, I think ultimately, when it's all said and done, will be a better quarterback than Devin Dampier. When their careers are respectively done, I just don't think that's going to be the case this year. But I also like the weapons the Bear Bachmeier has.
Who's got better targets?
Better targets at BYU.
So you think Chase Roberts, Parker Kingston?
Yes. Carson
Ryan, Cody Hagan.
Yep.
Are the better targets? Because it's those 4.
Yes. Collectively. And so, look, I'm giving you my projection. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if Bear Bachmeier goes out there and throws for 250 and 3 touchdowns. I don't expect that to happen, but it wouldn't surprise me. Because here's where Bear Bachmeier took a huge jump in my eyes. And I'd been claiming it all week about Danny Gonzalez and his defense with what he had at Arizona. Danny Gonzalez is a guy that wants to throw as many bizarre looks as you possibly can. And you saw it, Hans.
Oh, yeah.
Like nothing is off the table. And they did. And did it befuddle him a couple times? Yeah, it did. But ultimately, when he needed to put drives together and make big throws and lead teams down and score touchdowns and score points and take that team to overtime and then win that game in overtime, Bear Bachmeier got it done. I don't think schematically he will face a more complex defense than what he saw against Arizona last week. Now, is Utah's defense bigger, stronger, more physical, and just can punch you in the mouth more so than Arizona? Yes, absolutely. What Arizona does, all kinds of weird smoke and mirrors and coverages and blitzes coming from weird angles and things like that. Their hope is to just confuse the ever-loving you-know-what out of you. Utah's going to come and say, we're just going to smack you in the mouth, and we're just going to be bigger and stronger and beat you up at the line of scrimmage. And so he got a test mentally last week, and he passed it against Arizona. He's going to have a test physically this week against the University of Utah, and mentally too. But I don't think it'll be because I don't think Morgan Scalley's all about confusing you. Morgan Scalley's about just like, no, we're better. Mm-hmm. We got better athletes.
Hey, Lloyd, what is the status of J.J. Buchanan? Have we heard? Because he played at West Virginia. Did he play against Arizona State? The update will come out tonight. I know, injury report. I don't even think he played against Arizona State, did he?
I don't think so.
Okay, I want to give you some thoughts here. Just talking about the targets. Now, this is interesting. The leading receivers for BYU and Utah are neck and neck. Ryan Davis, 416 yards. Chase Roberts, 420. Only 4 yards separates the two. But this is what's wild. Chase has done it on 22 catches. Ryan Davis has done it on 39.
Yeah.
So he's averaging 10.7. Chase is averaging 19.1.
It's a big average.
Chase has 3 touchdowns. Ryan Davis has 2 touchdowns. Now, when you talk about the depth, Parker Kingston is number 2 at 333. Dallin Bentley is number 3 at 270. Sorry, number 4 at 270. So that's, and then Carson Ryan would be number 5 at 211. So Dallin Bentley right now in the tight end race, he's leading by about 60 yards. But Carson Ryan has 14 catches to Dallin Bentley's 24. So Dallin's got 10 more catches. I guess when we just looking at targets, you just bring up an interesting thought. Like looking at targets, who's got the better targets? Now, we'd all expected more out of Tobias Merriweather. I'm kind of shocked that Tobias has 7 catches for 105 yards. The guy is 6'5". He's 200 pounds. He's long. He's fast, and he started his career at Notre Dame. He had a 15-catch, 300-yard season and 2 touchdowns at Notre Dame. And then he transferred out to Cal. He goes 11 catches for 130 yards. And I thought for sure when he came into this system that he would be the downfield guy. I just don't know how comfortable Devin Dampier is with the downfield guy. I think he's really comfortable with Ryan Davis. I think that there is a really unique connection with Ryan Davis because Ryan Davis came from New Mexico.
Yes.
With him.
Yep.
And by the way, I didn't realize this. Ryan Davis is a 6th-year senior.
Oh, yeah.
His first year was the COVID year, back in 2020.
Yeah. He's one of them.
With Alabama Birmingham, huh?
He's one of them.
He's one of them. He's a COVID baby. And he's in his 6th year. So Ryan Davis should be doing these things.
Yeah.
Buchanan, by the way, he didn't have any touches in that game, but he wasn't listed as out, so I'm assuming he's going.
So he must have been available.
Yeah.
All right. You know, early in the season, J.J. Buchanan was a beast to try to cover.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen him use more, especially with Hunter Andrews, who went down.
Okay, so one of the weapons that I brought up for BYU was Carson Ryan. If you take Carson Ryan and put him back on the University of Utah with Jason Beck in this offense, because he brought no production, at no fault of his own, but there was no production from him last year for all intents and purposes. If he's back with this team this year with Jason Beck, is he a larger weapon? I got to think so.
Then Dallin?
Than what he was last year
with Utah.
Yeah,
he'd be a bigger weapon with Utah.
Because I think,
but he's
wasted talent last year at Utah.
But I think he knew Dallin Bentley was going to be the guy, right?
Yeah.
I think he saw the writing. Like Dallin Bentley is TE1, and I want to be TE1 somewhere. Let me say this about Carson Ryan. He's a way better blocker than he's even a route runner or a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
I think if I were to close my eyes in the first 6 games for BYU, I want to say that I have personally caught him on at least 3 pancakes at the point of attack. He will upend a defender, and he will bury them. Oh, in fact, Scotty, on the double overtime touchdown that Bear Bachmeier ran, guess who sealed the defender to allow him to cut? That was Carson Ryan.
Yeah.
Carson Ryan, by the way, I'm just going off mental imagery here. Carson Ryan was connected and slid up to the next level and picked up the scraping. It would be the scraping weak side linebacker.
Love it.
And sealed him up, and Bear Bachmeier forced to the outside, forced pressure to the safety outside, so the safety flowed and cut back up inside off Carson Ryan's block. Like that's Carson Ryan. So he's a beast. BYU's been very lucky to have Carson Ryan. Because your next tight end, really your number 2 tight end, he does not have a reception yet.
No.
Which is, it's good and bad. I mean, he's a great blocker. Noah Moyaki had a catch at the beginning parts of the season. I think it was against Portland State. He had a touchdown catch. But Need has been the number 2 tight end. He's been a mainstay in the blocking schemes, but has not been targeted.
Yeah. And make sure to stop by The Pickler in Lehigh Friday for the Social Health Games 2025 event, free for families, bounce houses, axe throwing, food trucks, and more. Plus, Jake and Ben will be broadcasting live from 10 to noon, so come on by and say hi. All right, Riley is here. Riley, Hans and I are obsessed with Beehive Mills and the website. In fact, my wife's like, I'm going to check your browser history. What website are you on? I'm like, I'm on Beehive Mills. Again? You need to get off that website. I'm enamored with the different variations, the everything else that's going on there. It's got to be so much fun to work for that company because you deliver such great quality month in and month out.
Yes. No, it is such a fun company. My husband also loves it as well because we are eating Beehive Meals all the time. Yeah. And he is like, this is the best job ever.
You're not allowed to do
He's like, you're not allowed to
anywhere.
do anything else because it is so awesome. No, it is so great. The meals are so delicious, and the team is also just the best team ever.
I think that one of the biggest sales points of our reads is just the name of the meals. Like the Tuscan chicken, incredibly delicious. The French dip, the sausage and peppers. You know, that's something you could put on a rice bowl. That's something that you can eat on potatoes. Like if you do a loaded baked potato, you throw that sausage and peppers on that. The brown sugar glazed pork roast, which I just had 2 days ago. The salsa verde chicken, the taco mac, the Hawaiian teriyaki chicken, which has big chunks of pineapple and a great teriyaki sauce, the apricot chicken, the summer corn chowder, and all the different soups. Like I hope people can hear. Like, I'm salivating talking about these menu items because they're so good, Riley, and they're so unique, and they're so fresh, and they're so private to Beehive Meals. I just hope people understand what they have access to here.
Yes. Yeah, that French dip that's on our October menu is really, really good. It's like the best pot roast you'll ever have and the best sauce, and just put it on some buns with some cheese. It is so good.
The great thing is everything's different every month, and now you've got the soup menu to go along with it. We've talked about the Thanksgiving box that's available, but that soup menu, it's not always available. It's certain times of the year that soup menu is available, and so when it's fall time and you're making that transition into warmer weather or cooler weather, you want that soup, and you've got it there.
Yes. So we have a few different options. So when you go to our website, you're just going to have to make a decision, and whether that's you are wanting our classic family style menu, and that is going to get you more of like that salsa verde, French dip, those types of meals. And then we do have our soup menu right now, 10 soups. They're all phenomenal, and that is a limited time product. And then we also, like we have talked about today, have the Thanksgiving box as well, which is more seasonal, very much for your Thanksgiving dinner.
Love it. There's so many great options. Go to beehivemills.com. Use the promo code THEZONE. That's going to save you money. Sign up for a subscription. You're not locked into a contract, so you can cancel at any time. That's going to save you money every month. It's beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on. You got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to. Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Oh! Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith and American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just
That's awesome.
60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, make sure you're choosing wholesome ingredients like Eggland's Best eggs to plus up your nutrition. With more than 6 times the vitamin D and double the omega-3s and vitamin B12 compared to ordinary eggs, Eggland's Best supports a healthy lifestyle. Available in so many delicious varieties: classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Visit egglandsbest.com to learn more.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's be honest. Shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kalani Sitake, a lot of respect for Devin Dampier coming into this one.
Super talented, and he's tough, man. He has great vision in the passing game and in the running game. He's an efficient player. He knows where to go with the ball, and he's well coached. I think Jason Beck's done a great job tutoring him, mentoring him. He looks really comfortable out there, and whatever you need him to do, he's willing to do it. I think a lot of attention will go to his legs because he can run, but he can throw too.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J BBQ. That's where you will find the catering menu, as Kenny J's Barbecue will come right to your house, your holiday party, whatever the case might be. Cater that great barbecue at your event. You can't go wrong. KennyJBBQ.com.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Utah State returns home for a Friday night battle against San Jose State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougar preview show, and who better to get you ready for the Utah-BYU rivalry than a man who caught passes against the University of Utah. Mitch Juergens, kind enough to hang out with us. How are you, sir?
What's up, Mitch?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
Doing good.
Hey, let's start with this. Do I bug Greg a lot more than Riley Nelson used to bug Greg? Be honest, Mitch.
I think he takes it as endearing, to be honest.
Okay.
It's kind of like that. I think he really likes it, but he's got to put on a facade maybe a little bit. Like, come on, Hans.
Okay.
But deep down, he's like, keep going, Hans. This is good stuff. I think he wanted some more chocolate halftime for rain delay stories. So,
were you on the headset listening to that crap?
I was. Yeah.
I apologize, Mitch. I apologize to you and anybody else who listened to that garbage.
Well, we're looking for a lot of your comments here, so if you could rip one out and kind of give us the best. Sorry,
dude, Mitch. I think I lost Greg at that point. Like I think the potty humor. Greg will never be down with that.
I had to go on mute for a good 2 minutes because I was uncontrollably laughing.
The only solace I took, Scotty, is I was looking across because Mitch is up in the booth with us, and Mitch was laughing. I was like,
I got one.
But I love Greg. I love him because that dude is the most, and you know this, the most prepared, the most professional, and even when he's not laughing at me, like I can even find like a little bit of hope. Like he's so professional. He knows this is funny, right?
Yeah. No, this feels like when we had Kyle Van Noy coming on and talking about Bronco. And he's like, Bronco was very good to me, but I think I was good for him too.
Yeah.
I think you're good for Greg.
I hope so. But I'll tell you who's really good for Greg is Mitch, man. He's so great on the sidelines. Always has the information, always has some great insights. Mitch, how many years? This is 7 years, or is this 8 years on the sidelines for you?
This is season 8.
Wow. 8 seasons on the sideline. Okay, so compare this a little bit because you get to see the team chemistry on the sideline. You get to see the way they kind of deal with each other and the way they pump each other up. How does this team do when it just comes to team camaraderie and the push to be great?
Yeah, I mean, I've been really impressed with this team. It all starts with, and Hans, you've played on teams, and a lot of times that culture, I mean, it's built in the locker room, and they've got some really good senior leaders on that team that have been with the program. But in addition to the players, Kalani has a way about with his coaching style that gets people so bought into the mission and vision of what BYU is trying to accomplish, not only on the field but off the field. But then it's felt on the field. I mean, he's a love one another kind of guy, but it brings out a level of aggression on the field because they know this performance matters every single time we put on this uniform, and I think Kalani does such a good job at instilling that. But it's not just Kalani. I think he's built the right staff around him. I mean, you hear some of the defensive players talk about the impact and the influence that Jay Hill has had on not only on their life, but specifically on the football field. Like, they respect him so much, and a lot of those coaches that I think they go out and it's part doing it for themselves, but so much doing it for their coaches and the people around them because of what they've been able to build. And so I think, it starts with Kalani. The coaching staff has done a great job. You've got great senior leaders, and it's just fun to watch. And on top of that, when you're winning, people get more excited. And this team is a talented football team who, whether it's a blowout win or a nail-biter win, it just brings the team together, and people love winning, and you can feel that energy.
So in your analysis of the development of Bear Bachmeier, we talked to Max Hall earlier and got his thoughts as a quarterback, but as a wide receiver, on a guy that's on the receiving end of those passes, how do you think he's developed in throwing that catchable ball and throwing that ball in traffic and where it needs to be at the given time?
Yeah, I've been incredibly impressed with his development and his progression. Equally as impressed with Aaron Roderick and how he's allowed him time. to get there, because you step on the field for the very first time in a D1 football game. There's so much going through your brain, not only just knowing the playbook and executing the calls, but it's okay, at what point do I need to start reading defenses and counting defenders and figuring out where the blitz, pickup is, which side I need to send the extra blocker to. All of that it takes time. And so I've been equally impressed with Aaron in kind of installing the offense in increments week by week, just to get him prepared to where he is now, so that he can start operating so much more naturally. Where he's built. He's taken 6-7 weeks to build chemistry with those receivers, and is now able to hit them where they want to be hit on certain routes and concepts, and understanding kind of how they settle in certain zones, because every player is different, and you've got to take time to build that chemistry. And so I feel like Aaron has done a good job just allowing him the space and the time to get to where he needs to be, so that he can continue to operate as to where his true talent and skill set can come through fully, and that's where he just goes out and plays naturally. And I think we're starting to see that with Bear, which has been just really impressive.
Mitch, how much do you think Aaron Roderick tweaks, changes, or implements for this rivalry week? How much do you think he moves things around offensively to try to throw a wrinkle in this, or does he just stay business as usual with Bear?
That's a good question. I wish I could pick his brain and ask that, because I don't know. I mean, I could see him going both ways. Like, Bear's an incredibly smart quarterback as well beyond his true freshman expectation. He understands, and so I think if he wanted to throw some wrinkles in there to mix it up, I think Bear can handle it. And he's proven that as he's checking plays at the line the last several weeks. We've seen that consistently throughout, and so I think he's understanding the offense a lot better than he did in the beginning of the season. And so if Aaron does want to do it, I think he can. With that said, though, I really like the way the offense is operating. And when you're ground and pound and the offensive line is dominating the way that they are in the run game, at times, how much do you really need to get cute with it? Just run the ball up the middle. They've had so much success doing it behind Bruce Mitchell. He's been so good and so powerful. And so if they can continue to do that, then, I don't know if you really need to, because it's tried and true, and it gets the 5-6 yards. It's going to move the sticks and eventually get, be able to punch the ball in the end zone that way.
What are some of your favorite memories of playing against the University of Utah? Or maybe not so favorite memories?
It's a hard question, because I unfortunately was one of the unfortunately we never came out on top against Utah, but the games are remarkable. I mean, if you want true dogfight type like competition, you're not going to get that any more intense than you do with Utah and the games against Utah. I mean, I remember going back to the first time that I played them, where I was actually contributing on the field, and that was in the Vegas Bowl in 2015. We went down early. It was a shock to the system. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for us as an offense. But it was Utah. Every time you looked over there, like, we can get back in this game with pure physicality, pure grit. And that happened. And those games are just there's so much passion behind it. And so you're never going to forget those moments. And just the feeling of, like, I know that these guys next to me are giving it their absolute all, because just as much as I want it and I want this win, I know the guys next to me want it as well. And so to collectively feel like every single player on that field is giving it 100% because of how much this game means. I mean, those are the types of, win or lose, those are the types of moments that you'll never forget as a player.
I can't believe it's been 10 years since that bowl game, Mitch, but I want you to remember back when you guys found out you were playing Utah in the Vegas Bowl. What did you think, and how do you remember Bronco reacting to that news?
Bronco, it's hard to get too much out of Bronco. He was
stoic.
He was a pretty stoic guy. But even him, this was also his last his very last football game in a BYU coaching and head coach position. And so in addition to that, like it almost felt like the perfect, like everything was coming together for that matchup. I don't know if you guys remember, but Bronco going into that game had 99 wins for BYU. So playing in his very last game against the rival Utah, like we were so ready to give him that 100th win, and that's why it hurts that we weren't able to do it. But there was so much leading up to it. I mean, it was exciting. If as an independent, you want the fun bowl game. If you lose or drop a couple games where you're not going to make it into kind of a playoff situation, or at the time a New Year's Six situation, you want a matchup that just brings the best out of everyone. And for us that year, for sure, it was Utah in Vegas for Broncos' potentially 100th win and last game. I mean, it was just a real cool culmination of events that led up to that got people really pumped for that game.
When you look at what Utah does well versus what BYU does well, this thing just looks incredibly close, Mitch. We always talk about like, it's 50-50 or, flip a coin, but it really feels like that in regards to this season, even more so than others.
Yeah, statistically, I mean, when you go through every key category that you look at, I mean, these teams are neck and neck. Very similar offenses in terms of total yards. Total defense is the exact same, and these are almost identical teams on paper. But then you look at the strength, personnel wise, and it's very similar as well. Like I give a lot of credit to this the BYU offensive line and how they've been able to control the line of scrimmage. Well, you go on the flip side, and that's exactly what Utah's done. I mean, they've been doing it for years, but they're doing it this year. I mean, one of the best teams in the country in pass protection. And, they keep Devin Dampierre clean just as much as BYU has kept Bear Bachmeier clean. And so, is it going to come down to the trenches? Who can get to the quarterback and make them uncomfortable? A lot of it is, can BYU play their game better than Utah plays their game? And just because they are so similar, and they've got, you look at even some of the best positions at the BYU that we've been preaching for a long time is the linebacker core. We got Kelly back this week. The hopes are there, and then Glasgow and Acera, they're so strong. You go to Utah, and it's Barton and Hall. I mean, those are talented backers. This team just looks like the same team in the mirror, and it's going to be up to who's going to bring more physicality to come out on top, because that the way that these two teams play so similarly, it's going to come down to the basics and how well they do those simple tasks better than the other team.
Well, Mitch, I love being a part of your broadcast, buddy. Thanks for having me a part of it, and let's have a fun weekend. How does that sound?
Hey, I want nothing more than a BYU victory, but I appreciate it, Hans. It's fun. It's fun doing the broadcast with you and Greg, and it's a blessing. But yeah, let's make it sweeter with a BYU win.
Sounds good to me, Mitch.
Hey, look, I know you guys have your allegiances, and I know that you guys played for BYU, but I'm just saying, one of these nights, if you guys have an off night and Utah State's playing, feel free to come up and get some extra reps in on a Utah State broadcast.
We'll do it.
Let's go.
That actually sounds fun.
I love it.
Yay. Appreciate it, Mitch. Thanks.
See you, Mitch.
Yeah, we'll see you.
That's Mitch Juergens.
He's fun, man. He gets done on the sidelines, and he comes up, and the three of us just get going.
Yeah.
And we get going in the late parts of nights. I don't know why the Big 12 loves BYU kicking off at 8 o'clock.
I know.
I am glad that this one's at 6.
All I want to do is be a fly on the wall on the SWAT shows afterwards. That's it.
The SWAT shows are good, man.
That's it. I just, I won't say anything.
SWAT shows are good.
I'll keep my mouth shut. Anyway.
Well, it's always fun because XM's is there.
Yeah.
And he keeps things lively.
I bet. All right, Hans and Scotty, we'll wrap up this bad boy next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There is nothing better than Bar W beef. And the great thing is, like, okay, there's so many different things you can do, and we're talking from your ground beef. If you just want to make your own hamburgers, guess what? You've got 14-day dry-aged beef coming right to your house. If you want the best of the best when it comes to steaks, whether it be your ribeye, whether it be your tomahawks, whether it be your porterhouses, guess what? They've got those as well. 14-day dry age. If you need a roast for Sunday dinner, or you need a big brisket to throw onto barbecue, guess what? They've got that as well. I want you to go to barwbeef.com. Check out the menu, or check out the website, and you can have all of that delivered right to your house for free. They've got great packages. If you don't know what to get, just grab a package and it'll send right to your house for free anywhere in the state of Utah and orders over $150 or more. It's available for you right now, barwbeef.com. If you're in the Nephi area, stop by their retail location and also stop by the brand new Bar Dub restaurant. You can check out those burgers already made for you. Best burger on the planet at Bar W Beef, at Bar Dub Restaurant, and barwbeef.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive Meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive Meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school, they're in dance, they've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. affordable, and they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up honest work done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at your service pros.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So much on the line in this Utah-BYU game. The Utes, losers of 2 in a row. They want to snap that streak. Jackson Benny knows there's a lot on the line for him in this game.
It's big, for sure. My brother was a BYU fan growing up, and the rest of the family was Utah. Every time we'd beat him, I'd just rub it in his face, and he'd cry. So there's a lot of emotion, a lot of emotion.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Best barbecue in the state. Kenny J's Barbecue. Get there now. KennyJBBQ.com.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Kick return for BYU. And a big one to midfield. He beats the kicker down the sideline. Marion, touchdown, 96 yards. Vincent in motion. Keithy, left side, walks it in. Touchdown. High stepped it in. He's caught one for a touchdown. Now he's run one in for the lead for BYU. Snap, hold, kick, on the way. Kick is good!
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. So many great memories, so many great moments. What are we going to come away with in this one? It's your Cougar Preview Show. We do it every Wednesday from 1 to 3. Tomorrow it'll be your Ute Preview Show. And then on Friday, it's a Football Friday with Ron McBride and Alema Harrington. Can't wait. All kinds of good things coming up this week. Remember, if you missed any of our great conversations, Max Hall, Eric Weddle, Danny Ainge, they're all available for you. Mitch Juergens, who we just wrapped up with. It's all available for you on KSLSports.com. But what I want you to do is whether you use Spotify, Apple, whatever the case is, subscribe to the Hans and Scotty podcast feed. Just search Hans and Scotty on your podcasting platform of choice. Subscribe, leave a rating, hopefully a nice one because we have sensitive feelings. So please just subscribe. It helps us out and lets our bosses know that people are actually listening, which is a good thing because Riley's in here sharing all kinds of great details on Beehive Mills, and we want people to take advantage of it. Right now, you can save money, use the promo code THEZONE, and use a subscription model because you guys are so proud of what you have. You don't lock people into contracts at all.
No, we do not. And we actually just triple-checked your code, and it's actually $20 off.
Whoa!
And not 10.
Let's go.
So it's great. We did the best codes that we ever used for you guys.
Let's do it.
Big stuff. So yeah, and the subscription, you'll always save 10% every single month, and it will stack with code THEZONE.
You've got a Thanksgiving box.
Yes.
And there are limited amounts of these. And people are thinking, okay, well, that's still a month and a half away. Guess what? It'll be here before you know it. And if you order it now, then you know you've got Thanksgiving dinner taken care of.
Yes. So order it now. It will ship out to you on November 17th.
So people don't have to store it in their freezer.
You're not going to have to store it, but you have it ordered and ready to go. You don't have to worry about it again. And then it will ship out to you to get to you in time for Thanksgiving.
And this includes the rolls, The sweet potatoes,
Turkey,
everything. Mashed potatoes.
Dessert.
Oh, geez.
Yes.
Let's go. And there's so many. The soup menu is awesome. And last month I decided to go with soups. I'm going to go back to the regular menu this month, but the soups were great. My family was all about them.
Yes. Yeah.
So many good things to choose from.
It's awesome. It's kind of nice to jump back and forth, right? Sometimes you want soup, sometimes you want the regular meals. It's great.
What's great, too, is that you can customize these things, too, because, we got the chicken enchilada soup that we had the other day, and, it was great on its own, but I'm like, all right, I'm going to throw a little cheddar cheese on the top of it. I'm going to mix it with a little sour cream, maybe a little green onion sprinkled on the top of it, and it was incredible.
Yeah, and it's great because that way you can really tailor it towards your family's needs. If you have a family member that doesn't love pasta, serve it over rice.
Yeah.
You can really, it is designed for picky eaters. It is designed for busy families to just be so convenient, easy, and delicious.
BeehiveMills.com. Use the promo code TheZone. Going to get you $20 off. That's $20 off. Subscription model, you can stack that as well. It's going to save you 10%. But get there now. BeehiveMills.com. Riley, you're the best. Thank you. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, Kelly. Welcome back. How's the new Outback?
I love it.
Glad to hear.
I was wondering if I could test drive maybe another.
Of course. Which one?
How about that one?
But that's another Outback. You already have an Outback.
Yeah, but I don't have a red one.
Test drive the new 2025 Subaru Outback at Doug Smith Subaru in American Fork and get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Outbacks. No one knows Subaru like Doug.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness. Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, come on in. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. We are underway. So's the cold front, JJ. What's your problem?
It just hit.
You didn't call your guy. You didn't call Kevin over in the weather center.
Kevin's on vacation.
I'm Matt Johnson. You didn't pull up. You didn't ask Matt.
I couldn't get any help over there. But this is how it's going to be tonight. So
okay.
Good news, the game is indoors, unless you're at a high school football game like us.
It's cool and windy. And here we are at Delta Center for the game opener of the Utah Mammoth. Your radio home of the Utah Mammoth is right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. That means, of course, we're blowing out all the stops here. We've got everything set up for you. We're on the plaza right outside Delta Center in the shadow of the words Delta Center. They're going to open gates. They've already got some fans lined up on the outside. By the way, have you noticed the fans have even leveled up this season, JJ? They aren't just getting, like, their own jerseys, like where you go, oh, hey, man, I'm going to get a custom jersey. They're getting, like, all sorts of crazy customizations done on the jerseys. They've got all sorts of things. This fan base is just going to be year after year after year just going to keep making their presence known and bigger and bigger. And, of course, that's why we're outside. We just had a quick conversation with Mike Folta, the radio play-by-play voice of the Mammoth. He's going to drop by the booth coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So we've got you taken care of all the way up until the puck drops right here on the KSL Sports Zone. We'll get you ready for that. In the meantime, JJ's Rivalry Week. I don't know if you know that.
I didn't hear.
Okay. Well, here we are.
Get me up to speed. What's that all about?
Oh, see, what we do here, what happens is two fan bases love each other very much.
Yes, they do.
They get together once a year. And
to
then,
the point where they'll threaten each other over online.
What stupidity. People are so dumb. I don't even like.
Hey, we've had our first arrest this week in the rivalry, so that's good.
Doesn't it?
We're off to a great start.
It makes you freaking sick that people are so dumb. And it just makes you mad because it ruins the actual vibe. You know what I mean? Like, I told my son earlier in the week, he goes, man, it's people at school talking. It's crazy. Like, the back and forth. He's like, man, and kids that don't even watch football, don't even watch anything, then they come out of the woodwork just to be able to trash talk one another, and they go hard at it, too. And I said, Rivalry Week brings out some of the biggest idiots on the planet. It really does. Yeah. And I'm not saying that, like, the fan bases are. You called it the fringe yesterday, but it's a loud fringe, and it's a weird one, too. I just hope the football game ends up being something that, that's what we hope for every year, that the football game turns out. You know what I mean? That we look at this game and go, thank heavens that one turned out to be a good one. We've been pretty lucky to have that be the case in the last few. But, I was doing pre- and post-game shows up in the booth for 54-10, for 48-24, hurt feelings across the board. And it just is so good to have teams that are good now and back to being way better than this Independence and Mountain West, and then one team independent and one team in a Power 4 conference. One team winning the Power 4 conference, the other one saying, yeah, but we're pretty good too, I think, but we're not playing the rivalry right now. All of it has come back to a normal space over the last couple of years, and here we are. Both teams in the Big 12, and Rivalry Week continues. Our program brought to you by the good folks at Trajan Wealth this hour, your local trusted financial fiduciaries. Let's kick things off right here with the cut, top of the hour. Let's jump in right now.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, yes, here we are. Oh, we got the heater out. Is that what time of year it is, JJ?
It's that time of year.
I don't hate this at all. Joey, gracias. Stone, thank you so much. Connor, we'll address your amazingness later. You have to go. You're the guy who has to go the full broadcast before I go. And Connor's holding it down over here. Connor, our whole tech and street team are just phenomenal all year long, and this is one of those major events where all of our stations from Broadcast House are over here and hanging out. And so
all hands on deck right now.
I love it because we honestly do. We work with the best people, and like this whole street team's freaking phenomenal. And so we'll bust it. Oh, do we have a freaking Xbox over here?
We do.
Gosh dang it. We're playing video games during the game. Come on over, play some video games. Come on over, grab some candy, whatever you want. JJ, let's start things off with Rivalry Week. The offensive coordinator for BYU, Aaron Roderick, addressing the media this week. Interesting stuff. I thought that it would be good to dip in to see what A-Rod had to say about approaching this game. These guys are so measured in their responses. They're so vanilla about how to approach these things. And yet at the same time, A-Rod is having a career moment for him where he is able to take – we don't give that enough attention, I don't think. A-Rod's having a career moment where people are seeing what he's doing with this kid who's gone 6-0 now as a starter at BYU, has won freshman honors of the week of the Big 12 4 times, 3 weeks in a row now in conference play, the first 3 games of the season. So I would say a raving success that he's had with his freshman quarterback. But here's what A-Rod said about getting ready for this game, getting his guys ready for this game, getting his freshman quarterback, Bear Bachmeier, ready for this one. Here's A-Rod from Provo.
That was our weather game plan. Yeah, we had two separate call sheets, one for good weather, one for bad weather, and after the rain delay, we went to plan B.
I also wanted to ask you, 11 minutes to go, you're down 10, and you guys ground 7 minutes off that clock. Was it a calculated deal?
Absolutely, yeah. We have an analytics book that gives us an idea of how many possessions are left in the game. We're down 2 scores, and thought as a staff and as the players managed that pretty darn well. We left them with 18 seconds left at the end of the game, tied the game with 18 seconds left. It was exactly as we planned, yeah.
At what rate do you go with analytics? Your decision, everything?
I don't know any teams in college football that don't. I mean, yeah, it guides most of the decisions we make in a game as far as strategy. Not every play call is,
right.
But yeah, I mean, I learned about it first at Utah up the road with Coach Witt. It's.
You've been on both sides of the rivalry as a coach, player now, and then a coach again at BYU. How does Kalani and the culture that he's established here compare to your time coaching at Utah, and maybe the differences between the two?
I don't really know. I'm not sure. Say that again.
How does Kalani prepare the team for the rivalry game that's maybe different than Whittingham does, and the culture that he's established here? Just the differences and the mindset for the rivalry game?
I don't think there's much of a difference. Both teams know it's a really important game. I think both teams know it's not just a regular game, and so yeah, there's not much difference.
Personally, Aaron, since you were there, what does the game mean to you? Is it any more important to you than any other game?
Well, yeah, it's important every year because it's a huge game. I've been involved in it, I think, 21 times. I think this is my 22nd time as a player or coach. And I think I counted today 9 or 10 of those came down to the last possession or the last play, so about half the time. But it's a huge game. The whole state's into it. I've been following it my whole life. I have coached on both sides of it, and I always did everything I could to help my team win, and it's fun.
As a familiarity between these two staffs, does it give an advantage one way or the other, in your opinion?
No, it's a tricky thing. We're both of us know each other so well. It's sort of like I compare it to like a Game 7 of an NBA playoff series, where you've just you know each other so well that last game is just we know that they know that we know that they know. It's one of those kind of things. It's you can outsmart yourself sometimes, and the players just have to go out and make plays and execute.
When you guys beat them in 2021 here, what did that kind of mean for the program coming the day after you got the Big 12 invite? What do you recall about that particular game?
Well, I just remember Jaron Hall. I was really remember Jaron Hall being a really good leader for our team, and I remember more just relationships with players than I do about how I felt after the game or anything like that. But yeah, that's I just remember Jaron Hall.
The play call to Bear looked like he was going to throw one for a touchdown. Was that a design run, or was he supposed to pass it?
The last touchdown of the game, it's a he can throw it or run it in, and so we have he had two choices.
Bear's not one of those guys that's grown up in the rivalry like so much of this team has, where they're from the state of Utah, or familiarity with some guys coming over from Utah to this roster. How do you want Bear to handle this game? Do you want him to treat it like it's just another game? Do you want him to treat it like it's the game? It's what the fan bases think of this matchup?
Well, it's not just another game, so you can't do that. But you have to, you have to play the position with poise, and you have to prepare the same way you do every week. And I think a big part of this game is controlling your emotions and just staying within the system at quarterback. You got to stay within the system and be ready to execute against a really good defense.
Why was it important to you to get Matt Mitchell back here after he was here and then he went to Baylor?
I just think Matt's a really good coach, and we had a good working relationship before, and he's done a really good job with our quarterbacks. He does a lot to help me out and help out our staff. He's an excellent coach.
Talk about the benefit it was for Bear to have to go through Saturday night situation in coming back and going through overtime for a freshman quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a freshman, he's 6 games into his career, every single game he's having experiences that are happening for the first time. He's having learning experiences, and as those experiences accrue, you gain growth, and then it's year 2, year 3 where veteran quarterbacks go, yeah, I've seen this before, I've already been through that. So we're still growing with him, and he had a couple mistakes the other night that were things that first-time things, and so what we're trying to do is keep growing from those things, and there'll be some more things this game that he hasn't seen before as well.
How do you feel like this team has grown thus far in
You're
this
next.
season, or this offensive group has grown thus far in this season?
I think we're improving every week. I see areas of improvement. I see players stepping up. I think we're a balanced team. I think you got to respect the run and the pass with us, and we're just looking for a little bit of improvement each week.
You guys have lost the turnover
He's
battle.
up. He's up. Sorry.
Have you ever coached a player this young that's mentally bounced back time and time like this?
No, he's a pretty mature kid. Yeah, for a young guy, I'm impressed with how not bothered he is by any situation, and how easily he bounces back from a mistake. Yeah, it doesn't bother him.
You guys have lost the turnover battle each of the last 2 games.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that doesn't happen in a rivalry game where it seems like the turnovers are magnified compared to other games?
Super important. You're right, because a week ago I was standing here saying, we're not going to freak out about that yet, but 2 games in a row, that's a problem, and so we have to nip that in the bud now. Turnover margin will probably be probably be the deciding factor in this game. It'll be, if not the deciding factor, it'll be up there. It's super important in every game. We have to take care of the football, and I'm sure they're trying to do the same thing, and both defenses are trying to get takeaways, and that's the name of the game.
After watching all of the film, what did you like about what Preston Rex showed you last week?
He was not, the moment wasn't too big for him. He went out and did what we expected him to do. He did what he's been doing in practice, and we're going to keep bringing him along and getting him more and more involved, especially with Sione being out.
Last question. How about your offensive line? They played so well this year, last few weeks. Talk a little bit about how they've helped.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. I thought they played well last game. We ran the ball well against a really tough defense that I think the most rushing yards they'd given up was like 111. And then we had no sacks, so they did a good job in that game. whole new challenge this week. I mean, these guys are good. This is a really tough defense, and everybody has a lot to prove in this game.
Lots that A-Rod had to address. That's Aaron Roderick, BYU's offensive coordinator, of course, getting ready for a game that I can't tell if they dread it or not. I think they love the challenge.
Oh, no, they love this.
They love the challenge, but, the way he described it when he said, they know that we know that they know that we know that they know, right? And what I really like about it is, too, he said something that we don't get enough said out loud by coaching staffs, which is, and blah, 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 and approaching this as any other game. And then A-Rod goes, well, we can't do it like that because it's not any other game.
Right. Stop lying to everybody.
Let's stop pretending that this game is.
Stop being dishonest.
Right. Like,
this
is
not just any other game.
No, and that's why I'm like, come on, you guys. There's no dang way.
This is the game.
Yeah.
And you have to approach it that way. And you have to, if you tell your players that this is just another game, and then they go to the game, you're not preparing them for what's coming. Because
Glad
it's
he said
not.
it. Glad he said it. Because it's like, look, let me give you a little bit of a glimpse into the coach's office. He allowed himself to say something that for years coaching staffs don't say. And frankly, you'll get other coaches maybe in that exact same staff, certainly at Utah, that'll go, well, we respect all of our opponents. I mean, this is, let me check the schedule. Oh, BYU this week? Okay. Like, come on. We know how this game is looked at. We know how this thing is approached. We know how this thing goes down. And so for him to say, wait, hold on. Well, we're not going to approach it like any other game because it's not any other game. There is no other game where you have the crossover like you do. I think Greg Wrubell tweeted out something that was interesting. It was BYU has the most alumni from one school on their staff at BYU. They've got 6.
Right.
Utah is second place with 5 BYU former alum.
Right.
So if you're wondering how this thing goes and why it's not any other game, it still blows my mind. It'll be hilarious to me. Like anytime coaches cross over, we got over it with Jay Hill because those guys, they end up coaching so hard for the place and they end up loving the kids that they do.
Yeah.
That they buy into that program. Like Jay Hill, you don't look at him and go, he's a BYU guy. It's like, you know what he is? He's a Kalani Sitake and BYU football guy right now, right? Whether or not that's the case, come on, ask these coaches what they really want to do. I'm not trying to say that Jay Hill's going to go off and be a head coach at X school or that or whatever. What I'm saying is that these guys have immediate buy-in at the place that they're at. The only way that their careers are extended is by being really, really good at what they're doing right now, which is what A-Rod is doing. The guy had an interesting go up at Utah where he was a co-offensive coordinator, right? Mm-hmm. Loses his job because he wasn't doing a good enough job. And has found his footing at a place and has now become not just a really good offensive coordinator. I dare say that he's the guy on the staff. I mean, Jay Hill's probably number one. But A-Rod, people are going to be looking at A-Rod because of what he's doing with Bear this year as being a possible head coach somewhere else in the country. Am I wrong? Is that something that –
What's BYU's record the last 2 seasons?
Now with the so now they're 17-2.
Isn't that insane?
19 games. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
If you're a BYU fan right now,
you should be scared to death. Those guys are walking out the door at some point.
You're 17-2 over the last 2 years in the Big 12. That's insane.
Yeah.
Especially considering how it started at 5-7. You should be so thrilled about everything that's happening right now. So what if you had a close game in Arizona?
Yeah.
This program's rolling right now.
Yeah.
Recruiting is rolling right now. BYU is on the up. And, you're probably going to lose some assistant coaches. There's probably a team out there that's looking at what A-Rod's doing. By the way, where's all the Fire A-Rod guys? Where are you?
Oh, no, they show up.
Where's all the Fire A-Rod guys?
Guys.
Where are they?
They show up every game.
I used to see them all the time. Where'd they go?
I know. I got a text at the
end.
We
miss you. Where are you?
I know. I got a text at the end of that game at Arizona when BYU was down or maybe or when it was going in and he was like, I don't care how this drive ends. I just think that this BYU's offensive coordinator doesn't know what he's doing. And I was like, can you let me have a game? Can I watch a game in peace without you texting me this exact
You're on
same
the
thing
road
every week?
after a 90-minute rain delay with a true freshman quarterback.
I'm always when I'm at the stadium, too, and I'm like, well, I'm 2 booths down from you. You want me to knock on the door and have him give you a call? Sorry.
Can you imagine knocking on the booth during the game? Hey, Coach Roderick, we got a phone call.
Sorry.
You got to talk to this
I know
guy.
you're busy, but he's got a great idea. Show him my phone. He's got a really great idea.
I think this would really help you in the fourth quarter.
Have you thought about this concept? Like, these guys have forgotten more about football than we've ever known.
And he's talking about the experience he's had in these games on both sides.
Yeah.
That matters. Experience matters. You have so much experience on both sidelines, and you've got these players on this team, for the most part, there's so many of them that get it and understand how big this game's going to be. You add all that together, it's going to make for a great environment on Saturday night, and that's all we hope for each and every year that this game happens, is that we get a game that matters, that feels intense.
Right.
It doesn't mean it has to be perfect. There's been plenty of great classic BYU Utah games that weren't well played for 4 quarters, but there's always something amazing and incredible that happens that we remember, that we talk about for years to come. And I think this year is going to be no different.
I do look forward to that chess match on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
What is Morgan Scally going to do versus Aaron Roderick? What is Jay Hill going to face with Jason Beck across the way, right? And so I think that these guys bring – and what did A-Rod say about what has made Bears' first 6 weeks even more impressive is that every team that they've faced, all the film that they've studied on those teams, they did something totally different. They did something totally different. They go, we got to screw this kid up. we got to get in his head. You know what I mean?
Oh.
And they did in some cases. And, some teams do it better than others. And I think that it's just another moment. And what did he say? He goes, there's going to be stuff this week that he's going to see that he's never seen before. And you're darn freaking right. You know why? Because of all the teams they faced so far, and Texas Tech might be the only exception to this, Texas Tech right now is maybe the number 1 scoring defense in the country. I think they've allowed 11.4 points a game. It's them and Ohio State who have the best defenses in the country. And these are pretty darn good defenses on the Jay Hill and Morgan Scally side of things. For sure, if you thought Arizona was going to be tough for the kid to learn something, it's going to be an even bigger challenge this weekend facing him even at home with Utah coming to town. All right, we're going to take our first break. We are on the plaza here at Delta Center. Thanks for being with us on the program. We get you ready for Utah Mammoth, the home opener tonight versus the Calgary Flame. It is going to be an awesome one. Right, I told you. Look. There's some people. These are Timu jerseys.
Yeah,
right?
those are. Where do you get those?
I don't think you can get a powder blue.
No, those are not out yet.
I gotta ask her. Did Ryan Smith give you that jersey? Come on, what happened? Maybe it's Ashley Smith. No, it's not her. Anyway, bottom line is, I don't know where she got that jersey. It's not authorized. I love every second of it.
I can't wait, though, until the Mammoth break theirs out.
I know. That looks pretty dope. All right, we'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner from the plaza. Zach Moss, former Utah running back, former NFLer. Well, current NFLer, has shot certainly across the league at different teams.
Healing up right now.
Getting right, and this is a guy who's had, I think Zach Moss, leading rusher all time for a single-game performance in the rivalry game. We'll talk to him about this game and much more. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
One northbound crash on I-15 just past 146 South. If you're heading into Salt Lake County, it's over on the right shoulder. Southbound I-15 slowing already in place to kick off the afternoon drive between Murray and Midvale. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal services with GoPave Utah. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off. They're frozen. You put it in a slow cooker. You walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. AdvancedWindows.com. Affordable windows. Guaranteed.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about the importance of responding positively to turnovers.
Mistakes do happen. It's how you respond to them that gets you where you're at. And obviously, we had some mistakes this last weekend, but I love the guys' response and the belief that they had that they could still win the game. And we may need to do that, in games week to week. But I think it will make things a lot easier for us if we can gain turnovers and minimize ours on our end.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. The legend, Zach Moss, joins us right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Utah State returns home for a Friday night battle against San Jose State. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, our hot and cold segment, appropriately brought to you this evening as we get ready for winter. You got to get your furnace inspected by a certified heating contractor. Check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas, the cold front is coming in, JJ. The ice in the arena is well below freezing.
Yes, it is.
We love the cold right now. The cold right here, normally it sort of denotes sort of a negative vibe, but right now, give me that ice. Of course, the home of the Utah Mammoth right here on your radio is 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone, and you're going to hear the puck drop right after our program is over. We'll get it to you at 6:30 pregame and then a 7:30 puck drop tonight at Delta Center. First game of the year between the Calgary Flame and the Utah Mammoth. So here we go. Yeah, it's awesome to see these logos up around the stadium too. To just go, yeah, it feels real. It feels like they really can't take it away from me at this point. Sorry, we've already printed the logos. We have to have the NHL team forever. Sorry.
Yep, it's ours now.
You can't try to take it back from us, Gary Bettman.
Nope.
This is ours now. Joining us on the program right now, courtesy of the folks at UCCU all week long, our rivalry week interviews. UCCU love where you bank. He is Zach Moss, former Utah running back. He holds the single game record for a BYU and a Utah running back all time on the ground at 181 yards versus BYU back in the 2019 game where they won 30-12. 128 of those, by the way, in the second half. Zach Moss blowing up the second half. Zach, welcome to the program, man. Thanks for being with us.
What's up, guys? Appreciate you having me on, man.
Absolutely.
You got it.
Listen, you're one of these guys who came in and had to be educated on the rivalry. No education prepares you for the game, though, does it? When you actually get into the game, then you kind of realize it. How surprised were you how big of a deal it was when you first started playing in this rivalry?
Yeah, it's definitely something you learn while you have to play in it. You know, it doesn't matter how much people tell you about it and things of that nature. You definitely got to go and play in something like this to really see just how crazy it is. But it's one of the best rivalry games out there, man. It has such a rich tradition, and it entails the entire state, which you can't really find too many rivalry games that do. So it's one of the best games out there, and it's always a really good thing when these two teams match up.
What are some of your favorite memories, Zach, of playing in rivalry games over the years?
I think just the energy for the whole entire week that everybody has. I mean, you can go into a grocery store, mall, kind of wherever you are at. It's always, the energy. Everybody's ready for this game. It's so different from any other week. Doesn't matter if it's even like a conference game that's been big that you have to look for, or a ranked opponent or something like that. This game is always the one that's marked on the calendar that you just don't lose, and you don't want to lose it. Thankfully I've been able to be on the winning side of that thing and come away with a lot of dubs.
As you've watched this Utah program grow over the years and see kind of what Coach Whittingham has done, and obviously you bought into that culture huge, and it took you to the NFL, and you guys had massive years when you were there, and you had some of the most success that this Utah football program has ever had. When you see where the program's at now in the Big 12 with BYU, with all these other teams, what do you think about the conference affiliation that they have now, being in a spot where they're going to play this rivalry game as a conference game now every year?
Yeah, that's huge. It makes it even better. It makes it so much more competitive, I think, just from overall, like everything. Like now, this game can cost you a championship in the conference, getting into that, making an appearance in the conference game, which is huge. That's a different type of trash talk that you kind of, as a bragging rights, as fans, players, coaches, everybody involved, right, that you get to experience versus, just saying, I was able to beat these guys and win this game. It's a different impact to it. And obviously, I think when you talk about you want to have conference relevancy and be the team that's more dominant, and then you have the things that come with obviously recruiting, and obviously now with the NIL world and things of that nature, like all of those things combined is going to make it just that much stronger of a rivalry game for years to come.
Not only are you the all-time leading rusher in Utah football history, which is an amazing accomplishment when you consider all the great running backs that have played and worn that jersey, but you're also the leading rusher all-time single game in the rivalry's history, 187 yards in that 2019 game. Specifically about that game, Zach, what do you remember, and how were you able to get going in that game? 29 carries, 187 yards, and a touchdown. I remember there were some plays where they just could not bring you down. Why did you perform so well that day?
That's actually a really cool stat that I did not know, honestly. So that's the first time I've actually ever known that. But, honestly, man, it was just our mindset coming back out after that. We had a super long rain delay, lightning storm, all that type of stuff, that for some reason just gave us a little bit more extra juice beginning that game, which was weird. But, I don't know why I was able to go ahead and just make that impact that I was able to make. Obviously, our offensive line played really good. We had a really good, game plan and things of that nature. And this game is all about who wants it more. It's all the X's and O's kind of go out of the window a little bit. It's all about who wants it more. And obviously, that night we just wanted to go out there and be really dominant. And could have done it without any of the guys doing all the blocking and things of that nature to make me look good.
Zach, we were chatting, of course, off the air before you came on, and we were talking about how, there's been so many guys who have been phenomenal in this rivalry, and then they go on and they have these awesome careers too. Give us a status of your of a health update here for you, as much as you're comfortable sharing how you're getting along here, because obviously we want to see that career take off even more so for you. It's been a bumpy road with the injuries. Where are you at right now on that body, man?
I'm getting better. I broke my neck last year, so been a little different type of recovery phase that I've been going through, trying to figure out and things of that nature. But in a good space right now, so everything's pretty good right now.
That's awesome to hear. We can't wait to see you back out there. That's what's that like? I mean, you probably didn't even know it was that serious, but when someone tells you broke your neck, what's that process you're going to go through at this point right now, trying to recover from such a serious injury?
For me, it's a little bit different in the sense of, I played 2 months of NFL football with a broken neck that I didn't know was broken.
Wow.
Until about week 10 when I officially got shut down. So that plays on your mind, said a little bit differently versus just kind of breaking it in the moment. A lot of guys have come back from, obviously just breaking it in the moment and having surgeries or things of that nature or whatever. But for me, obviously playing with it for so long, I didn't expect to figure that out the way I did. But like I said, I'm in a really good space right now, blessed and, just grateful that, nothing seriously came out of that outside of playing obviously 2 months or something like that. So doing good, like I said. So I'm in a good space, and I'm just happy to be in that space.
Glad to hear that.
Zach, as you see this Utah team struggle last year for their first year in the Big 12, Kyle Whittingham does not have losing streaks like he had last year, and getting the fan base to wrap their heads around that. How good has it been to see Coach Witt and the team bounce back and be back kind of into a space what they're used to, which is winning most of their games? And how do you think that sort of gets there, the culture of Utah football gets this team to the point where they say, you know what, we're going to turn it around one year to the next immediately?
Yeah, that just speaks to Coach Witt and the staff, honestly, man. They always have had us ready to go and play. Obviously, that last year was so many injuries that kind of derailed the team and kind of gave them a little sour taste in their mouth the first year being in the Big 12. But obviously this year they've been able to do a lot of really good things so far already with so many new faces in there. People are not thinking about that part as well. It's like just so many new people are now in the program, and the success they've already been able to have. That just speaks to the culture and, all those different things that Coach Witt and his staff have placed there for so many years, and guys being able to come in and just buy in right away. So it's really, really good to see. This game, like we're talking about, is a huge game. So, this is where you can really, really tell this is their first super big challenge outside of the Texas Tech game to really kind of see where they're at and kind of, measure up again.
Zach, I'd love to get your takes. I don't know how close you're able to follow the games right now. Maybe more so than you have been the last few years. What are your thoughts on the Utah backfield, their offensive line, as you're watching that group? What stands out to you about the talent they have and their performance so far this season?
Yeah, I mean, they look really, really good. The offensive line is, has lived up to all the, hype that they've been receiving throughout the preseason and things like that. They've been really, really dominant. Dan Pierce looked really, really comfortable behind those guys, and, that's allowed him to play very clean ball up to this point. The running backs, I've been calling them a three-headed monster, essentially. There's no one guy who's kind of just taking over that role. I kind of really, I love the way they're using each one of those guys and getting them to be able to do different things and stuff like that. And they play really efficient football, and that's what Coach Whitt wants. You talk about a defensive-minded coach. So you want, an offense that's able to, play efficiency, stay in front of the sticks, not turn the ball over and things of that nature. And Coach Beck and all those guys on the offensive side of the ball doing just that and just making those plays and being consistent and things of that nature.
Before we get you out, Zach, just want to ask about being able to beat BYU, not just, in a game like this, but to be able to do it and have those rushing totals that you did. But also, I think more importantly, I think for folks, how big of a deal is it to do it down there in Provo?
Oh, that's huge. That's a different place to play, man. That's it's different. And I'll be at the game this weekend just to experience that feeling of just being inside of that stadium and all that comes with that. But to go out there and you go do that on the road and you get to quiet up an entire fan base, it's nothing better than. It's like almost hitting the game-winning shot, right, on the road. It's just you kind of just be able to silence everybody. It's a feeling like no other. So hopefully, I'll be in the stands this time around, and hopefully our guys can go out there and silence that crowd again.
Oh man, sometimes feelings don't get forgotten in this rivalry, and
I have a feeling Zach's not going to get a Cougar.
They're percolating.
I have a feeling, Zach, you're not going to get a Cougar tail.
You're not going to get a free Cougar tail from the welcoming crowd, maybe.
I doubt it.
Well, Zach, we appreciate it. He donned the number 2 and was phenomenal as a Ute, and of course in this rivalry specifically, he put some daggers in the hearts of BYU fans. Zach Moss on the program here with us. Zach, we appreciate it, man. We'll see you down at the stadium on Saturday.
Absolutely, guys. Take care. Appreciate it.
There you go.
Zach, you're the best.
He's like the nicest guy too. On top of it,
He's
but some of these guys, they come out and they're killers though on the field, and I hope he gets back to it, man. And it's been awesome to watch his career too, because I think he's shocked a lot of teams. He gets on to
when healthy, he's an NFL
unbelievable,
back. There's no doubt about it, and he can help you win games, and so he'll be back.
Zach Wilson 2 pick sixes in that 2019 game, by the way. If in case anybody was
Francis Bernard, Julian
Blackman. By the way,
Julian Blackman got him 2 years in a row.
So, did he play at Layton?
Yes, he did.
Played at Layton.
Uh-huh.
You've got Francis Bernard. Where'd he play in high school? You've got homegrown talent beating homegrown talent.
Yeah.
In this rivalry game, it's unbelievable. And then on top of that, like it's just this game brings so much. And man, BYU fans it seemed like 15 years in a row there was a pick six to start the game or to the end of the game or whatever it was. It was absolutely wild to see.
Do you know why BYU's won the last 2? They didn't turn the ball over.
Not turning it over. Yeah. That's crazy.
Won the turnover battle.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got a Would You Rather, the edition of Would You Rather, of course, of the rivalry type of Would You Rather. So we'll bring that back here with you. We're outside Delta Center for the Mammoth taking on the Calgary Flames tonight, right here at Delta Center. We're out here on the plaza. Come down. They're giving they got some games going out here. They're doing some snacks, some freebies for you to try out here as well. We have the Xbox set up in our booth right here. Some kids participating in it right now. They're not going to give up those controllers easy. It's if you win, winner stays, man. So you're going to have to try to beat these. And by the way, they're kids, all right? They're going to beat you. So come down and try to challenge them on some NHL on the Xbox. All right, we'll take a break. We've got more to go. Stay with us. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Rivalry week is here, and Kyle Whittingham and the Utes head south for a battle against BYU in Provo. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bang.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals, beehivemeals.com. Go check out the website. You know what you're going to see there? Here's what they've got for you, by the way. They're already fired up their Thanksgiving box that they're going to get ready for you. On their website, you go to their website, you order that thing before
I'm excited.
October 31st. Guess what you're going to get? October 21st. You order that thing before October 21st, you get $20 off of the Thanksgiving box. By the way, it feeds 12 people. What are you going to get in it? All the fixings, everything, top to bottom. You throw it in the oven, it's done. For 12 people. So if you want to check out their Thanksgiving box, just be somebody who goes, I'm not going to mess around with it. I already know Beehive Meals made this thing perfect. You throw it in the oven, Thanksgiving's taken care of, and then you can pretend to your in-laws that you did it all yourself and that it wasn't somebody at Beehive Meals. Fresh, $20 off right now with the Thanksgiving box. You go there. And by the way, you can also get $20 off by mentioning the Zone at checkout. Right. So double it up. Let's get this thing going, man.
Yeah, what does Beehive Meals give you? It gives you time back in your day. It gives you flavor at your table. And one less thing to worry about before the big game, right? We're talking about 10 frozen meals packed with flavor, ready to go straight into your slow cooker. That means no chopping veggies, no measuring spices, no last-minute scramble at 5 o'clock. Just set it and let dinner cook while you watch the game, run errands, or get ready for the holidays, or whatever you've got going on a daily basis. Beehive Meals is going to help you save time, and they're going to help you save money. Again, as Alex mentioned, when you go make your order at beehivemeals.com, use the promo code THEZONE, get $20 off your first order. This has helped our families tremendously. You will have the same benefits. Give this a try. See if it makes dinner time easier for you, and it's going to be an awesome thing to be able to have meals with your family that you don't have to slave over. This is a game changer for you when it comes to dinner. Beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems. With refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote. They stuck to the quote. It was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's advancedwindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah defensive end John Henry Daly, JHD, talks about what excites him about this rivalry game.
I mean, they got a great offense, right? They got a lot of moving parts, and they got a great team in general. And so I'm just fired up to go into this game, go into LaVell Stadium, and go play some Utah football.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Welcome outside Delta Center. The Utah Mammoth, for the very first time, officially the Utah Mammoth, playing a regular season home game, the home opener of the 2025-2026 NHL season. And we're out here celebrating it, man. We're getting you ready for this thing. It's going to be a lot of fun. Your radio home of the Utah Mammoth is right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And, JJ, this is just another fun moment for us to be able to take advantage of like a fan base that is absolutely fired up now, and they are buying in, and people who are not on board yet, they'll be there pretty soon. You can join the KSL Sports Zone, by the way, for this Saturday's pre-rivalry or pre-game rivalry bash from UCCU. We've got food going on. There are going to be games, prizes, cash, and tickets that you could win to the rivalry game as well, so don't miss any of it. It's Saturday from 4 to 6 at the UCCU Freedom Boulevard branch in Provo. UCCU, love where you bank. Jake Scott, PK, and myself hosting that thing from 4 to 6. We'll get you ready for the game that day, so come down and say hi. All right, JJ, real quick. I mean, since we're here, it got me thinking because Mike Folta, and we'll ask him about it when he comes on, the radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth. He came over to the booth. He's going to come on at about 5, and he said, man, I want to get to that rivalry game. And then I went online and saw the ticket prices. What the heck is going on with you guys? Is this a college football game? And we're like, it's more than that here.
Yeah.
And, again, people who aren't from here, and Mike's a transplant, right?
Yeah.
Comes in. He's doing his job as a radio play-by-play guy of hockey, and then he goes, of course, I'm a sports guy. I got to get out and watch this thing. What ends up happening? He gets out there and goes, yeah, dude, I'm going to be – I want to go to that game, but not when the cheapest ticket is $400.
Tickets are $20 at Purdue.
Oh. Now, hey, will you save that one? Hey.
I'll bank it for 5 o'clock.
I won't tell him that you said that joke already.
I'll bank it for the 5.
I cannot wait when you go. That's crazy. So, you don't get games like that at Purdue? But he said, man, that's a tough one to get. So it got me thinking, because this is also a hot ticket right here inside Delta Center for the home opener
tonight.
And people are going nuts. They want this place. They want to sit down. They want to watch this thing. They want to be in the arena. They want to see what the new lower bowl kind of setup is with the ice and
There's
the
some
sidelines.
special plan before the game as
well. Yeah, what's that about? That's all we've heard.
It's a secret. You got to come find out.
Yeah.
6:45.
They're just going to throw sandwiches into the crowd. Loose sandwiches into the crowd. Boom.
Please tell me they have a sandwich gun.
A sandwich gun.
I'm in.
Just canning that thing up there and
start shooting subs all over the place.
The veggies going everywhere. Oh, veggie. There you go. I want to see if the broccoli guys are back this year. They have to be, right?
It's raining cold cuts inside Delta Center.
Maybe that's it. So, sideline passes to a BYU-Utah game. Now, of course, we have to take off our media hat on this one.
We can't even go down on the
It's
field
hard
anymore.
No, we can't.
Nope.
Just after the game, you can walk across,
Correct.
and you get escorted. So, sideline passes to BYU, Utah, or rink side, banging on the glass for game 1 at the Utah Mammoth.
Sideline passes. Now, listen to me. Here's my logic.
Oh, boy. Look, Cole Bagley's right in front of you. You said that to him right in front of you.
Cole's right here. I know what his answer is, but I know that tonight's the home opener for the Mammoth, and it's exciting with all the renovations and everything. It's 1 of 41. Okay? It's 1 of 41. Now, BYU-Utah happens once a year, and some years it doesn't happen at all. Not anymore, though, in the new Big 12. That's what's awesome. But for that reason, I'm going Utah-BYU. But it doesn't mean that tonight is not going to be electric inside that building at Delta Center. It's going to be phenomenal. You can't go wrong either way. But, obviously, BYU-Utah is a once-a-year event.
So let me get this straight. Hockey's won you over, just not quite enough.
I mean,
is that what I've got? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
I'm all in on hockey. Won me over. I love hockey. I love hockey.
Do you see how I said it too with the quotes? What was that about?
And to be down on the glass, banging on the glass. I mean, that would be amazing.
That's the dream.
But it's a once-a-year event. That's why tickets. How much are tickets in here tonight as opposed to what they're going to cost down in Provo?
Well,
we're talking well over $300 just to get in the building.
Yeah.
Just to get into the Stadium.
Yeah, but ice rink side, like glass seats, front row.
I know.
You're talking a different level of.
It's like a Sophie's Choice you are offering up right now.
That's why we do Would You Rather. All right, JJ chooses football. I think I'm the same, just because I have too much history with with watching it. Now we've both been on the sidelines in that game, so I guess we're a little bit spoiled, and we still choose that because we know historically what that game is for this state
and the crazy things that can happen on that field.
All right, good point. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. Hey, stop by the Pickler in Lehigh on Friday. No, they don't make pickles there. They play pickleball. You know what else they're doing? Social Health Games 2025. It's a free event for families, bounce houses, axe throwing, food trucks, and more. Jake and Ben are going to be broadcasting all their show long on Friday from 10 to noon. We'll see you down there at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health Games. We'll come back. We have more to go around the corner. Spencer Linton. He, of course, covers BYU for BYU Broadcasting. He also is one of our colleagues here at KSL, filling in for JJ and Sam on TV quite often. But we're going to get Spencer Linton's blue goggles take on how this one's going to go down. Does that mean to say, no, that's what you get? It means, come on, it's a BYU employee, that guy. He knows where the bread's
We're talking about the Cougars.
Come on. We'll have Spencer Linton on next right here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Drop in a Doug Smith and American Fork for our Drive into Fall event and get 0% APR financing for 72 months on all new 2025 Ram 1500s and 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokees. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides. Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
The half that have played in this game or have been in the program more than a year and do a good job of educating the guys on what the rivalry is all about. We also take a small segment in the team meeting on Monday, which will happen today, educating the new guys a little bit of the history. It's not a long, extensive thing, but just the history of the rivalry and more, just the tradition and what's happened in the past and just on a national scene. It's one of the better rivalries in the country, in my opinion, and so that's not nearly as important as practicing well and studying your film and the game plan and all that stuff, but it certainly is a part of it.
I think football is heavily amplified by trash talking, not just off the field, but I would say especially on the field. There's guys that aren't that way, and it's wise. Some people need to stay within their own zone, and that's not through communication. I do enjoy, I think that's within my zone, is talking a little bit. And so within these guys, I'm sure I'll hear a bunch of it, considering they know a lot about me and I know a lot about them, but it wouldn't be competition if it wasn't that way.
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for being with us on the program, and thanks for hanging out with us. We've got lots going on, of course, right here all day long with you. We'll get you ready. We're outside Delta Center. You here okay now, JJ? Everything,
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're good.
We're just we're out here on the plaza, and it toggles between being the loudest environment on the planet, or then you'll have these lulls, and then sometimes you got to turn yourself up and be able to defeat the gal who's doing the hanging out, getting everybody pumped up for the game outside of Delta Center. But yes, Delta Center is going to be the spot tonight for the Calgary Flames, the Utah Mammoth, and our dude Joey, our guy Joey just hooked us up with some Mammoth sweatshirts, apparently.
It's going to keep us warm.
At the very least, it'll keep
American Fork High School tonight.
Yeah, both you and I we're not really like we don't wear Mammoth gear into the office, but we'll wear it outside the stadium when it just got 30 degrees cooler than it was this morning. So, yeah, we're layered up, man. We got lots going on in the program, and we've got tons to talk about. Of course, rivalry week on top of the Mammoth game tonight. Home game, puck drops at 7:30 right here on your dial. 6:30 is when your pregame starts up on the KSL Sports Zone, with your home of Utah Mammoth. Our program this hour brought to you by the good folks at Doug Smith, Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, and now Mitsubishi in American Fork, Linden, and in Spanish Fork. Check it out for yourself. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Let's jump in this hour with our guy, Spencer Linton, joining us on the program. Let's jump in right here, top of the hour with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Spencer Linton. All of our interviews this week, by the way, that have anything to do with anything rivalry adjacent and or rivalry specific is sponsored by the good folks at UCCU. Love where you bank. Spencer on the program here with us. He's one of our colleagues, of course, comes in periodically and fills in on TV, but also his day job. You can see him on BYU Sports Nation, and he does so much for BYU broadcasting. Spencer, welcome to the program, man. Always good to hear from you.
Alex and JJ, good to be with you guys. Are you feeling exhausted like I am? It's only Wednesday of rivalry week, and I'm like, we're only 3 days into this thing.
Look, I know.
Spencer, We could sit here like we normally do and talk about all that, but here's the truth. Nobody listening cares.
I know. They're like, oh, boo-hoo.
They're not going to feel bad for us.
We got
a front row seat to all this.
We've said all
which
this.
Which is fantastic.
Yes.
But yes, Spencer, we've got BYU versus Utah this weekend. We've got the Utah Mammoth home opener tonight.
Yes.
We're calling a high school football game tonight. All the stuff going on.
Yeah.
We're a little overwhelmed, but you know what? Nobody's going to cry a river for us.
No, and on top
We're
of
spoiled.
it, and we were saying it too. Like this rivalry brings something, and I was glad A-Rod said it in his media availability. We played part of it today, and he said it. He goes, "Look, here's the deal. Someone goes, oh yeah, blah blah blah. Treat it like a normal game." He goes, "Well, you can't treat it like any other game. It's not."
That was refreshing.
And I was like, good, because some coaching staffs go, every opponent we approach with the same respect. I'm like, no, you don't.
Yes.
They know you.
No.
They know you so much better than your other opponents do, and vice versa. So I'm glad that he acknowledged it. And there is something different that this rivalry brings with so many coaches crossing over from team to team and alumni on both sides. It brings something special and more wild, and that's what makes it even more fun.
Absolutely, and that's why you hear guys like Kyle Whittingham and Kalani Sitake say this is one of the more underrated rivalries in the country, and we hear that rhetoric every year. But, yes, I'm glad you mentioned the staffs because it is uncanny how much crossover there is just with the coaching. When you think about Jason Beck, who was a BYU quarterback, now the offensive coordinator at Utah, and he's got Coy Detmer Jr. on his staff there with him, and Micah Simon, who not that long ago was catching a miracle pass at Tennessee in 2019 for BYU, and Mark Atuwaya, who was a through-and-through BYU guy. And then you consider what's on BYU side now with Jay Hill and Sione Pohan. I know Kalani played at BYU, but how much great work did he do for Kyle Whittingham as the defensive coordinator of that staff? It is so unique that both of these staffs know both sides of this rivalry so well and have coached and played on both sides of the rivalry. So, yeah, really fun. And then even from a player perspective, right? You look at a guy like John Henry Daly, who was a BYU guy, BYU commit. Now he's one of the sack leaders in the country on the opposite side for Utah. The Fano brothers, at least one of them was committed to BYU, but now both are playing at Utah. And then you look at Carson Ryan on BYU's side. I mean, I could go on and on and on and keep doing this, but it just adds so many layers to the buildup of this game.
And then we add this to the mix, that this is only the fourth time ever that they're meeting each other as ranked teams. They're doing it on the Power 4 platform, which has never happened before. It's going to be nationally televised on Fox. 5 million people are going to watch this game on Saturday night. Book it, I guarantee it, when the ratings come out on Monday. How are you feeling that difference? Do you see that difference, and how big does that make this game feel?
Yeah, you can absolutely feel it, which is why I was kind of half jokingly saying I'm exhausted because I've had so many people reach out this week like, hey, what do you think? And guys, from a national standpoint, right? I mean, we've got Robert Griffin III joining BYU Sports Nation either tomorrow or Friday, and he knows the gravity of this game. He's a hard person to lock down, but he knows it too, which is why he wants to get involved in the pregame rhetoric and give his 2 cents before he actually calls the game. And then, I mean, you said 5 million. I wouldn't be surprised that number is bigger. And I saw somewhere earlier today, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, maybe it was on 3 Sports, but they were showing the most expensive secondary market ticket prices for any college football game this week. BYU Utah's number 1 on the list. A ticket to get into the BYU Utah game is more expensive than Ole Miss and Georgia, for crying out loud, by like $20 more per ticket. That tells you this one is very special. And then that ranked element. And I know it's not technically a Big 12 championship elimination game, but let's be honest. Whoever wins this game takes a significant step forward and has a massive advantage in trying to get that second spot in Dallas to take on who we most think will be Texas Tech.
And if you're BYU, knowing you still have to go to Lubbock, you have to have this game on Saturday if you're BYU. And Utah, a second loss eliminates them this year, I believe.
Spencer, one of the things that you brought up too was the back and forth between these two teams. Obviously, we love kind of highlighting the fact that the fan bases get nuts, and we have an unfortunate, stupid story of another fan taking it too far, and that happens. these coaching staffs, like the amount of family and friends that cross over there, it's really fun to watch because after these games, these guys, they go right back to being family again. But that's also the most intense side of things, right? Like that's why you don't invite just like randoms to your Thanksgiving, family get together, because you can only have the toughest back and forths with your family, and it bleeds over into this rivalry as well. I know Kalani tries to play it safe and close to the vest, but how much does it mean to be able to keep this thing going for them? Because their freshman quarterback can get them to 7-0, but they have to go through their in-state rival to be able to do it.
Yeah, and I know that Kalani is probably wise in a public standpoint to be as – and it's genuine. Like, I know that when he gives compliments, it's not like he's blowing hot air at people. Like, I believe Kalani when he gives compliments to Devin Dampier and Utah's offense. Like, I think he is by nature a genuine person. But when it comes right down to it, just remember watching the celebration from BYU's sideline led by Kalani and his team and that whole LaVell Edwards Stadium crowd when BYU finally broke the 9-game losing streak against Utah. And it was the day after BYU had been invited to the Big 12 Conference. And it was on 9/11, so you had this patriotic feel as well. That celebration showed you everything you need to know about how much this game means. And I know we're still 4 years removed from that, but now we're talking about taking that big step forward to a Big 12 championship game appearance, or at least putting yourself in significantly better position to get to Dallas. BYU, if they win this game, they're 4-0 in conference, and then would own the tiebreak over Utah. And as JJ just pointed out, Utah has a second loss, so they know what's on the line. They know about bragging rights for the full year, and you better believe that BYU has enjoyed every morsel of owning wins against Utah over this last 4-year span. Like, knowing that Utah has not beaten them since 2019, how often have we seen that pop up in social media? And inversely, I guarantee Kyle Whittingham and Utah are super annoyed, and they're ready to change that rhetoric. Like, if I am Whittingham, I'm using that every day. Like, hey, remember how we haven't beaten them since 2019? Remember how we've lost 2 in a row to them? Like, are we gonna lose a 3rd in a row to those guys? Man, like, just, it's so juicy. It is so fun and exhausting and wonderful and terrible and every extreme emotion that you can think of packed into one. But to circle back, while it's flowery language on the top, like deep down in the heart, like Kalani wants to win this game so badly.
Yeah, everybody involved does.
Well, let's talk. I just wanted to ask about some X's and O's real quick, too, is how does this game get won? How does a freshman quarterback who has learned a lot in the last 6 weeks, but still is a freshman quarterback, go up against a Jay Hill or a Morgan Scalley defense?
It's hard to believe that if BYU and Bear Bachmeier turn the ball over like they have in the last 2 games against West Virginia and Arizona. I know BYU won both of those games, but it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to get away with something like that against Utah. Certainly not granting Utah short fields and quick turnaround touchdown opportunities. I just don't see how BYU can win the game if they don't protect the ball like they did in the first 4 games compared to the last 2. And secondly, can BYU's red zone defense, which has been one of the top 20 in the country, find a way to slow down Utah's red zone offense, which is, I believe, number 3 in the country? Utah has scored 25 touchdowns in 29 red zone trips. And they're 28 of 29 altogether. They've only kicked 3 field goals. They've only come up empty 1 time in the red zone all season long. So can BYU's red zone defense and their home field advantage slow that very efficient, dynamic offense down led by Devin Dampier? I feel like those 2 things have to happen if BYU has any chance of winning this game. Protect the ball, don't give Utah short field opportunities, and then hunker down in your red zone defense to limit their scoring opportunities. Because if Utah wins the turnover battle or they're as efficient as they have been in the red zone, I think that the Utes are going to win this game.
Last one before we cut you loose, Spencer. You were out on the field in Tucson. You covered that game. A lot of BYU fans, I think, are coming into this one with a little bit of anxiety because of how that game was won or how it went down in Tucson. What was the vibe of the team, and what do you feel like that was just because of the fact that they were on the road and they were playing a good team on the road and the rain delay, or how much concern should BYU fans have with how long it took BYU to get things going and figure out how to win that game?
Yeah, good question. And frankly, I think BYU fans would feel trepidation and a little bit of anxiety even if BYU had beaten Arizona by double digits and it wasn't close or weird. But the weather delay is always more difficult typically for the road team because you're not in your home digs, and BYU had momentum. And so I felt like that was the best thing that could have happened for Arizona, was to call just a timeout, like shut it down for an hour plus, regroup, and then come out with a different game plan. And so that was hard to overcome. BYU had to overcome a lot of adversity. Also losing Keanu Tanuvasa in the first half, losing Raider Dumuni in the first half, not playing with Jack Kelly. Like, those things hurt BYU from a personnel standpoint. And Arizona, to their credit, took advantage. So I think BYU fans are feeling a little bit better because they'll have Tanuvasa back. I'd be shocked if Jack Kelly doesn't play. I think he absolutely is going to play in this game and start and probably be the spy on Devin Dampier. Isaiah Glasker says he's feeling better. I don't expect Raider Dumuni to play, which hurts, but at least you have your stud linebackers there. So that helps a little bit with the anxiety, but because BYU had so many people just go down and because of the rain and the delay and the road, and I don't know. I mean, it took a lot to win that game, and frankly, that showed me that BYU, like, they've got something. Like, they figured out how to win close, ugly games, and that matters. That, especially in this conference, like, that matters. So, yeah, it was not pretty, but it was important that they did it, and I think that they're feeling a little better, as they should, because from a personnel standpoint, they should be a little healthier and fuller on the defensive side going into a game where they're going to need all of those guys.
Spencer, we'll see you down in Provo on Saturday evening, man. It's going to be a long, fun day for all of us, a long, fun week for all of us. I say fun loosely, but we'll all be there, man. We'll all be there. We're here for it. This is what we're here for, man. So thanks for joining us, man. We'll see you on Saturday.
Let's go. Great to talk to you guys. Stay warm in American Fork, my friends.
Will do. There you go. Spencer Linton, BYU Broadcasting. Of course, he and Jerem Jordan do a phenomenal job on BYU Sports Nation, and fills in periodically for you guys on TV. He's kind of an everyman. He does wear
Jack of all trades.
He wears white pants more than any man that I've ever met. That's a guy who worked too long in Palm Springs.
The Palm Springs rubbed off on him. The Palm Desert.
But you know what? Right there. But you know what? How many of our colleagues could pull that off? Probably just Spencer.
I don't know if I definitely can't. I know that.
Oh, man. Spencer's always the best dressed of the people. All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We have tons more to go. When I say tons more, I mean we're cruising through this week, man. Rivalry week. It is a party out here on the plaza. It is an absolute party. You can hang out. You can get all sorts of fun stuff here on the plaza. People getting ready for this Mammoth versus Flames matchup for the home opener of the Utah Mammoth. You're going to see a big reveal at the beginning of this game for all the fans who are going to be showing up. And frankly, if you're watching it on TV, you're going to see the same thing. So we're anticipating something really cool. They're going to drop an awesome announcement from the team, something official for the team to be revealed. So stay right here with us. We've got more to go. 6:30 is when the pregame starts. 7:30 puck drops, and it all starts right here on 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. We'll come back. More to go.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From Murray all the way to Bluffdale, it's a usual slow ride on southbound I-15 through Salt Lake County, and southbound delays through the road construction are back for drivers coming out of Ogden on I-15. You are below the speed limit from 31st Street down to 56 South in Roy. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. The great Danny Ainge right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just talk about the Ace Bailey journey to this point and kind of your expectations of the kid individually.
I'm not going to raise expectations for a kid that's a number 5 pick. Expectations can be pretty high for most of the fans out there just because of the recognition. But he's a great kid, and he loves playing, and he brings energy that is contagious, and a laughter and a fun and a joy to the game that I really am impressed with. And we need to be patient and realize he's going to have some good moments. And I think the fun part is to see those moments where you see that hope and brightness in his future. And that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ryan from the Dish Bros is standing by, not just to get you a great ability to be able to watch all the sports that you want, rewind them, record them, watch it all back frame by frame, skip all the commercials. Yeah, that's all there. But how about a better internet option for you? You're paying too much out there, guys. You're paying too much, and you're not getting good enough speeds. Let Ryan and the Dish Bros help you out with that. Ryan, what do you have?
This is a great time because the speeds out there are super fast and the prices are super cheap. And I'll tell you, if your existing internet is giving you grief, or you just got that rate increase for the second, third, fourth time, listen, call us up. I've got fantastic internet options. Prices are $20 to $50, $60 a month. If you're spending more than that, call us and let's get you better internet for a better price. And guys, it's super easy. You just call us up. We'll tell you exactly what's available, what the speeds are, the prices, get you set up and have that stuff installed as early as a day or two. Now, the satellite side, we can do that next day, and Dish has this awesome promotion that is only going to last a little bit longer. You get the 3 months free of Dish's top package. Guys, this alone is worth about $200-300. Call us up and get set up with that. We'll also throw in a 2-year promotional price. The price will not change for 2 years. How about Paramount Plus, Showtime, and the NFL Red Zone free for the next 4 months on top of that? Guys, there's tons of value here. The biggest thing is you get the best DVR out there. Auto hops commercials, auto records the locals, auto records your games. Call us up and get upgraded, and let us get you the best system out there for the best price. And I'll throw in dinner at JCW's. Got to call now, though. Call 424-DISH. It's 801-424-DISH.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems, with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Keanu Tanuvasa's response when asked if Utah's reaction to his comments from Big 12 Media Days adds fuel to his fire.
There's moments where I need to recognize that people are going to say things, and the way of the world is it's just going to happen. And communication is a huge part of this field, and recognizing that mental strength has to be a battle we fight amidst a lot of voices, but it is also a blessing to have some extra fuel to the fire as long as it's siphoned into the proper performance and proper focus.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. JJ and Alex continues right now from the Plaza before the Mammoth home opener on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Kick return for BYU. And a big one to midfield. He beats the kicker down the sideline. Marion, touchdown, 96 yards. Vincent in motion. Keithy, left side, walks it in. Touchdown. High stepped it in. He's caught one for a touchdown. Now he's run one in for the lead for BYU. Snap, hold, kick, on the way. Kick is good!
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, welcome back. Hey, different Canadian fans have converted over to Utah Mammothism. Mammothism is a new religion in the state, by the way. I don't know if you knew that.
Good. Calgary has plenty of fans. They don't
Well,
need
listen,
more.
so you know Rebecca Cressman, of course.
Of course.
Her husband, Dale Cressman, was my one of my capstone professors at BYU. And he's a Canadian by birth.
Yeah.
And, and by everything else, all the other standards, too. He makes sure and mentions it. But he's one of these guys that hockey shows up to the state of Utah. And I swear, I mean, these guys who are lifetime hockey fans, and we get it at the highest level here. And here he is wearing his Keller jersey with the C on it and walking around with Rebecca from
So cool.
FM 100.3. And so, man, it's always good to see some of these folks, who are now hockey. I mean, always hockey fans. Now they're Mammoth fans, right? And so it's easy to be able to get involved and to get into it. And so anyway, we're having fun out here in the plaza, to say the very least. So come by, high-five us. Come by, high-five JJ. Get a selfie with JJ. I've seen you on TV, JJ. We get a few of those every day, and I always love that. So anyway, bottom line is this. Welcome back to the program. Hey, the rivalry week, of course, goes without missing some of the back and forth of the guys who currently are on the team that they previously hated. And now the return hate as members of a different place, it's different now, right? Like it's a whole different level. What happens is that hate gets amplified. I think once you leave a school, and the circumstances obviously matter, but most of the time you don't leave a school because you're like, I just loved it so darn much, but man, I'm going to try out Utah. Man, I'm going to go give a BYU a shot. And I don't think that's ever how it's going to go. And the reality is that a guy like John Henry Daly, they are the guys that make this rivalry even more wild, because the transfer portal didn't need to happen for these types of awkward moments. The transfer portal's made it more apparent. It's easier to have those multiple back and forths every year. But I'm telling you, John Henry Daly's been interesting to watch, because not only has he thrived at Utah, he's become one of the best in the country, one of the best in the conference, and it just keeps getting better for JHD, and that's a guy who started everything out after Lone Peak High School, going to BYU, and it just didn't work out. And you know, I have no idea what the circumstances are surrounding it. Obviously, their family would, everything, you know, you kind of find those things out. But the reality is that John Henry Daly, let's take a listen to what he said about playing in this rivalry now that he has switched sides. And I want you to listen to some of the tone, JJ, of what he brings to this thing, because he absolutely, it's hard to contain the I can't wait to beat these guys kind of vibe. Here's what John Henry Daly, former BYUer, current Utah defensive end, said about playing in this game this week.
I mean, of course, there's a lot of emotions going into this week, and I think everybody on this team feels it, and we know how much this rivalry means to not only our team but to our fan base as well, so we want to go out there and take it to them.
Given your background, having played at BYU and now coming here, how do you feel about your decision to come here and just the program in general?
I'm extremely happy about my decision to come here. I'm very happy about my coaches. You know, I love my coaches and I love my teammates, and so I'm very satisfied and very content with my decision to take my talents up north.
What was the inside track to the decision? I mean, what led you to want to come to Utah and BYU?
Man, honestly, that'd be a long conversation. Let's just suffice it to say that I just knew that BYU was no longer the place for me, and I needed a change of scenery.
What excites you about lining up against this offense?
I mean, they got a great offense, right? They got a lot of moving parts, and you know, they got a great team in general. And so I'm just fired up to go into this game, go into LaVell Stadium, and go play some Utah football.
What's Lewis Powell meant to your development, over the 2 years you've been here?
Coach Powell is fantastic at what he does. He really knows how to build confidence and help you build confidence in yourself and also in the scheme, and help you believe in yourself that you're able to go and make plays and do all these things and teach you these techniques. And I mean, the results speak for themselves. He has an amazing record of guys who's playing in the NFL, and he continues to do the same thing over and over again.
There's been a lot of guys that have transferred from BYU, from Utah to BYU. Does that add to, I guess, the bad blood in the rivalry, just knowing that there's guys that have left from BYU to Utah?
I mean, there's always going to be some aspect of that, right? Like, right. It's a heated rivalry. You got guys switching teams, right? You got certain feelings towards, the other team, and so there's always going to be some of that friction there, and that's why it's one of the greatest rivalries in all of college football.
Does it add to it for you?
I mean, no comment on that one.
We've seen you progress clearly every single game. For you, what do you take pride in most?
Honestly, I take pride in just going out there and balling out with my brothers, I say this a lot, but they're not just my teammates, they're my friends, and so we all hold each other responsible, and we got a level of play and expectations that, every single person has to go meet. And I mean, I think that's what makes me the happiest, is going out there, be able to put the product that we have established out on the field, not just for us, but for our fans as well.
What's allowed you to continue to elevate your game?
I mean, I'm just a competitive guy. I don't like coming in second place. There is no participation trophies for me. It's either you go out and you want to be the best, or there's no point in even trying. So that's my mindset coming in, and that's the great thing about this team is it's so competitive, and every single guy's got that mindset. And so you can see guys elevating their games every single game this season. I mean, we got multiple guys from game 1 to now, game 6 or 7 who have really increased the way they've been able to play football, and it's just fantastic to watch all across the board.
I like that interview. You know why? Because it is like you can hear the filter is off a little bit. He's trying his dangest to be just, preparing for this game. Yeah, it means a lot. And hey, when you left BYU, how'd that go? Yeah, fine. Yeah, that wasn't for me. Place wasn't for me anymore, right? I mean, that's
so there were some things racing in the brain for sure.
And
he has his reasons.
He couldn't hold it, right? He's got to say some of those things, and you know what? With good reason. Like that's something that was definitely like that was just a big moment for him in his life to be able to make that switch and to make that change. And guys like him, you hear it, he goes, "Yeah, I'm going to go down there and show them what Utah football is all about." Because yours isn't as good. You know what I mean? Like, and you know why I know? Because I did it, and I was there in that program.
You know what, though? I love that the transfer portal is the way it is now, where someone like John Henry Daly, who if he was playing 15 years ago, could not transfer to Utah. He could not transfer inside the conference, and he'd have to sit out a year. These guys have the freedom to go where they're most comfortable, where they feel they can be the most successful. And for somebody like John Henry Daly, he's going to make that decision to leave BYU and go to Utah. If you're Keanu Tanavasa or Carson Ryan, you're going to make a decision to leave Utah and go to BYU. That's okay. Let these guys make their decisions. And as a fan, you can be upset about that or not. That's up to you. But ultimately, these are human beings that are making decisions that impact their life in a massive way. And I love that they have the freedom to make those decisions and find that thing that's going to make them happy or make them successful.
He's one of those interesting stories, right? I mean, you think of Keanu Tanavasa the other way around, Carson Ryan. Carson Ryan has benefited from the fact that everybody's like, "Can you believe Keanu Tanavasa left Utah?" Like,
I haven't heard one Utah fan upset about Carson Ryan.
Everyone,
it's not because he's not a good player. He's certainly a good player.
Everyone is like tiptoeing down the hall, like, "Don't notice Carson Ryan." Everybody,
Carson knows Keanu a huge favor.
Only pay attention to what's going on with Keanu Tanavasa. All right, it's fun to hear those types of interviews because those guys. He can't hide it.
No.
He can't hide how excited he is about this game. Those guys, they play their freaking butts off in this thing. It means a lot more. Oh, yeah, it's just like every other game. It's just like every other opponent we prepare for. Get out of here.
I'm glad we're getting over that.
I know. I hope that we kind of continue in that path. All right, we'll take a break. We've got more to go around the corner. Before we do, I want to make you aware, obviously, of course, that this portion of the show brought to you by the good folks. Hey, it's our time to remind you that it's our Hercules Hero of the Week program that we're going to be highlighting a winner of tomorrow on this very airwave. So you're going to get the winner. You nominate somebody by just going to KSLSports.com/contest, and you make sure and you put that person in, and we highlight the people who are awesome youth sports volunteers in our neighborhoods, in your neck of the woods, whatever it might be, people who are doing an awesome job as youth sports volunteers. Go to go to KSLSports.com/contest. And then you can enter that person to win, and then they actually can win cash from the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, if I can spit all this out. All right. Hans and Scotty, by the way, also, they're going to be their Ute preview show is going to fire up tomorrow, previewing all things Utes for this rivalry week. It's all brought to you by Beehive Meals. Stay here. Our top 10 is next. Top 10 is rivalry-centric. Stay here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Add some extra time to your southbound I-15 drive in Salt Lake County, especially from 45th South in Murray, past the South Interchange to 90th South in Sandy. No freeway crashes at the moment in the valley, but there's also slowing both directions on the I-215 westbelt between the 201 highway and the airport. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. You hear me and Alex talk about this all the time. And why? Because it worked for us. And if you're out there looking for a weight loss solution, this is what we offer for you, is that this program works. They have found the way to lose a pound of fat every day. They know the secret. It's an easy-to-follow weight loss program that helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely. No drugs or injections. No crazy exercise plan required. It's just going to help reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. They're going to give you daily instruction on the app. You can log your weight. Everything is right there for you. All the support you're going to need is there as well if you need it and when you need it. If you are interested in this program, you want to learn more about it, go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. They'll give you 15 minutes. They'll tell you everything about it. And if you want to give this a try and you want to join us on this weight loss journey, take advantage of $200 off right now with their fall special. $200 off if you mention JJ and Alex during the fall. Choose now. Make the time to lose weight now. Don't wait any longer. You deserve that change.
slcfatloss.com. Go check it out for yourself. $200 off with our fall special. Do what JJ and I have done. Drop that weight with slcfatloss.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride. But saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes? That's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West, 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not filling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Join Jake and Ben this Thursday 10 to 2 at Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley in West Jordan for open house robotic demonstrations. Meet the docs and robots used in hip and knee surgeries.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about preparing his guys for the intensity of this rivalry game.
There's a point where if you make too big a deal of things, you get diminishing returns. And so you just got to go through your paces, watch your film. I mean, there's a way to prepare for the game that we believe is best, and we do it every single week. And you don't deviate from that. You just keep doing what you've been doing. The intensity takes care of itself. You don't have to worry about it being ready emotionally for this type of game. So it's just a matter of making sure you get the work done Monday through Friday.
That is your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. The top 10 is next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Holy War is here. The Holy War. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
Kick return for BYU. And a big one to midfield. He beats the kicker down the sideline. Marion, touchdown, 96 yards. Vincent in motion. Keithy, left side, walks it in. Touchdown. High stepped it in. He's caught one for a touchdown. Now he's run one in for the lead for BYU. Snap, hold, kick, on the way. Kick is good!
Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Thanks for being with us. Oh, the rain has showed up outside on the plaza. That has not dampened a freaking spirit out here, though, has it?
Everybody's standing out here in the rain. Do not care.
They are getting ready for the Mammoth versus the Calgary Flames. Coming up tonight, the home opener, the Utah Mammoth. Special reveal for the folks here at home, the Mammoth fans across the world as well, tonight at the home opener. And you don't want to miss it. You're gonna want to see all of it. So we'll get you ready for it. In the meantime, I've got a top 10 here for you, JJ. Oh, before we get to that, though, guess what we have? I got those tickets to give away. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Call number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. They get a pair of tickets to see Eric Church at Delta Center on 10/23. That's October 23rd. That's Eric Church tickets right now. All you have to do is be calling number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. All right, JJ, top 10 is a rivalry-themed one. I kind of picked a tough one for you.
Super.
But you like tough stuff, right?
I love a challenge.
Yeah, come on. I have in front of me the biggest blowouts, the biggest point differential wins for either side, BYU or Utah. The top 10, and you could just give me the year.
Give me the year, okay.
Give me the year. And if you start doing the prices right thing, you go 1991,
no,
1992,
I'm not going to do that.
That you'll be eliminated. Someone will eliminate you. Okay. So Connor's going to come after you. I have in front of me the top 10. biggest point differentials in games across the board here. On your mark, get set, go.
2011.
Ding.
1996.
Ding.
1991.
Hold on. Did you say 1996?
Okay, 1989.
Ding.
1982. 1983. Not
oh, wait, 83. Ding.
1980.
Ding.
Okay, 1979. Okay. 1964. No, 1955. Okay. And I got 2011. All right, 2019? No, not big enough. Boy, there's none of them in the modern era. I said all the ones. 92. Okay, because all the rest are close. So I'm looking back farther, 1990.
Ooh.
1986. 1985. Utah was good in 84. I already said 83, 82, 81, and 80. I already said 79. 75.
You said 89.
Yeah, I did. 1958.
Okay. Time.
Utah used to kick the crap out of BYU back in the day, but
there's only one that you look back and you roll your eyes at.
Okay.
On the list.
How many did I get?
1922.
Okay.
Is the biggest
22?
I know. It's the second biggest point differential.
Really?
At 49-0. Utah was the winner in that one. 1980 was your largest one. That was your 56-6
yes.
BYU win. 83 was 55-7. 2011 was 54-10. You got that one right out of the gate. 89 was when Scott Mitchell led.
Put 70 on him.
Oh, no, that was 70.
It was the year after. BYU wanted revenge.
Right. 88 was one of Utah's biggest wins. That was a 29-point win.
Yes.
With Scott Mitchell at the helm. 2008, 48-24. 24-point total, because then
you forget that game was a blowout.
And 2004, with that same Utah 2004 undefeated team, they were 52-21 in that
That's
one.
right.
That was another big one. That was in the 30s. 95, Utah won 34-17. That was a 17. And then it actually, after that, is not it. Then they go down to 2018. They bring up the 2018 bowl game because of how it started. But from an actual point differential, it's not on the. It's technically
the 2015 Las Vegas Bowl.
Or 15, yes, sorry, yeah. That one was not necessarily the one. But yeah, 49-50, 48-44, 39-29, 24, 31. Those are kind of the biggest ones.
They've been rare though.
Yeah, and after that, like I got down to the 9, and then you start to get into the single digits at about 13 and below.
Isn't that crazy? You've been playing for 100 years, and there's not that many blowouts.
Handful of blowouts, and yeah, really. But man, when it's a blowout, it's not fun to be a part of, because you're like, we did all this talk this week,
right?
Not just from the team standpoint. We prepped all week for this as media members. We've been getting ready for this. 54-10, I remember being up in the booth and being like, "Boo, this is not going well." I was in the booth when it was 35-0.
Yeah.
At the
I was there on the field.
At the
surreal.
Royal Purple Las
Vegas
Bowl.
They appreciate you getting the sponsor in there.
Well, they help you with engine lubrication, JJ.
Okay, thank you.
Come on.
Are they still a company?
I don't know. It was one of those. I
haven't heard of them since.
I was like, is that a dog food company? They're like, no, oil. I'm like, of course it is. All right, we'll take the break here. We'll come back when we return. Mike Folta, the radio play-by-play voice of your Utah Mammoth, going to join us next. Speaking of, not as many well-dressed people on the plaza as Mike Folta right now.
Not even close.
So nobody's going to beat that. Beehive Meals, by the way, is going to be. Of course, bringing you Hans and Scotty tomorrow, part of the awesome Ute coverage, of course, and getting you ready for the Ute preview show. But also, they're going to be bringing the food down. Some meals brought to you by Beehive Meals at our UCCU location, where we're going to be doing our pregame bash live from the UCCU there in Provo at the Freedom Boulevard branch. Jake Scott, PK, myself, we're going to be carrying you through the coverage there and get you ready for the rivalry game. There you go. Mike Folta next right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're stubborn, okay, be stubborn. Don't admit you have hearing issues, but they won't go away. You'll just suffer with them, but you don't have to suffer. My Hearing Centers will fit you with a high-tech hearing aid that's powerful and barely noticeable. So if you're suffering from hearing loss, or if you have a hearing aid but it's 3 years or older, you owe it to yourself to schedule a free consultation at My Hearing Centers by calling 801-438-7058. With locations from Ogden to St. George, be smart, not stubborn, with My Hearing Centers.
Okay, Joy, let's go for a ride. So the car lights are on your... Yep, you got it. And to adjust your seat, you got to... Have you driven this car before?
Nope, never driven this car in my life. Hey, Doug, you want to buckle up?
Funny, usually I'm the one that has to tell the customer to buckle up.
Free test drive the new 2025 Mitsubishi Outlander at Doug Smith in American Fork. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishi models. No one knows Mitsubishi like Doug.
Fall is here and the cooler months are upon us. Hans and Scotty here, and it's time to talk about your windows, where you can now get the best windows on the planet courtesy of Advanced Windows, and be prepared for the fall and winter months.
I had an amazing experience with Advanced Windows where they replaced 5 windows for me. They gave me a quote, they stuck to the quote, it was that cost. They ended up saving me money. And their experienced window specialist will help determine why you have a draft coming in, how you can save the most money on utilities, how your house can be transformed in one day just by upgrading those windows and doors.
And right now it's time to take advantage of a fall special, $2,500 off when you change out 10 windows or more. That's $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Options are available for any budget, great financing as well, but you gotta call 801-850-9100.
That's AdvancedWindows.com or 801-850-9100 for the best window experience you could ever imagine.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Aloha, it's Reno Mahe, and I want you to join me this Friday at the Pickler in Lehigh for the Social Health 2025 Games and free family community event. It all kicks off at noon, and it's totally free to get in. Bring your family, your friends, and get ready for pickleball, axe throwing, drift kart racetrack, a skate park for kids, RC car races, golf simulator, delicious food trucks, and more. Meet former NFL, BYU, and University of Utah players. We're raising money for Social Health Initiative, a nonprofit giving away proven social health curriculum to schools and first responders. Get a ticket for a chance to win skateboards from Gold Coast and prizes every 15 minutes. And don't forget, entry is free. Let's build community, have fun with friendly competition, and make a difference for the Social Health 2025 Games this Friday from noon to 5 p.m. at the Pickler in Lehigh. I'll see you there.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Holy War is here. And the Zone is getting you ready for a historic battle between the Utes and the Cougars.
The half that have played in this game or have been in the program more than a year do a good job of educating the guys on what the rivalry is all about. We also take a small segment in the team meeting on Monday, which will happen today, educating the new guys a little bit of the history. It's not a long, extensive thing, but just the history of the rivalry and more, just the tradition and what's happened in the past and just on a national scene. It's one of the better rivalries in the country, in my opinion, and so that's not nearly as important as practicing well and studying your film and the game plan and all that stuff.
but it certainly is a part of it.
I think football is heavily amplified by trash talking, not just off the field, but I would say especially on the field. There's guys that aren't that way, and it's wise. Some people need to stay within their own zone, and that's not through communication. I do enjoy, I think that's within my zone, is talking a little bit. And so within these guys, I'm sure I'll hear a bunch of it, considering they know a lot about me and I know a lot about them, but it wouldn't be competition if it wasn't that way.
Holy War coverage on The Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. Happy opening home game between the Utah Mammoth and the Calgary Flames who are coming into town. It's always awesome to see the logos up there. Right here at Delta Center right now, we're in the shadow of the building itself. It's been revamped and has gotten a partial facelift. Next week, it'll get the tummy tuck. Next year, it'll get the tummy tuck. After that, it'll probably do some lipo. And then
that's a language a lot of people around here can understand.
Yes, I think it works. All right. We're educating Mike Folta, the radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth, on all things. Utah is, per capita, the most plastic surgery in the country. So that's to go along with the hunting knowledge we just gave you as well. He was like, why are we having high school football games on a Wednesday? Because JJ and I are going right from here to call a high school game. He goes, hey, the hunt. The fall break. We got the hunt, Mike. You're learning all sorts of things now. They're in year 2 calling games with this Mammoth squad, man. Welcome to the show.
Oh, my gosh. Look at you guys. You guys might as well be, sitting in a tree stand right now, miserable. It's dull and cold, waiting for a deer. You guys have been out here for hours.
He sprayed himself with that musk earlier, and it's getting
I do that every day. It works 60% of the time. Every time.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike, year 2, man, and we talked to you right before the actual season opener. You guys were on the road. Colorado, tough loss there, but nice showing by the team. They get the overtime win against the Preds and then lose a tough one against Chicago in Chicago. The friendly confines of the Delta Center are much needed now for this team's coming home, man.
Oh, absolutely. And just take a look around. I mean, we're here in the SeatGeek Plaza, and we've got all these sickos that are out in the 50 degrees and cold and rainy. They're waiting to see the players come down the mountain blue carpet, and everybody's waiting to get inside. I was at people who were hanging out and getting ready for the game at 2:30.
Oh, yeah.
They were out at the Bruce at the Gateway, just kind of getting dialed in for the game. And we're so excited. I just talked to Bill Armstrong on the concourse here before we open the doors, and he cannot wait. There's been new additions to the team that are starting. The fruits of Bill Armstrong's labor in the offseason are starting to blossom here early in the year. And the team hasn't scored a lot of goals yet, but boy, with this place cranked up, it's going to be hard to imagine we're not going to be hearing that goal horn quite a bit.
Oh, no doubt about it. And we talked about the first 3 games of the season off air. A little bit of a slow start offensively. How concerned should fans be about that?
Well, I think you should be more pleased than concerned, more pleased that how good Utah's been defensively than concerned about the offense, if that makes sense. Utah has limited teams to just around 20 shots, which, if you don't know, is pretty dang good. They're not giving up hardly anything. They just haven't scored yet.
Yeah.
Now, Utah scored five goals in the span of 3 games. That happened 12 times last year, where they only scored 5 or less goals in a 3-game span. And I bring that up to say this happens over the course of a hockey season. Utah has a bunch of new line combinations, including one of the most exciting lines possibly in the NHL. Logan Cooley, Dylan Gunther, and the newcomer, J.J. Peterka. That should be one of the most exciting lines. J.J. Peterka is the elder statesman of that group at the ripe old age of 23. and they're still kind of bumping into each other out there. They're all really talented. They're trying to find their way.
He got his first goal of the season in Chicago. That must have been there is a little bit of a new team, monkey off the bat type of feel to something like that, right?
I think for J.J. for sure, but look, he's a goal scorer. He's going to get his. He had 55 goals over the last couple of years. He had 27 a year ago with a bad Buffalo team. He's already got one now. Playing on a line with Cooley and Gunther, 2 players who are electric in their own right, and I'm looking around and I'm seeing a lot of 92 and 11 jerseys out here today.
That's
Absolutely.
pretty cool. Well, you mentioned the defense. That's exciting because obviously last year they had the injuries early on. They were a little thin there.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot more depth, and obviously they're more effective right now. What have you noticed about that group? Why are they so much better so far this season?
Well, I think it's all personnel. Like, you think back to last year, there were 2 guys in the starting. I mean, you guys remember October 8th right here against the Blackhawks. There were two defensemen in that starting lineups who were sent to the minors at some point in that season. That's not the case this year with Utah's defense corps. Utah had Sean Dursey go down due to injury against Nashville, and that is a big loss, and Utah's going to feel that. But they have no problem plugging that hole in the lineup where now there's really 7 guys, not including Dursey. There's 7 defensemen, usually only play 6, 7 defensemen who belong in the NHL and who can give you really good minutes you feel confident about. That was not the case this time last year.
Upper body injury for Durs, and it's a bummer because we saw him go through basically the exact same thing last year in terms of early in the season, go down quickly, and then you just are chomping at the bit to get back with this team. The spirits of a guy who's on the team and ready to roll, it just crushes you a little bit. But how's Durs's attitude about all this so far as we know?
Yeah, it's a real bummer because he has an incredible personality. He's outgoing. He's great in front of a camera. And once he is able to kind of establish himself with this market injury-free, I think there's going to be a lot of number 50 jerseys out there because he's that type of bubbly personality. I will say, like, last year got hurt in the 4th game of the year. This year, hurt in the 2nd game of the year. Just really unfortunate, but he's out there with the team. He's out at morning skate and with everybody the whole time. And we were hearing that he might come back a little sooner than expected. He missed 50-something games last year. He should miss less than that with this injury.
That's good to hear. Just looking at this team, we know you mentioned the first line. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Who's the X factor on this team otherwise? Who's a guy that could have a breakout year or even one of the best years of his career this year that you think can help them take the next step?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think up front, your top 6, you kind of know what you have, right? There's that line I mentioned, the Cooley, Gunther, Peterka. Then there's the captain's line, Keller, Schmaltz, and Barrett, Hayden. We kind of know what we're getting from the top guys. I think on the back end, there's a bit of an X factor with Dmitry Simashev. He's just 20 years of age. He was a former first-round pick of Bill Armstrong. Taken 6th overall a few years back. He has looked really, really good these first couple games. Like, sometimes these young guys come in, it takes them a little bit to get going. No, he's going head-to-head with some of the top guys in each team that Utah has faced so far and has been with him step for step. He was with Nathan McKinnon step for step a few nights ago. He was canceling out Connor Bedard left and right the other night in Chicago. Like, he looks like the real deal on the back end. If I had to pick one up front, I would go with Mr. 6'7", Lawson Krause. He's the associate captain. There it is. All right, that took 10 minutes into the
got
interview.
it. Oh, the kids are happy.
Good
now.
night, everybody.
But Lawson had a bit of a down year statistically last year, but head coach Andre Turney said he had one heck of a training camp, and he has been one of Utah's best players the first few games. Just hasn't found the score sheet yet. I think Lawson Krause, who's big, physical, can skate, can score, he's another X factor in the bottom 6.
Let's talk about the goaltending. And Veggie obviously comes back, signs a big old contract last year in an extension, and everybody saw that and went, okay, this is the guy.
Yeah.
And he is the guy. What's that next level for him and being able to kind of balance making sure that, I mean, he's a guy who wants to play every night. And now, 2025, 2026 NHL hockey, you have a lot of movement on the hockey. I mean, even the Calgary Flames are going to be playing with their backup goalie tonight. So how's he kind of adjusted to the fact that it's not just like you're coming in and being asked to play goaltender well. It's you're the guy now. You got the big money contract. They expect a lot out of you.
Well, if he takes any more steps forward, then he will be a candidate for goaltender of the year in the NHL. He was very solid last year for Utah, and he started 23 or 24 games in a row near the end of last year, and those were critical games that Utah had to win. And so he's shown that he can handle a really heavy workload. He wants to play every night. He's played a lot the last few years. He's 29 years old, and funny enough, this is actually kind of the time when a lot of goaltenders seem to hit their peak, 27, 28, 29. They seem to kind of mature slower than other positions for whatever reasons. Goaltending is a big mystery in the NHL. But he had never had a winning season until last year. Then, of course, like you said, he signs that extension. So next steps, boy, if he takes next steps, then Utah is probably a playoff team because if he advances his prowess any further, he's going to be really, really good. I don't know if Utah's going to need him to be a Vezina caliber goaltender. I think they need mostly what they got last year, and they need Vitek Vanacek, who was the backup brought in the offseason. They need him to be serviceable, which is what we've seen so far through the preseason and through one game for Vanacek.
Lots of 70, by the way. You talk about jersey numbers out here. Tons of veggie jerseys. I'm sure the broccoli people will also be back.
That's right.
Is that the correct terminology?
The
Is that how you refer to them?
I think that's okay.
I just don't want to be inappropriate.
That's politically correct.
I don't want to
Is it okay to call them broccoli people? I think so.
What about the asparagus? Plural of asparagus.
We want to be inclusive of all vegetables.
Hey, it's me, the asparagus.
So, there was a corn head, too. There's like a corn and turnip.
We welcome the corn head. We welcome the turnip. All veggies are welcome here at Delta Center tonight.
Oh, my goodness.
You mentioned playoffs, and I think that's the word that everybody is excited about, because the thought of having a Stanley Cup playoff series in this building is just, we're all just buzzing about the potential of that. On paper, this team looks like a playoff team, but we know how hard it's going to be.
Yeah.
You look at the Central Division, Mike. It's brutal. Like, you're in Chicago the other night. That's supposed to be the bottom feeder.
Yeah.
They're getting better fast because they're getting good picks. How do you handicap this division? You're looking at this. What's the path for Utah, knowing how hard it's going to be night in and night out playing in this division?
Yeah, I think what we saw last year was that Utah did hang with a lot of those top teams in the division. They won a game here against Winnipeg, who was the President's Trophy winner, the best team in the regular season. They did not win. They did win a game against Dallas, but it was late in the year. But they lost close against Dallas when the Stars had their full lineup. Like by 1 goal, I'm saying. So they were right there. Against Colorado, again, some really tight games. And so what I think is Utah needs to see those tight games flip, or at least some of them start to flip, where Utah, maybe if they're losing 3-2 to Dallas, they're losing 3-2 to overtime so you can get that standings point. Or maybe you steal an extra game or two out of those few teams. A big reason why Utah didn't make the playoffs last year was because this Calgary team surprised everybody and got hot. They had an incredible goaltender who finished second in Rookie of the Year voting, Dustin Wolf. He's not playing tonight. They've got their backup in, who last played in the NHL 2 seasons ago. So it's a great chance for Utah to get 2 points against the Stars here tonight. But you also had the St. Louis Blues come out of nowhere and win 12 games in a row at one point last year. Utah's going to have to extend their win streaks beyond 3 and 4 games this year, and you have to be consistent to do that. You need a little bit of luck, but you have to give yourself a chance every night.
When you look at this Calgary team coming in tonight, let's talk about how this one could go. They started out with a huge win against Edmonton, I think up in Edmonton too, right? First game of this.
Yeah, they were down 3-0 and they came back.
It was the home opener for the Oilers. They get spoiled by, obviously your interprovincial
Battle of Alberta. Yes.
Nobody likes to lose. I mean, you talk about hate.
Talk about rivalries.
Talk about rivalries. Yeah, and so they go there, they win it, and then they rattle off 3 losses in a row.
Yeah.
The NHL travel schedule is not kind when you have 82 games. You got to sneak them in. They lost last night to Vegas, who put it to them on their home ice up in Calgary, and then they have to come right back down here, backup goalie. This all sounds like stuff where the Utah Mammoth could steal a win right off the bat here out of the gates at Delta Center. I know that's what. But how is Calgary as a team? Where are they at in terms of the rebuild situation versus trying to get back to that playoff contending team?
They tried to sidestep the rebuild and go with a retool. They're a team that definitely exceeded expectations last year. They almost made the playoffs. They had the same number of points as the St. Louis Blues, but the Blues had a tiebreaker on them. And so it was kind of heartbreak at the end of the year for the Flames, who, again, overachieved. And if it wasn't for that goaltender I mentioned, Dustin Wolf, they would have been one of the bottom teams in the league. He was fantastic in his first NHL season. This is a team that it's not like your traditional rebuilding team that has a lot of young guys. There's a lot of veterans. There's a lot of professional hockey players on this roster. And so I think they're going to be a tough out. I'm a little higher on Calgary than most people are. A lot of people think they're going to regress back towards where the projections, where the analytics, where the nerds think they're going to be. I tend to think they're going to be a little bit better just because of their goaltending. I like their coach, and they have some solid professionals that, again, know how to fight through the struggle of an NHL season. Like the schedule you mentioned, 4 of their first 5 games are coming in back-to-backs. They had a back-to-back with Edmonton, then they got smoked the next night in Vancouver, and then they had a loss last night against Calgary. They were up 2-0. They give up 4 unanswered, and then they got to fly south here to Utah. So a big advantage for the Mammoth tonight.
Look, I know you've already started the season. You've called 3 games, but tonight's special, right? I mean, with the renovations that have happened in here, the new branding, I heard that there's going to be something special happening at 6:45. Yeah. Not going to break it here.
Did they make your seat softer this year? Is that what did they do for you, Mike? What were kind of some of the demands you did for year 2?
They did not touch my radio booth, thank God. But
per your request, how dare you?
Mike Fulton's new seat, brought to you by Preparation H. We sponsor everything these days.
Yeah,
well, and I know they couldn't touch it because David Locke would have something to say because we share a booth.
There you go.
If I move the lamp that's up there, Locke, I'm gonna get a text or something from Locke. He found out it was me at the end of the year last year. I was like, "You're the one who moves the lamp every night," and I'm moving it like a foot. And I learned to put the lamp back where it was.
Hey, we don't need a play-by-play war. We don't need that.
Listen,
I lose that battle 9 times out of 10.
We know David Locke's vibe, and yes, he is going to be a guy who get grumpy about moving the lamp. But look, year 2. How dialed in do you feel then now that you got a year under your belt, and how fun was year 1, and how much you looking forward to this one?
Year 1 was awesome. Year 2 is going to be special. And last year, I mean, I was still learning everybody's names.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably did this interview last year and had no clue who you guys were.
Join the club.
But this year, like, it's such a different atmosphere for me, or a different feel for me. But then just being around the team, it's more professional. And I don't mean to say that it wasn't professional last year, but you can feel that the stakes have been raised.
Okay,
with this group, and everybody knows it in that room. And there is an urgency. There was an urgency there last year, but part of that urgency was also, new fan base. Oh, this is all new. Oh, let's make it special and like go out there and give the fans a good time. There's a different type of urgency this year that feels more business-like.
I love it. Last one I have for you, Mike. We hear the players say, "Yeah, we love it here." Blah blah blah. You get to talk to them off the record. You get to go on these trips with them. How much do they appreciate what they have now as opposed to what a lot of these guys had when they were in Arizona? Because I think a lot of the fans want to know that these guys really do appreciate and love everything that's happening here, and that they have what they need to be successful.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. They love it here, truly. I can say that unequivocally. Like, the guys love it here. And it's not just the neighbors bringing them cupcakes and cookies when they move in, things like that.
Which they don't mind, I'm sure.
They don't mind. I don't know how many of them are taking in that many carbs and calories, but they don't mind that. But they love it here. They love the beauty of this place. They love the people. And probably more than anything, they love the buy-in from this ownership.
Yeah.
And listen, I'm a company man. This is going to sound like a company line.
No,
but
we see it.
But Ryan and Ashley Smith have given this team everything, every tool that they need to win. And you look at, especially when it comes to recovery and health and the way that they approach the game from the mental side, Utah is not just top 5 in the NHL. They're one of the best teams in North American professional sports when it comes to providing those necessary resources.
I love it.
It's good to
Mike Fulta, he's a radio play-by-play voice of the Utah Mammoth. The first call at home this season officially for the home opener tonight versus the Calgary Flames. Mike, thanks for hanging out with us, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, guys.
Have a
Good
great
luck
call
at your
tonight.
high school football tonight.
It won't be as fun. It might actually be more cold where we're
Open press box? Or they stick you on the roof or something?
It
Can't wait to find out.
It depends. We'll figure it out when we get there. Join Mike, of course, over these airwaves. As soon as we're done, you're going to get the pregame, and then you're going to get the puck to drop, and you'll hear Mike's dulcet tones tonight as we get you going for another one. Hey, by the way, this portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. It's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. We'll take a break here. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The ramps from I-80 to go to southbound on the I-215 westbound near the airport are clogged, and you've got northbound slowing as well from the 201 highway up to I-80. Extra time still required if you're on the southbound I-15 from 45th South in Murray to the 90th exit in Sandy. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's another edition of the Holy War as BYU returns home for another chapter in the BYU-Utah rivalry game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch college football Saturday, game day at 10 a.m. with a special Holy War pregame show starting at 4. And when the clock hits 0, hear the postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bet. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600. or visit us at retireteton.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Every rivalry game has a new chapter. The week leading up has given us some stories too. And I'm curious if you think yesterday's Witt comments qualify.
You know, I'm just going to focus on us this week. Our guys, our coaches. So I'm not going to give much thought on the opponent this week. You have to ask them what they think of Bear.
Don't have a problem with it. He says, I'm not going to focus on that this week. He didn't lie and say, I never talk about opposing teams' players.
So relax.
No, but it is funny.
People out there need to just relax. If you have any sort of a response to it, just make it a laugh and move on about your day.
Bear Bachmeier's friends can't text him and say, did you see what Witt said about you? And he says, no, what? And he says, nothing.
Not a dang thing.
He said he's not going to say anything about you.
Okay.
Thanks for the text. Yeah, I've got bigger things to worry about.
Nice to hear from you.
Yeah.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. The great Danny Ainge right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Just talk about the Ace Bailey journey to this point and kind of your expectations of the kid individually.
I'm not going to raise expectations for a kid that's a number 5 pick. Expectations can be pretty high for most of the fans out there just because of the recognition. But he's a great kid, and he loves playing, and he brings energy that is contagious, and a laughter and a fun and a joy to the game that I really am impressed with. And we need to be patient and realize he's going to have some good moments, and I think the fun part is to see those moments where you see that hope and brightness in his future, and that's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
UCCU is celebrating 4 new branches in Salt Lake County to serve both blue and red fans. Join us for a rivalry tailgate bash Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU Provo's Freedom Boulevard branch with free food, prizes, swag, and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the big rivalry game. While you party, check out a gorgeous brand new 2025 Jeep Wrangler that anyone can enter to win. It's all Saturday, 4 to 6 p.m. at UCCU's Provo branch on Freedom Boulevard. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Ridgefield October 16th, Salt Lake Drilling and Utilities October 21st, and Far West October 23rd. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
The Holy War is here. Another chapter in this storied rivalry is about to be written. And only one station brings you complete coverage of the Utes and the Cougars in what could be the biggest matchup in Holy War history.
The Holy War is on.
Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all week long as we break down this game from every angle as the Utes head to Provo to battle the Cougars. Then on game day, catch a special edition of the Holy War pregame show live at UCCU in Provo starting at 4 with a postgame show immediately following the game. Holy War coverage on the Zone is presented by UCCU. Love where you bank on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
L.J. Martin talks about what Bear Bachmeier adds to BYU's rushing attack.
Bear's really big and physical. I mean, he's about the same size as me, and, he runs really hard. So I think him being really physical and the RO line, they do a great job up front. So I would say those 2 things. Him being a willing runner, just being physical, and RO line up front getting good push.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. You will not regret using Kenny J's for whatever event you are hosting. The NFL Blitz starts right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, and thanks for being with us on the show, everybody. We've enjoyed being able to walk you through getting ready for the home opener of the Utah Mammoth tonight. Here at Delta Center, downtown Salt Lake City, the place is popping. I'm seeing gear. I don't know if it's Temu, JJ. I'm seeing... on my way in, I saw a guy.
Jerseys are available. Are you talking about Mammoth sweaters or someone else?
I saw one that I swear I don't know where this powder blue. Where's the ice blue?
Oh, those aren't out yet. Somebody got one of those?
That's what I'm saying. There was a Cooley 92 stitched powder blue Mammoth jersey, and I was like,
I've heard rumors that that's going to be the alternate powder blue, but
this is
the mountain blue. Sorry.
Well, I didn't know what it was. What is it? Salt white, rock black, mountain blue.
I think we got that right.
I thought it was ice blue. Is
Either
ice
way.
blue? Ice can be blue. Well, anyway, bottom line is, if you're gonna get your swag, all right, do it legally, all right. Get it however you can get it, though. It's like, you go down to when I took a mission.
You took a trip?
When I took a mission, I would see Buffalo Bills Super Bowl champion shirts, and I was like, I got to take a picture of that. And I would take
in
pictures
Argentina.
Oh yeah,
that's really cool.
Yeah, and you were like, dude, I'm telling you, I know people who would pay buku bucks for this thing, man. Like, or whatever team, or whatever year they lost the Super Bowl.
Atlanta Falcons. Super Bowl shirts.
That would be the one that hurts the most.
That would be the most valuable one, right? Can you think of a more valuable Super Bowl loser shirt?
You got to think about it. As soon as they hand them the hat, it's got the tag on it. They had to have both boxes before the game.
Yeah, no, they were ready to go.
In that box, they're like, we don't want to waste these.
Atlanta Falcons Super Bowl champions.
In Nigeria.
I would love to have one of those shirts.
They send those boxes around the world. They're like, people can have these.
Yeah.
Man. Or like a Mickey Mouse shirt that's not authorized. His eye's a little bit off.
Drunk like Mickey Mouse?
Garmfield. Like all those. So that's what we're seeing people walking around.
The Mickey Mouse relative nobody wants to talk about.
That's how everybody gets excited about the team getting ready. Now, our music, of course, means the NFL Blitz. We've been talking lots of rivalry.
Way off track here.
Well, but listen, we've been talking lots of rivalry. We've been talking lots of hockey, of course, getting ready for this one tonight. I've been convinced that Calgary now sucks because they're on the second night of a back-to-back, and they got beat, in Calgary last night by Vegas. And so I've been convinced. And they're 0-3, I think, already.
Ooh.
Yeah. Or no, they're 1-3. No, they're 1-3. But they lost 3 straight.
Right.
So I just assume they're tired and beat down, and that might be the recipe for a beat down. But we also know these guys just show up and play their butts off every night, and the NHL is really freaking good across the board. It's going to be a great one. And I always love when teams like Calgary come in because they've got built-in fan bases wherever they are. The NFL Blitz, by the way, I want to remind you, you can join Hans and Scotty tomorrow for the Ute preview show, brought to you by Beehive Meals right here in studio. Okay. I do want to bring up that the Steelers and the players are actually kind of at odds a little bit as to what's going on at Acrisure Stadium. They don't really know what the surface is and why it's such a problem. And they said it's embarrassing playing on the last surface that they did last week. The NFLPA said they're concerned that the NFL, or they're concerned, and they've told the NFL that this is not a great field, that things were not good. This is like when they go to England or Mexico and they go, okay, this is a different surface. Like these are set for soccer matches. There's a different vibe here. You have to have it set up a little bit different. And right now they haven't been able to figure it out because they've scheduled the parts of the field to be resodded. There are chunks of grass all over the field still coming up that don't look good. And if somebody's going to cry about it, it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. Look, it's just another thing that Aaron Rodgers, I feel like, could complain about at the end of everything.
Well, it's sad because Miles Killebrew, former Southern Utah Thunderbird, had a bad knee injury on the turf. I mean, it was that bad. And you can't ask these guys whose careers are on the line, who make a lot of money, to go out on a bad surface and lose, have injuries like that.
They have I'm showing JJ the shot here of when Chris Boswell.
He never misses.
He planted this foot, but you're like, oh, of course he missed because he looks like he is on a surfboard made of grass. That's how much of a chunk of grass he's pulled up while he's planting his foot.
That photo was something.
It's pretty wild because you're like, oh, this is a professional football field, right? I mean, for a league that gets it dialed up in a lot of cases. Anyway, they prefer the grass fields, but the grass fields are different, and if it's a grass field that comes up chunky every time you turn, even if you have big old spikes on, they'd prefer the turf, I guarantee it. So they're trying to figure that out. And when you do, I mean, look, can you sue it? Can you sue the league or the team for not, if it shortens your career or something like that? I don't know. I mean, it's crazy. Aaron Glenn, he's the head coach of the Jets, by the way, JJ. He reiterates that he does not want Breece Hall to be traded from the Jets. Don't trade Breece Hall. We need him. We are going to get a couple wins this year. I did read an article about how this team is right on track with other teams statistically who have been 0-.
Oh, this could be the next
0-16, 0-17.
We haven't had an 0-17.
We haven't had an 0-17
yet.
team. Have we had 2 0-16s?
Yeah. It was
Browns
the Lions
and Lions. Was Browns one of them?
Yes.
Yeah. So 0-16 NFL team. Could the Jets be the first 0-17 team? You know what, though? You talk about tanking for the first pick in the draft. That'll get you there.
They're definitely in the mix for that.
I was in Dallas as a kid for the 1-15 Cowboys. That was wild. I think they went 0-11 before they won a game, and it was just terrible. And guess
Jerry's
what?
first year owning the team.
They turned around and it was Troy Aikman's rookie season, I think, and they drafted Emmitt Smith, and we know what happened. That was '89. They won the Super Bowl in '92. Yep. So things can turn around quickly in the NFL if you do things right.
But not for the Jets.
But not for this franchise.
They're cursed.
Right. The Jags looking to try to figure out how Travis Hunter can be more a part of this offense. Is it a question of getting to the league and actually realizing it is more difficult to incorporate yourself into offense and defense, or are the Jags just mismanaging it a little bit? According to Prime, this is just a guy you need to figure him out.
Yeah,
get him out there. Start playing.
My feeling is, how many guys go both ways in the NFL? You don't see it. And I know Travis Hunter is gifted, and if anyone could do it, he could. But he's a rookie in a league that is just absolutely loaded with talent. He's not going to stand out either side of the ball right now because he's a rookie. So just find something that you feel he does best that's going to help the team the most, and let him focus on that right now. And 2 or 3 years down the road, if he really gets to be at an all-pro level, then try to work him into both sides. But right now, as a rookie, that's too much. Just get this kid to the point where he can actually make some plays in some way, shape, or form before you worry about playing him on both sides of the ball.
Hey, some AFC West news for you. A couple teams that...
The Broncos rule?
Stop it.
Is that what you were going to say?
No, I was not going to say...
That's a fact.
I'm sure you
Scientific fact.
I'm sure you like peeking in on this news because Rashee Rice is going to be back.
Yeah.
He's practicing. He's going to play versus the Raiders. Are you believing the hype that the Chiefs have maybe, with that win over the Lions, that they are, quote-unquote, back to being the team to beat in the AFC? Because the Bills look actually atrocious.
Until someone knocks them off, yes. I don't believe, until I see it, that the Chiefs are no longer defending Super Bowl champs. Or they're not a team that has the chance to go win another Super Bowl. The idea that the rivalry is dead, or sorry, not the rivalry, that the dynasty is dead, I don't believe that until it actually happens. And until somebody beats them before a Super Bowl, I'm going to be skeptical, especially in the AFC West where they have won, 10 straight AFC West championships. I'm saying this as a Broncos fan that would love to see their run come to an end. I respect it too much what they've done to believe that it's over. They've climbed back to 3-3 now, right? They're only a game behind the Chargers and the Broncos. Yeah. They're right there.
Well, the
and you get Rashee Rice back, which is going to give their offense a boost. You just beat the Lions on Sunday Night Football. Yeah, there's some momentum there. There's no doubt about that. I'm not going to deny that. And as much as I hate to see it, the Chiefs have momentum right now. And just like that, they could be right atop the AFC once again.
Let me have you speak for the entire fan base. And let's try to speak for entire fan bases on this. I just had this thought. Broncos fans hate blank out of their own division more than anybody else.
The Raiders.
Cowboys fans hate blank more than any other fans in their division.
Eagles.
Now we could say every other team in the NFC East would say the Cowboys.
Sure.
Let me see here. The Dolphins fan base hate blank more than anybody else in their division.
Patriots. Yep.
It's all teams who've been more successful recently, right? In the NFC South, the Falcons fan base hates blank more than anything else. Saints?
The Bucks.
Oh, of course. I mean, the Saints are right there.
I know some Panther fans. And you know who they hate the most? I do.
Who do they hate?
Well,
the Saints.
So Matt Glade and Travis Hodson and our own TV staff at KSL are both Panther fans. I know it's weird, right? In Utah, yeah.
Well,
so shout out to those guys for putting up with the pain for so long. But you know who they hate more than anybody?
Who?
The Falcons.
That's interesting.
Right. Weird, right?
Right.
But that's the truth.
Those teams take it. Like, I don't think that the Chargers ever take much, like, they don't take many strays in the AFC West, right? Because they've been so bad.
Nobody cares about the Chargers, right?
No. In the NFC West, the Seahawks fans hate the 49ers more than anybody else, I will say.
Yeah, the 49ers are the team in
the
that
team
division that everybody loves.
Yeah. All right, we'll take the break here. We'll come back. We've got best and worst next. Stay with us right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The HOV lane is blocked now on northbound I-15 right at the 33rd South, so expect delays from Murray heading to the crash in South Salt Lake. In Utah County, northbound I-15 is still slow from Center Street in Orem up through Linden with a couple of crashes just past the 8th North exit. Prep for winter. Get a furnace inspection from a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A reminder from Enbridge Gas. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a trip to Hawaii, Bronco Mendenhall has a short week to get ready for a Friday night showdown in Logan against San Jose State. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action, beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Friday at 6 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, slcfatloss.com. You hear me and Alex talk about this all the time. And why? Because it worked for us. And if you're out there looking for a weight loss solution, this is what we offer for you, is that this program works. They have found the way to lose a pound of fat every day. They know the secret. It's an easy-to-follow weight loss program that helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely. No drugs or injections. No crazy exercise plan required. It's just going to help reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. They're going to give you daily instruction on the app. You can log your weight. Everything is right there for you. All the support you're going to need is there as well if you need it and when you need it. If you are interested in this program, you want to learn more about it, go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. They'll give you 15 minutes. They'll tell you everything about it. And if you want to give this a try and you want to join us on this weight loss journey, take advantage of $200 off right now with their fall special. $200 off if you mention JJ and Alex during the fall. Choose now. Make the time to lose weight now. Don't wait any longer. You deserve that change.
slcfatloss.com. Go check it out for yourself. $200 off with our fall special. Do what JJ and I have done. Drop that weight with slcfatloss.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
At Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for as low as 0% for up to 63 months. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new 2025 Mazda CX-50. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Devin Dampier talks about wanting to go prove himself every single game.
Yeah, I definitely think that's an every week thing that goes on in my head. You know, I felt like I was under-recruited just coming out of high school, just in general, so every game means something to me for sure.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Barbecue will cater your work parties, luncheons, weddings, family get-togethers, and holiday parties. New catering clients get 10% off their first order. Best and Worst is next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Welcome on in, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, and thanks for being a part of the program. Hey, want to remind you, on Friday, you can stop by the Pickler in Lehigh. Yes, you've seen these buildings around. I mean, pickleball has taken off more than anything else, JJ, on planet Earth, sports-wise. I mean, I'm going to be pretty shocked. I'm going to start pushing my littlest kids into pickleball possible scholarships. That's where I'm going. Because there's no way they're not going to have
How long
collegiate
before
teams.
we have pickleball NIL?
It's probably already there.
Probably.
That's why I choose Mike's Paddles in Lehigh.
There you go.
The Pickler in Lehigh on Friday. They are the Social Health Games 2025. The event's free for families. Bounce houses, axe throwing, food trucks, more. Plus, Jake and Ben are going to be broadcasting live there on Friday from 10 to noon. We'll see you there out in Lehigh for the Social Health Games of 2025. All right, best and worst, JJ. Let's jump in right here. And listen, it is the worst. The very first thing we're going to do is the worst, and that is this dude who made threats online.
Oh boy.
To Utah fans who were wearing red at Lavelle Edwards Stadium that he was going to shoot them. This is 2025. I mean, frankly, in 2007, if you're making those threats online, people were taking him seriously. This guy got arrested, and I'm glad, and nobody needs this kind of crap, and nobody needs, like Utah County and our community in general does not need the threat of violence at a massive event. You know what I mean? People are traumatized still. by the political event last month.
Yes.
People are still having a hard time sleeping over that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. In addition to the church in Michigan. And
yes, all the things.
There's no tolerance for this right now. And so I'm glad that no matter what this person's intent really was, that it was handled the way it was. And it's an important reminder for everybody. Like, as far as the rivalry goes, like, let's understand that it's fun and it's intense and you care about it. It's a football game.
Yep.
You don't need to threaten anybody. You don't need to get in fights. You don't need to make any enemies. It's not worth it. Let's have fun, cheer for your team, support your team with all you got. Let's not threaten each other. Let's not fight each other. It's not worth it. It's just a football game. It's an important football game. It is the game. But let's treat each other with respect and love and have fun doing it. You can be upset about how things go in the game and emotional and everything, but let's not threaten to hurt each other. That doesn't make any sense, especially to this degree.
I'm glad. Arrest him. Take him away. Don't let him see the game forever.
Yeah, he had the cops had to go to his house along with his probation officer to handle the situation.
I did think for a moment you were going to say his mom's house.
It might have been
in the basement.
I don't want to throw his parents into the mix, but
no,
that may
but
have
I'm just
the case.
A lot of times that's the guy who's hitting the keyboard hardest, right?
Yeah.
Just the people that you're like, come on, there's a lot going on here other than just a football game. The Big 12 has now fined Texas Tech for the tortilla throwing. Did you see the response, by the way? Kansas started. Now, Texas Tech was like, remember when they stormed the field at Colorado and Prime was like, who did they do what? You get fined for that now? And I was like, $50,000 is not SEC fine for running on the field. SEC is like $250 and then $500.
Right.
They don't mess around.
Yep.
And so there's that. And there's the tortillas that were being thrown on the field. Look, I was at BYU when the tortillas being thrown was a thing.
Yeah, 2001, sorry.
Yeah, the early 2000s. Yeah. And it kind of bled over into 2002, 2003, although those seasons sucked, and so fewer tortillas were being thrown.
that died quick.
Texas Tech has maintained this. And the amount of time spent talking about tortillas in Texas Tech this weekend, Lance Leipold is in the thing going, I mean, the amount of disrespect that we got. I mean, they say they're going to fix the problem, and they didn't. Now, one of his assistants did get hit with a pocket knife.
Jeez.
And on the sideline. That's different. Throwing the tortillas and being mad about it, Lance Leipold's mad because he got his butt handed to him in Lubbock.
Yeah.
Tortillas landing.
Pretty much ended any chance they have.
Tortillas hitting the top of your bald head.
Yeah.
If you're Lance Leipold on the sideline, that'll fire you up. You'll get pissed. So I get it. All right, there you go. There's your best and worst. Anyway, the Texas Tech said they're gonna stop. They got fined $50,000, and they're gonna figure out how to deal with the tortilla gate 2025. Small price to pay if you're a really good team. It's all brought to you by the Doug Smith dealerships at American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. We'll be back around the corner. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to beehivemeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at beehivemeals.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Hans Olsen here, and I want you to get your fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. With slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and home-style sides, Kenny J's brings bold, smoky flavors that speak for themselves. You bring the appetite, they'll bring the fire. Come visit Kenny J's Barbecue at the District in South Jordan or online at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Contact Kenny J's for all your catering needs. From first bite to last drop of sauce, Kenny J's is where barbecue dreams come true. Kenny J's Barbecue at the District. Dig in and taste real pitmaster passion.
Learn about robotic surgery. Peek behind the curtain during Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital Jordan Valley's Robotic Open House. This Thursday, 11 to 5 p.m. in West Jordan. This is a hands-on experience featuring 3 types of surgical robots used in orthopedic, abdominal, and gynecological procedures. Robot-assisted surgeries offer remarkable precision, versatility, and faster recoveries. Meet physicians and OR staff with live demonstrations using Da Vinci, Mako, and Cori robotic systems with refreshments and hospital services for the community. Common Spirit Holy Cross Hospital, Jordan Valley. Revolutionary medical care delivered with human kindness. Let's be honest, shopping for insurance isn't exactly a thrill ride, but saving money and avoiding costly insurance mistakes, that's a win. Join us at Farmers Insurance in Bountiful on October 22nd for the Zone's BYU Preview Show at the Mason Crapo Insurance Agency, 106 West 500 South. Learn how a local team can help you review your policies and save big. Plus, grab some incredible beef from Bar W Beef right on site. Learn more about personalized insurance from a trusted agent.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. We are underway. So's the cold front, JJ. What's your problem?
It just hit.
You didn't call your guy. You didn't call Kevin over in the weather center.
Kevin's on vacation.
I'm Matt Johnson. You didn't pull up. You didn't ask Matt.
I couldn't get any help over there. But this is how it's going to be tonight. So,
okay.
Good news, the game is indoors, unless you're at a high school football game like us.